Deep in the mountains, two tribal kids spot their mother stumbling out of the trees, and a lazy afternoon instantly turns into a 5-alarm panic. That's Aquila, the tribe's fiercest huntress, staggering in from battle with half her gear shredded, muttering that she sensed a monster's aura and came running. Good thing too, she mutters, because whatever she just tangled with left her looking rough. Her hand, slick with blood, drops weakly toward the ground. This is not a scratch. An old tribesman with wild white hair, tusks, and eyes like burning amethyst spots her and nearly loses it. Aquila. Her son scrambles to her side, terrified. Mother, the arrow was poisoned, you need help right now. Aquila just exhales. Poison, huh, like it's a minor inconvenience and not, poison. And because she is clearly not the type to lie down and die politely, she's back on her feet, weapon drawn. Blood drips steadily from her raised fist. Whatever's coursing through her veins isn't slowing her down yet. Someone watching can barely believe it. She's apparently forcing the poisoned blood out of her body with raw aura. Who even does that? Aquila's scarred face barely flinches. This is a woman who treats near-death experiences as a minor inconvenience. The old tusked elder looks like he's about to have a heart attack just watching her push through it. Someone's throwing around accusations of betrayal. This is your fault for cornering me, and getting back a cold, flat non-answer. I don't care about your betrayal. Just answer me this. Whatever the question was, the answer lands like a slap. What? Someone points at a tan, battle-scarred stranger and asks, why died? Is that really the legendary divine archer, Sir Adonai? Yes, the legendary Adonai himself, someone you do not want to pick a fight with. Cool, 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 cool. The old elder's face sours fast, like Adonai's name alone is enough to ruin his whole day. Aquila calls her kids back by name, including a sharp-eyed little boy who, funnily enough, also goes by Vikir. No relation to the Vikir you're thinking of, we promise. She tells them to stay put while she handles this. And here he comes, Sir Adonai, tan and towering, flanked by that same white-haired tribal elder, walking in like he already knows how this ends. Aquila squares up, hair whipping in the wind, clearly done with small talk. Someone offers a stiff, formal greeting, an honor to meet you even under these circumstances, the kind of politeness people use right before things get violent. Aquila just smirks, she isn't here for pleasantries. Let's see who the best warrior really is, she says, and with that challenge hanging in the air, the real fight begins. Aquila launches herself clean across a canyon, loosing arrows midair like gravity is somebody else's problem. Adonai clocks the attack instantly and turns to meet it head-on. She's locked in now, every muscle coiled, eyes on her target. One kick off the rock and she's a blur. Adonai plants himself, bow raised, calm as the sunset behind him, the picture of a warrior who's never lost. She's airborne again, knocking her next shot before she's even landed the last one. Somewhere in the chaos, another fighter crackles to life with a surge of blue lightning aura. This isn't a clean one-on-one anymore. Blades are coming out on every side now. Adonai isn't holding back either, his calm expression cracking into something a lot more feral. Someone gets sent flying clean through a wall of crackling purple energy. Aquila answers with a full-force swing, purple energy trailing off her blade. She's using the terrain itself as a springboard, aura blazing under her feet. She lands hard and is already moving again. Not a flicker of doubt on her face. Adonai, meanwhile, is starting to crack under the pressure, literally. The fight is spilling across the whole mountainside now. Their auras collide head-on in a blinding clash of blue and purple. That exchange sends Adonai skidding backward. Aquila doesn't let up, another shot, already loaded with everything she's got. He barely absorbs the impact, boots skidding across stone. Every landing is costing him a little more. She's reading him now, closing in like a predator that's found the opening. And Adonai knows it, that grim look says he can feel the fight slipping away from him. One more massive clash lights up the whole sky between them. She's smiling now, the kind of smile that means she's already 3 steps ahead. She knows the math here. In a straight-up ranged duel, she loses. Good thing she's not planning on fighting a fair one. Adonai rattles off his own resume, speed, power, mobility, the whole package. By the numbers, he's a flawless archer, textbook perfect. But she says, savoring the word like she's already won. He's missing something very important, and she is not telling him what yet. She strikes first, closing the gap he can't afford to let her close. He answers just as fast, blue energy screaming back at her. Their attacks collide in a blinding streak of light and steel. The whole hillside lights up from the impact. She barrels straight through the shockwave, completely unfazed. Back in the air, bow already drawn, she's not giving him a second to breathe. Every motion is precise, practiced, relentless. One more arrow charged and ready. They meet again midair in a full-on collision. Her grip tightens on the hilt, there's no hesitation left in her at all. For a second you can see the whole fight laid out, two legends, one mountainside, and no room for both of them to walk away unscathed. She keeps pressing, refusing to give him even a breath of space. Adonai's composure is finally slipping, teeth gritted, strain all over his face. He staggers back, his guard fraying. Aquila's already lining up the finishing blow. One last arrow rips through the canyon air. It slams into the cliffside like a bolt of lightning, lighting up the entire valley. Spent, Aquila drops to a knee. She's given this fight absolutely everything she has. But someone else has been watching this whole duel in silence, a blonde, golden-eyed stranger, and he does not look happy. He steps forward and addresses Adonai with words nobody was expecting. Great ancestor. Is the reason you won't really fight that you're already dead, or that you can't bring yourself to hurt your own descendant? Adonai's expression twists, caught out. Aquila watches this unfold, bow still in hand, completely thrown by what she's hearing. So I'm going to free you from whatever this is, the young elf finishes, and he means it. His fist ignites with raw blue power. Adonai braces for what's coming, torn between fighting back and giving in. The blow lands clean, and Adonai's thrown backward like he weighs nothing. The strike buries itself deep, and this time he doesn't get back up easy. Aquila can only stare, stunned. Someone just did in one hit what she couldn't manage in the entire fight. But the mountain isn't done with them yet. Something else is stirring, wrapped in sickly purple light. A corrupted, glowing-eyed shape claws its way up out of the dark. Its hand alone looks like something that shouldn't still be moving. And it keeps reaching. Dark tendrils crawl up the arm like the magic itself is alive. A voice mutters, almost impressed, to think he'd actually reject the necromancy spell. Guess legends really are built different, but I don't tolerate half-hearted effort, Sir Adonai. And there he is, the old tusked elder, grinning like a man who's been the real threat this entire time. You will fight with everything you have, he commands the corpse, until every last threat to me is dead. A scream tears out of what used to be Sir Adonai, and it is not a human sound anymore. His body twists into something monstrous, fangs bared, one eye burning like a coal. And that clawed hand is reaching straight for its next target, which means this fight is very much not over. We open mid-scream as raw purple energy rips through a figure in the dark. Something is being torn out of its own body, and it is not pretty. The blast keeps tearing through the trees, flinging a bandaged body around while the forest catches violet fire. One witness just stares, completely speechless, honestly mood. Whatever just happened, the forest's other residents felt it too, and they do not look thrilled. Someone finally says the quiet part out loud. Whatever just crawled out of that explosion, you cannot call it Adonai anymore. There it is, a hulking, fur-covered horror with a glowing purple, fanged grin where a face used to be. It settles into the dark, crackling with purple lightning, already sizing up its next move. It starts stalking through the trees, and every step sends a shiver through the whole forest. Something is closing in on the path ahead, wrapped in shadow and static. One of the forest's giant guardian beasts rears up roaring. It senses the intruder, and it is ready to throw down. Up close, the corpse monster's face is pure nightmare fuel, electric purple eyes locked on its next kill. Three massive A-rank monsters converge through the trees. The forest's apex predators smell trouble coming. Those are the A-rank monsters that live in the forest. Someone gasps, basically the woods just called in their SWAT team. Watching from the shadows, a silver-haired old elf wonders aloud if all this noise is going to draw attention his way. Claws and static rip through the underbrush as the fight kicks off for real. The forest's own monsters square up against the corpse-thing guardians of the woods versus something that should not exist. A shrieking shape and a spiraling burst of pink-purple energy collide overhead. This fight just went from bad to catastrophic. The shockwave alone flattens half the tree line. A winged shape crashes down, and everyone watching just freezes. Aquila's blood runs cold. She did not even see the strike coming, and she is the forest's best archer. The old elf cackles, gloating that this is the full power of Sir Adonai unleashed. Onlookers can barely process it. This thing just wiped out every monster around in one single go. The old elf points Aquila out next, ordering his puppet to kill her too, cold as it gets. Another explosion rips through the clearing as the corpse monster charges. Aquila dives clear just in time, purple fire chasing her heels. Turns out she is not even at full strength. A mystery poison from the madam has been creeping through her system, slowing her down. Sluggish or not, Aquila knows she has to end this fast and knocks another arrow. She plants her feet and lets pure instinct take over. Fist clenched, bowstring taut, here it comes. She launches herself midair, bow drawn, every muscle screaming for one clean shot. The arrow leaves the string wrapped in crackling blue light. It slams into the monster's twisted face, lighting the whole clearing blue. For a second it looks like a direct hit. Finally, some payback. The arrowhead glows white-hot on impact. Purple and blue magic collide head-on, neither side willing to give an inch. The shockwave just keeps rolling outward. The monster's massive fur-covered frame shrugs the hit off and keeps coming. Aquila grits her teeth. That should have done a lot more damage. Somewhere under all that fur, whatever used to be a person just smirks. She is already lining up her next shot, and this one is glowing even brighter. The beam of light climbs skyward like she is charging something big. For one heartbeat, everything goes still and dark. Then purple and blue collide again, harder than before. Here is the trick to her signature move. If the enemy blocks the second arrow, the first one she missed loops back around and drills them from behind. At the peak of its arc, the arrow reverses course and comes back down on the target. She built this whole technique herself, inspired after hearing how Adonai once fought an imperial knight. There is real history between them, and it just got a lot more painful. Full rotation midair, maximum spin. This is her masterpiece. It connects and the monster staggers back under a hail of arrows. Fur and splinters fly everywhere. Then Aquila's triumph curdles into pure shock. A massive hand closes around her, and the thing wearing Adonai's face laughs her name. No matter how strong of a warrior you are, it snarls, you have never fought a corpse before. Genuinely terrifying pickup line. The claw drags her down, and for a second it looks like this is over. Purple explosions light up the whole hillside, visible for miles. Somewhere else in the forest, someone feels that shockwave loud and clear. A young elf girl freezes mid-step, eyes wide. That blast belongs to her mother. The forest is shaking, she whispers, and she is not wrong. Something about this whole situation feels deeply wrong. Then a familiar face steps in. Vikir tells the girl Ayin to hide. He has got this from here. His plan is simple: shut down the necromancy and put Ahuman in the ground. Someone dives through the underbrush at a full sprint, racing the clock. Vikir has already pieced it together. This Ahuman character is hiding behind Adonai's corpse to come at Aquila without getting his own hands dirty. His red eye narrows, coward tactics noted. Through the trees, a glow marks the spot. Got him. No more running. Vikir closes the distance at a full sprint, not even bothering to hide his approach. One thought, loud and clear: this ends in a single hit. There he is up ahead, still thinking he is hidden. A fist clenches through the mist, ready to swing. Every muscle coiled. This is about to get loud. Ahuman clocks him at the last second, and it is written all over his face. Vikir launches straight through the blast, no hesitation. Dust and light everywhere as the old elf scrambles back. Vikir lands the charge, red sash snapping behind him. It's you again, you damned child. Ahuman snarls, panic creeping into his voice. He claims he saw this coming. I already predicted someone would come after me. Sure you did, buddy. The two face off in the middle of the forest, tension crackling in the air. I knew, so I already summoned my death knights, and these are not grunts. They fight like they were dug up from a warrior's grave. One of them steps forward, teeth bared, gripping a blade like it was born for killing. Vikir does not even slow down. Meanwhile, back in the clearing, Aquila is running on fumes. Her teeth are gritted, her aura flickering. She is not done yet, but she is close. The corpse monster's jaw is still studded with her arrows, and it does not seem to care. The fight grinds on, brutal and relentless. She lets out a pained gasp that poison is really doing its job now. Finally Aquila goes down, bow still in hand. A single glowing purple eye watches her fall, delighted. She hits the dirt, completely spent. Ahuman cackles from a distance. You finally kneeled. Somebody really needed a hobby that is not villainy. Riding high, he starts monologuing about killing every clan member who ever looked down on him, portals swirling behind him. Vikier, unbothered, mutters that this is going to be troublesome, understatement of the year. One of the Death Knights rears up, red eyes blazing, sparking with dark energy. Vikier cuts loose streaks of red-pink light tear through the air. Baskerville's sixth technique, and the Death Knight does not even get to finish its sentence. He is a blur now, red energy trailing behind every strike. Ahuman had just bragged the forest's people would become his support system. The irony is not lost on anyone watching this beatdown. Smoke clears and Vikier is still standing. The Death Knights are not. Impossible, Ahuman shrieks. Those things were supposed to outclass elite graduates, and Vikier just shrugged them off. Vikier gets right in his face. Did you dream of everything you desired in that moment, Ahuman? Cold, efficient, devastating. Something flickers behind a single glowing eye, a faint sur escaping under its breath. Ahuman screams for Adonai one more time, arms outstretched, desperate. The corpse's fanged face flares back to life. Purple energy erupts around them both. Adonai's monstrous form comes roaring back online, glowing brighter than ever. The whole clearing lights up pink and violent. A fist clenches through the storm of energy, bracing for impact. Ahuman's face twists somewhere between rage and pure panic. Energy rips through the clearing in jagged purple streaks. Something dark and twisted claws its way back into shape. The light show is not stopping anytime soon. Adonai, again, Ahuman screams, throwing everything he has left into his puppet. Vikir's eyes narrow, burning red, hand already reaching forward. Ahuman's face says it all. He knows exactly how this ends. One last flicker of purple light, and then nothing. He throws his arms up, screaming, sweat pouring down his face. A blinding streak of light comes down like a verdict. Is about all Ahuman manages before it lands. For a second, everything just stops. Blood sprays across his own clenched fist. He staggers, the fight finally draining out of him. One long, broken scream echoes through the trees, and then silence. His face goes slack, the purple glow in his eyes finally dimming for good. Vikir turns and walks off without a word. Job done. Aquila and Ayan just got their forest back. We open cold on a scattered skirmish across a sunbaked hillside, warriors already clashing in the dust. Whatever this fight is, it's already ugly. Deep in the forest, a lone fighter sprints between the trees, arrows raining past him and bodies already littering the path behind. Steel meets something much bigger and much darker in one screen-filling slash. The impact detonates in a wall of purple light, and somebody goes flying. He hits the ground gasping, sweat-soaked and wide-eyed, sucking in one ragged breath after another. Teeth gritted, he hauls his blade back up over his head, refusing to stay down. One more swing, straight into the dark shape looming over him. The blade slams down in a burst of dust and smoke. He's not done yet. Still standing, blade in hand, breathing hard, barely. The fight rages on through the trees, one fighter caught mid-strike airborne. Broken weapons and bones litter the forest floor. This battlefield has already claimed more than one life. A young warrior, drenched in sweat, stares down whatever's coming next with wide, exhausted eyes. She's holding her ground even as jagged dark energy claws up around her like living shadow. Hair whips through the air as another exchange lands. Something monstrous locks eyes with her, purple lightning crackling off its hide. A black and purple shockwave rips through the clearing, a blade flashing inside it. The dust hasn't even settled before the smoke rolls in. The ground itself starts to crack and tremble. A hand claws into the dirt, shaking, somebody's barely holding on. Through the haze, two silhouettes finally square off. Teeth bared in fury, their enemy is clearly not enjoying how this fight is going. Damn it, he roars, I was so close. It's an old, wild-haired thing with glowing purple eyes and a mouth full of tusks, and it is furious. The forest was almost mine, it snarls. Is it you again, the child of the Empire? That's when young Vikir charges straight into the fight, red eyes blazing. Up close, this thing is even more rattled than it looks. He's better than I thought, someone mutters. Turns out this isn't just some rampaging monster. It clawed its way to undeath, mastering magic on another level and commanding dozens of death knights, one of them apparently named Adonai. Even as it goes down, it's laughing. Heh, don't think this is the end. Then the curse you and the Balak, I'll curse you even if I die. He doesn't get the chance to finish it. The killing blow lands and the archer they call Ahun lets out a sharp breath of his own. Ahun, someone calls out from behind him. He turns, furious and utterly spent from the fight. It's Bakira, an elf girl of the tribe, and she's the one who's shaken. I'm sorry, Vikir, she says, standing near the boy and his mentor. If only I had listened to you before when you said to kill Ahuman, she admits. The forest sits quiet in the aftermath. Ahun backturned tells her flatly, it's not your fault. Vikir just watches quiet. A small nod, a soft good, that's about as much comfort as anyone's getting today. The bodies from the fight are laid out, and the surviving tribespeople look on in silence. Bakira's face is still streaked with tears, her golden eyes red-rimmed. Vikir murmurs half to himself that it's time to head back. Let's go back to the village, he says, and the group turns toward the mountains at dusk. Bandaged feet trudge the long walk home. The forest stretches on, quiet and golden in the fading light. A line of silhouettes makes its way back through the trees, tired but alive. The walk continues, worn feet and worn nerves. Bakira's eyes snap wide, something's wrong. The whole group freezes at the tree line. Wreckage, just wreckage where a village used to be. The village, someone stammers. Vikir and the others rush in, what happened? The warriors realize with horror, these are the people who stayed behind instead of going to the Iliad. Smoke and dust still hang over the ruins. A young village girl is sobbing, the madam came, is all she can get out. Bakira grabs Vikir frantic, are you okay, are you injured anywhere? Vikir's face has gone hard, red eyes narrowed on the wreckage. The girl struggles to find the words for what she saw. There's an injury here too, the damage runs deeper than the buildings. The mountain canyon stretches out, scarred by whatever tore through it. The story comes together. After the fighting ended, the madam showed up and went completely rampant. Before she ever arrived, smoke had been rising from grandfather's ceremonial tent. Someone points toward the source, deeper down the canyon path. A pained sound, a trembling leg, turns out Bakira's hurt too. The group closes in on a skeleton lying out in the open. Did he burn a plant that lures bugs? Vikir wonders, then it clicks, an orangutan's corpse. A fist slams down, Ahuman, even in death he's the one everyone's blaming. Another furious strike, fists clench so hard they shake. The survivors gather and Vikir's gaze narrows, red eyes taking it all in. Matriarch, your injury, someone cries out. The matriarch, wounded but unshaken, gives the order. Rebuild the village, gather food again, and let the uninjured see to the dead. Fist clenched despite the pain, she adds, and save the remaining survivors. Hurry up and move, there's no time to grieve yet. Bakira calls out and a massive white wolf lopes in, carrying something in its jaws. That something is a leg clawed and poisoned, it isn't good news. Vikir breaks down over his wolf's body, burying his face in its fur. I'm sorry for leaving you alone. A name gets attached to the horror, Madam Eight Legs, the forest's own evil goddess. Dark, poisoned energy still crackles off the wound she left behind. The Balak have simply written her off as a natural disaster, unstoppable, undeniable, a walking source of darkness. Which means, as far as anyone here's concerned, revenge isn't even on the table. Vikir sits with his back to us, silent, but somewhere in the dark forest, a hidden cave entrance glows, waiting. That night, Vikir walks up to a woman by the campfire. I came to ask you something. What's the matter, Vikir? She asks. Please tell me about Madam Eight Legs. She blinks, surprised he'd even ask. You want me to tell you about the madam? He holds up an old tribal record. This is a record of when Sir Adonai fought against the madam. The scroll is grim reading, notes on the madam's poison gathered from a neighboring tribe's own archives. Another scroll maps out her past fights with other monsters and even hints at where she hides. But after reading it, Vikir admits, I had a question. Why haven't you all tried to subjugate it together, he asks. He genuinely can't figure out why every tribe in the forest is this scared of one monster. Bakira explains, like the neighboring Lakoko, the Balak keep their own record of the madam, passed down for generations. It centers on one legendary fight, Sir Adonai, the tribe's archer hero, against the madam herself. In a hushed, inkwash flashback we see it, the archer god Adonai mid-leap bow drawn. He actually landed the shot, pierced one of her legs clean through and destroyed it. But that victory was exactly where the nightmare started. The destroyed leg grew right back, then it became two. Every leg they managed to wreck just came back stronger and harder to pierce, until eventually nothing could touch her at all. I can understand how strong the madam is, Bakira admits, just from the poison still left on Sir Adonai's arrow. The old scar on her side says the rest, she's been marked by this thing before. The madam is the evil goddess this whole forest built, one failed attempt at a time, she warns. If you're even thinking about going after her, don't. I don't want to lose any more of my family, she says quietly, half in shadow. Vikir isn't backing down. In his head he's already running the numbers. His odds against Aquila and Adonai right now are bad. But a monster, that's a whole different equation. Because in another life entirely, the world of the fall, he fought demons every bit as monstrous as she is. I have the experience of fighting against those demonic monsters, he tells himself, memories flickering behind his eyes. No matter how strong the madam is, he decides, she's still only a monster. Alone, he heads down into the dark, torchlight swallowed by the cave. Hood up, resolve set, I can kill. The forest holds its breath around him. The madam, his eyes catch the light glowing an unnatural red in the dark, and that's where this one leaves us. Picture a mountain range so remote nobody's supposed to be up here, and yet, here we are. Something is about to break the silence, and it is not a bird landing. Something just slammed into that peak like a cannonball. And there it is, a nightmare with way too many legs, tearing itself straight out of solid rock. Somebody's already swinging a blade the size of a small building at it. Meet the madam, a dozen burning eyes, fangs like broadswords, and apparently very allergic to getting stabbed. One clean cut and an entire leg is coming off the payroll. Leg number 1 down, she has got 7 more to lose, so let's back up and see how we got here. This whole nightmare started with one guy in a hood, way too calm for someone stalking a monster, and yes, that is Vikir. He's annoyed the thing he's hunting can't even wake up quietly. Priorities. He's been staking out the madam's lair for days straight, just to learn her routine. Turns out she hunts on a schedule, which is exactly the kind of intel a guy like Vikir lives for. 2 hours before she's back, that is his whole window. And he is not wasting a second of it. Sprinting straight across the mountainside like it's nothing. Then diving in head first. Straight for the web-choked entrance to her lair. Home sweet horrifying, home, the madam's personal nest. From the outside it's just a mountain. Inside it's hollowed out like a monster-sized apartment. He tears an opening straight into the rock with his bare hands. Then starts cutting his way through wall-to-wall spider silk. This stuff does not want to be cut. Even the cross-section of the webbing looks built to shred blades. Turns out regular sword school mana barely scratches it. So he improvises, if you can't beat the web, ride it. And rappels straight down into the dark using the monster's own silk. Deeper and deeper into the madam's front door. No backup, no light show, just him and the dark. The entrance is barely spider-sized up top, but it opens up wide the deeper he goes. Exactly the kind of space built for something enormous to live undisturbed. And that something has been keeping trophies wrapped up and hanging from the walls. Every single one of them, the madam's prey. Humans, monsters, doesn't matter to her, everything ends up on the menu. He can't even tell if she's making an example out of them or just stockpiling snacks. Either way, it tells him exactly how she thinks. With the clock running, he wants to learn everything he can before she gets home. Then he spots something hanging from the ceiling that definitely wasn't in the brochure. Egg sacs, a whole nursery's worth. Which means this isn't just one monster problem. It's a monster factory. So he grabs a sample very carefully to take home and study. One of the madam's own eggs, now his problem to examine. In his past life, eggs just like this one flooded the world with spider demons when everything finally fell apart. If he can study it now, maybe that future never has to happen. But he's not the only one paying attention to this mountain. Something with a lot of teeth is closing in fast. And Vikir suddenly realizes he is not alone down here anymore. The madam is coming home early. Way earlier than his 2-hour estimate. She fills the entire entrance on her way in. He flattens himself against the wall and barely dares to breathe. For one horrible second, he's sure she's already caught his scent. Lucky for him, a stolen skill that erases sound is doing exactly its job. Time to wrap this up and get out. Cut to a forest tribe's camp, life going on as normal as it gets when your neighbor is an unkillable spider. One thing's off though, nobody's seen Vikir in days. He's locked himself in his own hut. Rumor says there's smoke coming from his place, and honestly nobody wants to ask why. Everyone just shrugs it off. It's Vikir, he's probably got a plan. Except there is a problem, and it's standing right there in bandages. He's been avoiding Commander Ayin specifically. Ayin, the tribe's commander, and clearly not thrilled about being dodged. Word's already reached her, one way or another. Because everyone in this camp agrees on one thing, the madam cannot be beaten. And Ayin has a very specific, very justified fear about what Vikir's actually planning. Because the last time someone tangled with the madam, it cost their wolf Bakira a leg. Bakira will never run like before, and Ayin is terrified Vikir's next. She tries to say something and can't quite get it out. Someone else calls out to her, pulling her back before she finishes. She pulls herself together and heads inside anyway. There's something she needs to say. Inside, Vikir has turned his quarters into a full-blown war room. And Ayin walks straight into the middle of it. Every scrap of madam lore, every tribe in this forest he's collected all of it. Web samples, skin samples, and yes, that egg he swiped. Ayin's face says it all. He did not run this plan by anyone first. So it's confirmed, he's actually going after the thing nobody survives. And she immediately volunteers to come along. He shuts that down flat. She's still limping from her last fight, and he's not sugarcoating it. But he's not brushing her off either. He tells her straight once this is done, he's leaving the forest. There's unfinished business waiting back home in Baskerville. She already knew that was coming. Knowing doesn't make it easier to hear. But he's already making her a promise. He's planning his way back to her. And to make sure there's actually a place left to come back to, he lights the lamp and gets back to work, buried in research long into the night. His real goal isn't glory, it's protecting the one place he actually wants to come home to. The hunting plan for the madam already finished. And he's made himself one promise: whatever happened to Bakira is not happening to him. This isn't the first crisis he's talked this tribe through. There was the poison outbreak and the whole mess with Ahuman. Every time he's walked straight into the unsolvable. And somehow always come back with a win. She says his name like she's about to ask for something. And admits he's got her hopes up again. She's just asking if it's okay to actually believe in him this time. His answer doesn't need to be any longer than that. Somewhere out in the pouring rain, the real fight is already underway. A green-clawed monster comes in swinging. This isn't the madam, this is a different beast entirely, and it wants him just as dead. Some kind of swamp horror, all teeth and mud. It doesn't stay confident for long. One glowing haymaker later, and it's eating rock. Rain, blood, and one very one-sided beatdown. He barely looks winded. Now for the part he actually came for. The swamp marsh salamander itself, beaten down and cornered. Because this whole detour was never really about the fight. It's about the one piece he's still missing before he can even think about facing the madam. Give me that ability, salamander, and just like that, he takes it. Another monster's power, absorbed and added to his collection. Slot 1 is already locked to Beelzebub, glutton of flies and nasty burn injury power. Slot 2 is silent healing from Cerberus, Slot 3 is regeneration from Mashasu, and the swamp marsh salamander just earned itself a spot too. Out in a quiet forest village, a young builder wipes his brow. Another job finished. A brand new hut stands finished under the trees. All done, he grins. A few of his fellow villagers wander over to see what he's been up to. Turns out their buddy Ahun's been hiding carpenter skills, and this whole house, built just for Vikir. Ahun says Vikir's like a brother to him now, and building him a place to live is just what brothers do. His friends aren't letting that slide, brother. They laugh. You hated the guy at first. Ahun just about combusts. Shoo, shut up. Look at the place now, back to how it used to be, whole and thriving again. And everyone knows exactly who to thank for that. They head off to go find the man of the hour himself. Only problem, Vikir isn't home. His place is dark and empty. Maybe he just stepped out, someone shrugs. One villager's a little disappointed. She really wanted to see his face light up over the new house. Yeah, good luck with that. Does the vicar even own a touched expression? But one woman isn't laughing along. Something's clearly weighing on her. She wraps her wrist, steeling herself, so it's today, she murmurs. She slips off alone into the deep forest. Please, she whispers, hands clasped. God of the forest, she prays, bless the warrior about to face disaster. Because that warrior is already on the move, hood up, red eyes burning in the dark. It's Vikir. And just like that, he's gone, vanished into the trees. His destination, a black cave mouth carved into the mountainside. Something huge lives in there. She should be asleep by now, Vikir figures. Best time to hunt the madam, he says and steps inside. He's already wargamed every possible way this fight could go wrong. He's got a counter for every single one. Time to put the plan into motion. Blade drawn, he slices straight into a wall of thick webbing. The whole cave shudders as monstrous legs come slamming out of the dark. The hunt is officially on. Fangs and claws twitch in the shadows. The madam is very much awake now. A pulsing cocoon of purple silk swells behind her, ready to launch. Her legs coil, poised to strike. Steel flashes through the dark in a blur of crossing slashes. The madam shrieks as the strikes land. Vikir flips through the air, red eyes locked on his target. Baskerville 6 technique unleashed. The blade connects clean, slicing straight through one of her legs. The madam recoils, her whole body pulsing with fury. Her jaws snap open, spraying green blood everywhere. Vikir threads himself through her web strands without breaking stride. His eyes narrow, he's clocked something. According to the old records, that severed leg doesn't just grow back, it doubles. Sure enough, more legs come tearing straight out of the rock. Dark energy ripples through her swollen body. Even Vikir flinches at that one. Then I can use plan A, he decides, and here's the thing, a growing monster was never his problem, it's his plan. He streaks forward again, faster now. Another slash cuts loose across the cavern. The madam's jaws yawn wide, ready to bite back. Corrosive green poison bursts through the air. It coats the walls of the cave in seconds. Vikir slashes his way straight through the toxic cloud. Poison splatters across the rock behind him. Another burst of it erupts right in his path. A stray droplet finally catches his arm. He coughs up blood on the spot. The madam's poison doesn't mess around, it's already spreading through him. Didn't want to do it this way, he mutters, catching his breath. His fist punches clean through her hide, green blood spraying from the wound. Deep in the dark, something pulses an ominous pink. The poison's crawling up his arm now, veins darkening, but that fist stays clenched. The madam's eyes flicker, she's caught off guard by something. No need to be surprised, Vikir tells her. I'm in the same boat as you now. Turns out he can bounce back from wounds just as fast as she can regrow legs. His fist glows, steady despite the poison working through him. He winds up for another strike and launches straight at her. He spins through the air, blade trailing red light. The hit lands hard and she shudders under the blow. A fiery red slash tears clean through her armor. Green blood detonates outward from the wound. Vikir's glare doesn't let up for a second. He's airborne again, aura blazing red around him. The madam recoils, screeching in pain. Vikir coughs again, that poison is still working against him. She fires back with a barrage of hardened web spikes. He weaves through the barrage without slowing down. He twists clear of another strike. Her armored hide still holds firm in most places. He slashes again, driving in harder. Sparks fly where the blade connects. Green ichor bursts from a fresh gash in her hide. Vikir launches skyward again, jaw set. And true to form, she just doubles her legs again like it costs her nothing. She roars, Vikir's glare only sharpens. A severed claw drops in the dark, oozing green. A hand reaches for the fallen limb. Vikir startles, something's not adding up. He staggers back, blood pooling beneath him. How many times have I regenerated now, he wonders, gasping for air. Healing over and over burns through his stamina fast. On the other hand, he thinks, that monster just doubles her legs like it costs her nothing at all. Convenient, right? Almost too convenient. Vikir's exhausted face slowly curls into a smirk. He leaps across her tangled web. The strands snap taut as she closes in on him. Steel rings out as her many eyes flare bright pink. She senses something's wrong. Her whole clawed bulk rears up, all those extra legs now more curse than blessing. The webs jerk taut and she freezes, genuinely startled. She's cornered and she knows it. Knew I'd never outrun you, Vikir smirks. So this whole time the plan was getting you to double your own legs. Doubling your legs every time one's cut off, you'd think that would make you harder to move, twice the legs, twice the tangle, classic overkill backfiring beautifully. Vikir surges forward, cape snapping behind him. Her web now spans the entire cave around her. I already knew you'd fall back on your web once it came to this, he says. He draws out a strange, glowing red dagger. Studied your web, found a nasty little weakness. It won't burn from normal fire. But it goes up like kindling against purple hellfire straight from the underworld. The dagger flares with searing pink-purple flame. And this whole cave, he adds, is packed with gas from every corpse you've ever left down here. Vikir stands over the wreckage, dead calm. You've stacked up way too much karma, he tells her. Getting drunk on power, his red eye glints, that smile turning razor sharp. Her eyes flare wide, dawning real panic. All right, Vikir says, time to collect on that karma. The hellfire dagger plunges straight down. A blinding pink-white explosion rips through the entire cavern. The blast keeps roaring outward, swallowing everything. When the fire finally clears, the hunt is over and the madam's reign of terror along with it. Years into his sword training, Vikir stands alone in a dim records room, notes pinned across the wall, picking back through his own hunt report. Someone presses him on the details: Le Rouge et Le Noir Mountain, and Vikir picks the story back up without missing a beat. During his practical evaluation, he says, he crossed paths with a Cerberus that had clearly been driven out of its own territory, and that struck him as very wrong. The three-headed hellhound itself was bad enough, but his real question was why barbarians would bother chasing something that dangerous out of the mountain in the first place. Turns out it wasn't heroics, something even nastier was expanding its territory and shoving the Cerberus and every other hellbeast out ahead of it. The trail led back to Baskerville's own turf. The barbarians got pushed into the mountain because of one culprit Vikir just calls the madam. Digging further, he tracked the madam's lair to a hidden pocket at the very back of the mountain, and from the look on his face, what he found there was worth the hunt. Her one blind spot: she keeps her distance from anything resembling hellfire, since that is exactly what melts through her hide. Cut to the fight itself. Blade drawn, eyes glowing, Vikir mutters that her weakness was right under his nose the whole time. He closes the gap in a blink, his sword crashing down in a burst of raw magic energy. One of the Cerberus's three heads snarls right back at him, undeterred. The strike lands and the ground itself detonates around them. Through the smoke, Vikir presses the attack without letting up for a second. The hellhound roars in pain as another blast tears through its hide. Another shockwave rips through the clearing. Sword and claw trade blows across the shattered rock. The mountainside itself is getting torn to pieces in the crossfire. Vikir lines up the finishing blow and tells the beast flat out that it's time to pay for its karma. The Cerberus shrieks as the killing blow connects. Its death throes rattle the whole clearing. One last roar and the fight is basically over. The hellhound's form dissolves into nothing. Battered and barely dressed after the fight, Vikir touches back down on solid ground. Smoke and embers curl off him as he catches his breath. Shirtless, clothes shredded, he stands alone on the cliff. Round 1 is done, round 2 is still waiting. With the Cerberus dealt with, Vikir turns to target number 2, a monster he's nicknamed the Madam, who can't spin a single web anymore and as long as she's alive has nowhere left to run. His plan is simple and brutal: fill her lungs with smoke and let it cook her from the inside out. Crank the heat up with actual hellfire, and her outer shell should just melt away. All that's left, he figures, is to sit back and wait for the madam to finally drop. Once the fire burns out, all he has to do is walk up and claim whatever ability she's hiding. He watches the smoke intently, waiting for the kill to finish itself. Then something in the wreckage makes him freeze. This is not how it was supposed to go. Flames and embers erupt where the madam was supposed to be dying quietly. Something huge is moving through the scorched underbrush. A monstrous spiked shape rips itself free of the rubble. It's tearing loose with way more force than Vikir bargained for. A shockwave blasts outward and all Vikir can manage is a stunned what? Sweat on his brow, he realizes his sure thing just became a very real problem. The madam bursts fully out of the rock, a massive, fanged, spider-like horror with striped orange legs. Worse, she's blasted straight through the mountainside to make her escape. His trap didn't hold. Her striped, segmented body skitters off through the wreckage. Vikyr has no choice but to chase her down through the ruined terrain. She hisses back at him, very much not finished yet. So he switches tactics, flooding the forest with a fresh wave of searing magic. The blast lights up the whole mountain like fireworks. Green fire rains down through the trees, chasing her scent trail. The forest keeps smoldering under the magical downpour. Scorched residue drips off the branches, proof the burn is doing its job. Deep in a rocky ravine, Vikyr closes in on the wounded madam, sword ready. She thrashes around blindly and it hits him. She genuinely can't find him anymore. The sensing hairs on her eyes and skin, the thing that let her track him, got burned clean off. Blind and half-cooked from overexerting herself just to blow through that mountain, she's finally on the back foot. Vikyr spots a crack splitting her shell and decides this fight is still very winnable. He lunges in, blade carving through the air toward the opening. Airborne sword raised, he commits fully to the strike. Red magic coils around his fist as he channels everything into the hit. He's got one shot to land it exactly on the crack she tore into her own shell. Lightning-like energy crackles off him as the strike builds. He unleashes it, the Baskerville 6 technique, and the whole ravine lights up red. The explosion keeps rolling outward, swallowing everything nearby. Even Vikyr gets thrown by his own attack's backlash. Picking himself up, he realizes one clean hit won't be enough. He's going to need several. Gritting his teeth, he steadies himself for another go. The madam's massive clawed foot slams down nearby. It scrapes and scrambles across the rock, hunting for him by feel alone. A cluster of glowing magenta eyes emerges from underneath her, eyes he hadn't noticed before. One clawed limb sweeps blindly through the dark toward him. It clicks for Vikyr all at once, go for the eyes. He locks onto the new target, resolve hardening on his face. He slashes in and she bolts, fleeing across the ravine in a panic of her own. She slams a limb down right where he's standing. The impact throws up a wall of rock and dust. Vikyr realizes too late that he misjudged the hit, and it costs him. Somehow she's regenerating by shedding chunks of her own skin, and the blast has taken both of Vikyr's legs with it. Even his own freakish healing feels sluggish right now, like he's just plain worn out. He lies there gasping, sweat-soaked, forcing air into his lungs. His breathing stays ragged as his body fights to knit itself back together. In the dark nearby, her eyes glow as she closes back in. He tells himself through gritted teeth that he needs to get up fast. As he fades in and out, a voice presses him on why he's even out here throwing his life away on a monster like this. If it's really about his real goal, the voice needling him says he should have walked out of this forest a long time ago. A pair of boots stand quietly beside his head as the thought sinks in. The voice cuts deeper, he should only be thinking about killing one man, taking his revenge on Hugo. His heart pounds as he lies there, wrung out, letting the accusation land. A cloaked figure looms over him, sword in hand, watching him choose. Vikyr answers without hesitation, that revenge is the only thing he's ever really wanted. His eye burns red one more time, vision swimming as he forces himself back toward the fight. We open in the dark. Someone's flat on the ground, one bloodshot red eye glaring out from under a curtain of matted hair. Not exactly a great start for our hero. A voice above him asks why he's even bothering to fight a monster like this. If it's really for his goal, he should have left the forest a long time ago. Another jab follows, huffed out between breaths. Forget the monster, he should have only been thinking about one thing, revenge on Hugo. Someone stands over him, boots planted, the picture of quiet menace. Down on the ground, he just grits his teeth and huffs, one red eye locked on the figure looming over him. Since that's my only desire, he rasps back, sword still gripped tight in his hand. His eyes flare a furious red. Whatever this is about, it's clearly personal. Cut to a memory, a pale, blood-flecked face in profile lit up like a nightmare. A screaming voice tears through the dark, screeching at him to remember his hatred for Hugo. Something huge and fanged looms out of the gloom, growling about the exact feeling of a blade opening his throat. We see him walking away from a fresh kill in the woods, sword resting over his shoulder, mission apparently done. A name stamps itself across his face like a brand, Vikyr Van Baskerville. His own voice cuts in over the memory. The only reason he exists, he says, is to carry out whatever missions his master hands him. No matter the situation, the mission always mattered more than his own life. That's the rule he lived by. That's what he was taught from the moment he was born, drilled into him behind closed doors. That's what I believed, he admits, watching a pale, long-haired figure walk calmly away from him down a corridor. A blade flashes. His face hangs upside down, bloodied, eyes wide open. He realized his whole life had been futile, wasted, the exact second his own master cut his head off. The memory lingers on the man responsible, the one he spent lifetimes hating, Hugo. Standing tall in a haze of red, he swears he'll make Hugo feel that exact same despair. By killing him, by burning Baskerville to the ground. That despair from back then still sits in his chest like a brand. A voice cuts through the memory, but you messed everything up. Something in the vision snarls back about killing Hugo and destroying Baskerville, one red eye blazing. Chained upside down, he screams about the very reason he exists. A red-haired figure stands with their back turned. The reason I exist, the memory starts up again. He asks himself, has there ever been a moment he actually defied Hugo's will in that past life? The answer comes flat, there has. Back in the present, he's still walking, deep in a dark forest. That one moment, when he actually considered deserting his group entirely. A trio of hooded Baskerville soldiers stand watch in formation. Two more fall in step behind him as he keeps moving through the trees. Footsteps crunch through the underbrush. He presses on, lost in thought. He chose the path his chain was dragging him down, same as the two puppet-like figures dangling above him in the memory. Chained, he trudges on through the woods. The chain rattles cold and close. He was just another one of his master's well-trained bloodhounds, he admits, grim-faced. His jaw clenches, teeth bared in raw frustration. Don't tie me down, he growls. Not Hugo's commands, not even his own sense of duty for revenge. I will no longer give you the right to do anything to me, he snarls, his whole face splitting with fury. Because yes, the moment he was executed by Hugo is exactly where all of this started. He regretted that decision, he admits, as something with glowing red eyes lurks in the dark nearby. Blood drips, what I sincerely, he starts. Want is, he trails off, falling, still chained mid-thought. Something enormous shrieks from above the tree line. A monstrous mouth splits open, three pink eyes glowing in the dark. This is the thing he's actually fighting right now. Steel flashes. And then him, shirtless and wrecked, sprawled out in the rubble once it's over. His hand claws weakly at the ground. Then a burst of raw power detonates around him. Debris rains down over his crumpled body. His hand reaches up, shaking. Revenge, Hugo's face flickers through his mind, red eye and all. But another memory pushes through, a warmer one, a tribal family, a laughing woman, kids underfoot, all his real desires wrapped up in a single scene. His hand closes into a fist. And he roars it out loud, I want to live by my own desires. Something in him finally, quietly lets go. Back in the fight, banged up but standing. In order to no longer be controlled by anyone or anything, he shouts, and this time he means every word. A blade of pure energy rips through the dark. Above him, the real threat comes into view, an enormous spider thing, all legs and fangs. Moonlight cuts through the canopy over the battlefield. He drops low, coiled and ready to strike again. Another slash connects, carving clean through one of the creature's legs. Sweat and grit streak his face, he's not slowing down. This spider bastard, he spits. Out of nowhere, a fierce voice cuts through the fight, don't touch my husband, candidate. A tribal warrior girl comes charging in, sharp yellow eyes and a streak of white through dark hair. We've come to fight alongside you. She rallies the troops behind her, all Balak warriors. A whole line of archers comes scrambling down the cliffside to back him up. One warrior, who clearly sees himself as Vikir's own brother, is stunned. He tried to shoulder this monster alone. Words already spreading, Vikir's the one who's cornered the beast they call the Madam. A tribesman bellows the order, everyone prepare for battle. Help the hero of the forest, someone shouts, bow already drawn. The whole tribe piles into the fight against the giant spider they call the Madam. Claws and fangs clash in the dark as the battle turns into a full-on brawl. A bandaged fist tightens, ready for another round. You didn't listen at all when I told you not to come here, he scolds, diving straight back into the fray. But thanks to you I survived, Ayan, he admits, so that's her name. Blood runs down his arm as he stares wide-eyed. This fight is taking a serious toll. Another flurry of strikes rips through the air. The madam shrieks, all her pink eyes flashing across her monstrous body. The exchange keeps going blow for blow. Someone grits out in frustration, "Can I not yet destroy it?" He pulls back, huffing hard, glaring the creature down. Blades cut through the dark in another exchange. Streaks of light mark every single slash. The spider goes airborne, thrashing into the barrage. "Be careful," someone yells. The madam has officially gone rampant now. One of the elf-feared warriors gasps. That rampage means Vickers actually got her cornered. She shouts to the rest of the tribe, "Everyone, don't back off, keep fighting." An archer draws back, taking aim at the chaos below. Her feet plant firm on the rock, she's not backing down either. Face set, breathing hard, she's clearly about to do something reckless. This, she decides, is the only thing left to do. A burst of purple energy rips through the battlefield. She thinks back to how this reckless kid taught her how to destroy fear itself, watching him fly straight at the beast. She grunts through the pain, coughing. This is a disaster and she knows it. She keeps moving anyway. Another wave of pain crosses her face. Her eye glows an unnatural blue, locked dead on the target. "I need to do this even if I vomit blood or tear my wound wide open," she tells herself, pouring everything she's got into one shot to open a path for him. The strike rips clean through the tree line. The spider's massive jaws snap shut just short of him. He dashes in as an arrow screams past overhead. That's Ayan's opening. He surges straight through the gap she just carved open. His eyes go dead calm, the killing focus of someone who's done this before. A red blade of energy tears the air wide open. He's already lining up the next strike. More slashes fan out, precise and brutal. He's not holding back anymore. A sphere of red light cracks open around his fist. The dark swallows the whole battlefield for a second. Lightning crackles off him as he moves. Another strike lands hard. The madam's pink eyes flash with pain. She shrieks, light bursting out around her. One more slash tears her wide open. And then it's announced outright, blazing across the sky, Baskerville first technique. Vickers went inside the madam. Someone from the tribe gasps, horrified. He's fighting from the inside of the beast now. Second technique, biting fang. Third technique, slicing fang. Red energy shreds clean through flesh. Fourth technique, tearing fang. The blast of red says it all. Fifth technique, shredding fang. Another brutal slash follows right after. The madam finally buckles, collapsing under the assault. The forest goes quiet in the aftermath. "I will no longer," he declares, chains snapping into view around him in the vision. "Live the life of a bloodhound," he says, his eye burning steady. That is led by its shackles, and the chains finally start to give. He wrenches free, the last links straining and cracking apart. Baskerville, the technique name, begins, chains shattering around him. Sixth technique. Crushing fang, and the finishing blow lands with everything he's got. He rises out of the wreckage at last, finally, truly free of the leash that raised him. Deep in some monster's den, jagged claws and gnashing teeth crash through the dark. We're dropped straight into a fight already going very wrong for somebody. Row after row of dagger teeth flash in close. Whatever's on the business end of that mouth is not walking away clean. Something massive stirs in the shadows, crackling with menace, gathering itself for one final, ugly move. Then it happens, the house-sized spider queen the locals call the madam comes crashing down. A stunned archer and her scarred companion can barely process what they're seeing somehow. Vickers just climbed out of the dying beast's own eye. Vickers falling through open air, and poison is already crawling through his veins. Was there poison in the madam's blood? The thought hits like a second sting, red creeping across his vision. He's down, poisoned, and barely holding onto consciousness, and that spider still isn't finished with him. Something huge and segmented shrieks nearby in the dark. This fight isn't over yet. Turns out the beast's dying too. Its screech this time pure agony instead of triumph. Half dead and still moving, Vickers drags himself forward. He needs to hurry. One goal left, find water and wash the poison out before it finishes the job. The poison spreading fast, veins blackening all the way up his arm. Somehow he's still climbing, hand over hand up a bare cliff face, refusing to just lie down and die. And there she is in full, the madam, a spider the size of a house, fangs still dripping the poison currently trying to kill him. Backing her up, a three-headed hound snarls out of the dark. Two monsters, one very outnumbered swordsman. The madam's mandibles gleam as she closes in for the kill. There's poison, it's too dangerous to get any closer, someone shouts. Someone else screams right back, straining against whoever's holding her. Let go, Vikir. Tears streaming, she screams that he can't die. Not now, not when there's still so much left unsaid. Battered and bleeding, Vikir still finds the energy to grumble that he's fine and everyone needs to quiet down. Some things never change. A tear-streaked face leans over him in disbelief, choking out his name like she can't quite believe he's actually breathing. I was worried, you dummy, she scolds him, relief and anger tangled up in the same breath. The system flashes its rewards for the kill poison abilities harvested from both the Hound and the Spider Queen, the spoils of barely surviving. Time skip, days later the whole village is still throwing a full-blown rager, using the dead monster's carcass as party furniture. Vikir, draped in a flower lei he definitely did not ask for, looks thoroughly overwhelmed by all the hospitality. He's genuinely lost count of how many days this celebration has been going. Honestly, respect. Half the village is passed out drunk in the dirt. These barbarians really do not do things halfway. One very happy wolf pants away, tongue lolling, having the time of its life. Vikir checks in on Bakira, the wolf that took a beating fighting alongside him. You lost a leg, but I heard you overpowered another wolf and found your partner. Good job, he tells her and means it. Rest, he adds quietly, I already took revenge for you. Even the wolf looks a little stunned by that. After finally killing the madam, unskilled as he still is, Vikir finds he can suddenly use his father's seventh technique. Was it the achievement effect from the kill, he wonders, or just the brutal, bone-deep lesson of nearly dying? He pictures his father's face. Hugo's version of the seventh technique is undeniably great, his own is still rough around the edges. Going toe-to-toe with a sword master like Hugo head-on is still, frankly, a losing bet for now. Still, he's come a long way from where he started, that much he'll allow himself to admit. Goal complete out here, time he decides to head back to Baskerville. His eyes flare crimson, scars already knitting shut across his chest. That unkillable body of his just keeps proving its worth. Coat slung over his shoulder, Vikir gives his thanks for being let go without a fuss. What reason would I have to stop you? The tribe's chief asks, arms crossed, watching him prepare to leave. Once you've become part of our family, she tells him, you'll always be part of it. Being a part doesn't mean the ties are severed, she adds, simple but it clearly lands. The tribe's grizzled hunting commander steps up too. Wherever he goes, Vikir now carries the title of honorary Balak hunting commander. Don't forget it. He offers a quiet thank you, then can't help wondering, is she not coming to say goodbye? Walking off with Bakira at his side, he figures it can't be helped. She never did like the idea of him leaving. I'll be leaving then, he says, immediately swarmed by half the village screaming for him to think of them and go conquer the empire already. May the hero's path be filled with blessings. Brother, come back anytime, I'll be right here waiting. Two girls shout after him to keep them updated, calling him Brother Vikir like he's family too. Goodbye Vikir, our hero. The whole village cheers as he heads off down the forest path. Then he stops, footsteps, fast ones, are closing in on him from behind. Someone's sprinting after him at full speed, and he glances back just in time to see who. Ayan, out of breath, hair a mess, and clearly not ready to just let him walk off. Are you really leaving? She asks. He doesn't have an easy answer and his silence says enough. Take this with you, she says, pushing something heavy and wrapped into his arms. He unwraps it stunned. This is not a casual parting gift. Anubis, she tells him, the name alone carrying weight. It's the legendary bow once wielded by a warrior named Adonai. She's just handed him a piece of history. And she adds, not quite done yet, holding something else out to him. A choker fastened around his neck, its chain deliberately snapped in two. A choker with a broken chain. He turns the thought over as he buttons his shirt back up. I made it because you kept talking about bloodhounds in your sleep back when you collapsed, she admits, a little embarrassed. Vikir, you're not a bloodhound, she says firmly. No bloodhound would ever act like you do. You're a wolf. It's strange seeing you dragged around on somebody else's chain. Who would have thought you'd be the one comforting me like this, he murmurs, thank you. For a second their faces drift close, the air between them gone very quiet. He walks off across the open field, wind catching his coat, the moment still hanging in the air behind him. Ayan wipes at her eyes, cheeks wet, watching him go with a look she's not even trying to hide anymore. I heard that's just how you say goodbye in the Empire, she calls out, playing the almost kiss off as a joke. You used to be smaller than me, she adds, flustered. Boo, but you've really grown a lot since then. Be careful, he tells her, bow slung over his shoulder, smiling despite himself. That's the first time I've ever heard that was how you say goodbye in the Empire, he shoots back, grinning. Ayan brushes her wind-blown hair back, still watching the path long after he's gone. She smiles through the tears anyway, hair streaming in the wind, watching her hero walk toward whatever comes next. And with that, one chapter of Vikyr's story quietly closes, and the road back to Baskerville begins. Under cover of night, a hooded figure drops off a cliff edge above a sleeping town. No hesitation, no warm-up, just a leap into the dark. Below him sprawls a walled castle town, quiet and moonlit. It has been a long time since anyone here has seen this face. He races along the top of the outer wall, silhouette cutting across the night sky, sizing the place up before he ever sets foot in it. The Red All Castle, he thinks, a name from his past and apparently from a lot of other people's stories too now. The Morgue family banners still fly over the mining camps, so they never stopped pulling rubies out of this mountain. Which means the Morgues and the Baskervilles are still in bed together business-wise. Some alliances just don't quit. Is she still here, he wonders. There's exactly one person on his mind and it isn't the ruby business. He goes quiet, hood up, and just watches the town for a moment before making his move. He lands and cracks the stone under his boots. Subtle, real subtle entrance for a guy trying to stay hidden. Getting late, he figures, might as well find a room for the night. First order of business, locate an inn. He tugs the hood in tighter. Whatever he's walking into, he'd rather do it as a nobody. Then something catches his eye, those red eyes narrow. A towering gold statue looms over the square. When did they build this? Definitely wasn't here before. He steps closer, squinting up at the thing, trying to place it. A gold statue in the middle of town. That's not exactly a normal Tuesday decoration. A guard comes charging over, spear in hand, screaming bloody murder about anyone touching the hero's statue. Chill out, buddy. Hero, are you a foreigner? You really don't know who that is. The guard looks personally offended by the ignorance. Him, Vikyr repeats, playing dumb. The guard can't believe there's still someone in the Empire who hasn't heard the legend. A younger guy jumps in, fist clenched, practically vibrating. He was there when it happened, he says, and he is not about to hold back the story. The power to kill countless barbarians with a single sword, they say. The legend gets bigger with every telling. Not just strength, they insist. Chivalry too. This mystery man dove headfirst into danger to save the Morgue family's beloved daughter. And then, so the story goes, he sacrificed himself, holding off a monster alone so the others could escape. The reenactment gets increasingly dramatic, fists flying, claws swiping, the whole 9 yards. It's so moving it makes me tremble, the guard gushes. Out of pure gratitude, the Morgue family had a gold statue carved in his honor. Under the hood, Vikyr's expression sours. This story, don't tell him it's about who he thinks it's about. His name is, the guard announces, building to the big reveal like he's been waiting his whole life to say it. The statue's face catches the light and Vikyr's stomach drops. He knows exactly where this is going. Vikyr van Baskerville, yep, there it is, his own name shouted like scripture. I knew it, the guard whispers, awestruck by the resemblance. Vikyr can only sweat awkwardly under his own myth. The scene shifts to the Baskerville Manor itself, lit up and waiting in the dark, oblivious to what's already walking toward it. Cut to a tavern where someone slams down an empty mug mid-story. Turns out Vikyr's legend has fans everywhere. I still haven't forgotten how my heart skipped the first time I saw Sir Vikyr, one of 3 identical orange-haired girls, sighs into her drink. Honestly, I just thought he was a pretty boy, her sister admits. Same, agrees the third. Meet the triplets, not exactly a united front. There it is, the garrison's favorite Sir Vicyr story. One squeals, he just had charisma, another agrees. I wanted to get close to him, but it wasn't easy, she admits, cheeks pink at the memory. Still, we talked to him plenty when we first met him, she adds, clearly still riding the high of it. Although those 3 mutts from the Baskerville family kept getting in the way, she grumbles. His rowdy half-brothers never far from the gossip. Seriously, when I saw him, all my exhaustion just disappeared, she sighs, hand on her cheek. That statue doesn't even capture half of Sir Vicyr's true beauty, she declares. Meanwhile, the actual Sir Vicyr is sitting 3 feet away, hood up, listening to all of it. It's a lot different from how he remembers it actually going down, he thinks. History's gotten a serious glow-up since he left. Did everything Adolph Morg and the joined forces actually pulled off just get pinned on him instead? Seems that way. One part checks out at least. He really did fight the madam at the very end, so the legend isn't a total lie. Elsewhere, Hugo Le Baskerville seethes. Believing his son dead, he stormed the Morgue estate again and again, making scenes nobody could talk him down from. The Morgue family eventually paid a hefty compensation just to smooth things over. But money never actually cooled Hugo's rage. Grief dressed up as fury, and it never really left him. Well, he lost a useful attack dog, of course he'd be mad, Vicyr mutters into his mug. Cold, but not exactly wrong. And apparently the compensation itself wasn't even enough to satisfy him. Ah, if he was alive, we would have made a great couple, one triplet sighs dreamily, completely derailing the mood. No, I'd have definitely won him over, her sister fires back. Don't fight, sisters, the third cuts in, we can all date him, a truly airtight plan. Sigh, why are we even fighting? He's gone, one finally admits. The joke has a sad edge to it and everyone at the bar seems to feel it. I can't listen to them anymore, one sister mutters, done with the whole conversation. In the crowded tavern, hood still up, Vicyr has clearly had enough of hearing his own eulogy secondhand. Sister, the barbarians have been quiet, why are you acting like this? She's drunk again, someone sighs. Shut up, my female senses are telling me he's suspicious. One triplet snaps, eyes locked on the hooded stranger. Hurry up and come over here, she demands. Vicyr's red eye flicks toward her, unreadable. How dare you ignore me? She lunges, reaching straight for his hood. Before her fingers get close, Vicyr reacts on instinct. Vines erupt out of nowhere, binding the whole room in an instant. So much for staying low-key. One by one, everyone nearby gets caught up in the tangle before they even understand what's happening. Thorny green mana whips through the room. This is not the kind of magic a random traveler should be able to pull off. The guards freeze, whoever this guy is, he is very clearly not just some tourist. Vicyr grips the binding vine himself, completely in control of the chaos he just started. He's already moving, footsteps sharp against the floorboards before anyone can pin him down. The whole tavern erupts into pandemonium, guards and triplets alike tangled up in glowing green thorns. One of the triplets ends up pinned tight, staring wide-eyed at the man who did it. This is getting annoying, Vicyr mutters while a guard shoves a spear his way. Who are you? Take off your hood and tell us. Doesn't matter, he says. I was going to tell the Baskerville family I'm back anyway. The chain at his collar shifts as he finally lets the hood fall back. Oh my goodness, the triplet's jaws hit the floor in unison. Face bared at last, dark hair, red eyes, that chain choker glinting in the lamplight. Unmistakable. Wait, his face, one of the triplets stammers, unable to look away. His expression's a little off, but it's just like the statue. Someone breathes, putting the pieces together in real time. In the red eyes, the black hair, the math is starting to add up fast. Don't tell me, the realization creeps in like ice water. The name catches in both their throats at once, neither one able to finish it. Sir Vicyr, somebody finally manages to say the whole name out loud. The Baskerville Manor sits quiet under the night sky, completely unaware that word of its lost son is already racing toward it. You could have just stayed in the Fortress VIP room, one triplet scolds, now fully in escort mode. I really did believe you were still alive, Sir Vicyr, she adds, and for once the teasing drops away completely. Since you came to see me first, another starts, already claiming favorite status. No, he came to see me, Victor cuts in flatly, all business. Turns out he'd already sent word ahead through a messenger owl. I asked you to contact the Baskerville family, he reminds them, riding on ahead. This was never a surprise homecoming. We thought it was great news. The triplets are really annoying, he mutters when they push to escort him further. It's fine, you must be busy, he says, brushing off their offer without much room for argument. We have no work, so we just sleep, one admits. Good to know, he says, already planning to report the Morgue family's escorts as lazy. Then, almost as an afterthought, come to think of it, I didn't see Camus Morgue. How is she? The question he's clearly been sitting on. The triplets' expressions shift immediately. That is not a simple question, apparently. The Hall of Darkness. Camus has apparently pulled out of her uncle's Hall of Light entirely and buried herself in it instead. Before he regressed, Victor remembers, Camus had a brutal falling out with Snake, the head of that very Hall of Darkness. History doing something it never used to. Is this another piece of the future he accidentally rewrote just by disappearing? The thought sits heavy. Tell Camus I want to see her when she has time, he says, and tell her to leave the Hall of Darkness. That's really all he has to say, one triplet whispers, unimpressed. After 2 years and they were even together, romance apparently is not his strong suit. He rides on into the forest, message delivered, business unfinished. The hero of Red All Mountain has returned. The news tears through the empire faster than anyone can contain it. A messenger owl cuts across the mountains, carrying the word onward before Victor himself even arrives. At the Morgue estate, an old clerk cackles over the letter while a young girl doodles hearts around a sketch of the hero. Gossip travels fast. A bespectacled office clerk reads the announcement aloud, his assistant lighting up with excitement. The whole Hall of Light is buzzing. Meanwhile, in the darker halls of the Baskerville estate, a heavy door waits, silent. Hugo sits alone in the shadows, hand pressed to his face, still unaware that everything is about to change. A maid comes sprinting through the halls, message clutched tight, an owl trailing right behind her. Pa Patriarch, even the household's unshakable old butler looks rattled reading it. One of Hugo's advisors bursts in, letter in hand, breathless with the news. The old butler can only stare, stunned, waiting for Hugo's reaction. And for the first time in 2 years, Hugo Le Baskerville's mask cracks completely, red eyes blazing in the dark. Victor Van Baskerville. The name that turned into a legend while he was gone. And this time, he's not hiding behind a hood anymore. The Hound has returned, and nothing in this empire is ready for it. His secretary blinks at him, still not over it. You came through the window last time, he mutters. But this time you came through the main door, the man notes before catching himself and greeting him properly. Deputy Consul. Victor strolls in and drops into the chair across from him like he owns the place. He just stares back in total silence, the kind of silence that makes grown men sweat. Anyways, Secretary Chihuahua, Victor finally asks, why are there people gathered outside? Outside, a crowd's gathering in the dark, lanterns bobbing, all waiting on something. Turns out news of his return spread across the whole empire, and this welcoming committee brought fan signs, hearts and all. Everyone has come to welcome you, Deputy Consul Chihuahua explains. Victor's response is a flat, unbothered how annoying. A little girl comes barreling down the hall screaming Daddy. Someone gently corrects her mid-sprint Pomerian, it's not Daddy, it's Uncle, and she swaps gears without missing a beat. Uncle. He scoops her up like he's done it 100 times, and she squeals, thrilled, desperate to show him something. That something is a very dead mouse. Hee, I caught a mouse, she beams, holding up the corpse like a trophy. It's dead, but it's a cute rodent. Be careful you don't catch the Black Death, he deadpans. Okay, she chirps, entirely unbothered. Back to business, he asks whether the problems with an underdog have finally been resolved. Thanks to you introducing Cindy Wendy, they've all been resolved, Chihuahua reports. She's an excellent worker, he adds, but there's a catch. One case even she couldn't crack. A hand slides an envelope across the desk, stamped F10. In recent years, children from the slums have been vanishing. Silhouetted kids stand frozen beneath a pair of looming hands. All the children have disappeared without a trace, so it wasn't the monsters, Chihuahua finishes grimly. No physical evidence, but I think it was done by the same person. Vikir's grip tightens on the report. Something about this case has clearly rattled him. His eyes flash crimson, sweat beading like the paper might bite him back. A brutal memory surfaces uninvited, a chained, bloodied figure surrounded by shadows. This children's disappearance case in Underdog City. It's similar to what I was framed with. The chains, the setup, all of it hits far too close to home. He catches himself. No, that happens several years later. A flicker of unease crosses his face anyway. The reason why I think this case is connected to that, before he can finish, the door bursts open. Daddy, Uncle, look at this. Pomerian barges in, Chihuahua flinching hard at the interruption. Pomerian, Uncle is busy, right? Vikir starts before she cuts him off gleefully. The mouse, it's alive. Both men freeze on the spot. Pomerian, did you bring it back to life? The mouse, very much alive now, perches happily on her shoulder. Yeah, she confirms. Vikir's certain she resurrected it, and his mind races. Is this voodooism, drawing on mana from another dimension? The mouse scurries along her arm as she cackles with delight, blissfully unaware of the concern she's causing. When did you know you could do that? He presses. She fidgets, suddenly bashful under the question. 1-2-3 nights ago, she guesses. I copied what the tribe's people did. His mind spins. Ingenious families like the Baskervilles and Morgs, kids don't even touch magic before age 8. A 5-year-old wielding mana from another dimension, mana that's nearly impossible to even sense, isn't precocious. It's terrifying. He can already picture the reaction: fury, bared teeth, blazing eyes, black magic. And she has barbarian blood too. Execute her right now. The imagined verdict thunders through his head. He pulls her close at the window as a white messenger bird lands. I think it's for the best that they never meet. The house goes quiet for a beat, the calm before whatever's coming next. A hand plucks a message straight off the messenger bird's leg. What? Vikir asks sharply, Pomerian still tugging at his sleeve about something else entirely. Chihuahua's face drains of all color. DD Deputy Consul, this is bad, he stammers, scrambling upright. THTH the main house, THTH the patriarch II is P personally, he can barely spit the sentence out. Under cover of night and rain, a tall, long-haired figure strides toward the estate, an old aide trailing behind. Word is he'll reach Underdog City any moment now. Coffee gets poured as the tense little reunion gets underway. I don't understand, speak slowly and calmly, Vikir tells his still frazzled secretary. A carriage door creaks open somewhere out in the dark. Footsteps descend into the rain, their guest has arrived. Chihuahua nearly jumps out of his skin, while the composed old aide simply straightens his glasses. Father and son finally come face to face, so you've returned, yes. Vikir's mind is already racing. Hugo showed up without warning, so he's stashed Pomerian in the next room. Nobody can know about her yet. He keeps his face carefully neutral as Hugo settles in. Good, what have you been up to? While wandering the forest, I stayed with the barbarians and focused on recovering my injuries, Vikir explains smoothly. I pretended to be friendly and got a grasp on them. And I was able to think of a way to wipe them out. Hugo's interest sharpens. Oh, and what is that? Controlling the barbarians by utilizing the Empire's industrial products, he says, reaching out like he's already closing the deal. To the tribes, the Empire's cheap glass trinkets and wool are practically treasure. Even vegetables and grain count as luxury goods. If we use that to our advantage, we can capture them effectively, Hugo muses. Vikir just shrugs. That's trading, not suppressing them. Hugo leans back, weighing the angle. Then Vikir lays out the real plan, cold as ice. No, the barbarians will die in the process. Hugo's face twists somewhere between delighted and unsettling. So we secure our territory while killing those bastards off. A slow, wicked grin spreads across his face. How clever. Making the barbarians subjugate the monsters for us, he murmurs, turning the scheme over in his head. As expected of my son, he finally says, practically glowing with pride. Currently, I've established the infrastructure, Vikir reports. Good, then I'll leave this to you, Hugo replies. Off to the side, the old aide can barely believe what he's watching. To think this is the conversation of a reunited father and son. He adjusts his glasses, quietly stunned. To think the patriarch is smiling like that. He can't remember Hugo ever smiling like that in the 2 years the young master was missing. Vikir, meanwhile, sips his coffee and keeps his real thoughts to himself. He doesn't want the Balak people to suffer for House Baskerville's ambitions. From Baskerville's point of view, it'll just look like the natives are dying off as they clear out the monsters. In reality, they're being herded straight back to where the madam once was. Hugo has no idea the madam even exists, which is exactly why he assumes the natives will fall in line so easily. He has no clue the forest's true residents are quietly growing far more powerful than he thinks. Vikir's expression hardens, however. Something in him goes cold. We will not trade with the Lakoko tribe, he declares, and it doesn't sound like a suggestion. A dark, menacing aura rolls off him as the words settle in the room. I'm going to annihilate that tribe, so take note of that, he says, dead serious, eyes burning. Hugo blinks, genuinely caught off guard for once. Yes. Watching from the side, the old aide grows uneasy. Does the boy still hold a grudge against the Lakoko tribe? All the more reason he shouldn't ever meet Pomerian. Hugo softens for a moment, almost wistful. It's been a long time since I've seen my son. Vikir's gaze drifts somewhere far away, red eyes clouded with old memory. A memory stirs the diplomatic wind with the morgues hard-earned after everything that happened. A manor stands soaked in rain. And they've come to think highly of the Baskerville Knights, the memory continues. However, for a father who lost his son, all that was meaningless. After you saved Morg's daughter and went missing, a long-haired figure recalls, back turned. The imperial family heard about this moving story, the memory continues, young Vikir listening in silence. Obtaining things in exchange for losing a child is worthless, the voice tells him, so from now on, don't overdo it. A single word hangs over the memory like a verdict, pretense. The memory turns darker still the night he escaped after being framed, back before his regression. The feeling of being stabbed in the back, he remembers, and the cold stares from the bloodhounds I once shared joys and sorrows with. In the storm of memory, his past self roars back, you didn't even give me a chance to explain myself. My canines won't dull because of your pretense. Lightning splits the sky as he screams the name that started it all, Hugo Le Baskerville. Back in the present, his eyes flare crimson for just a moment before he catches himself. Thank you for worrying, father, he says, smooth as ever. A beat of quiet settles over the room, almost too quiet. Then the door bangs open. Pomerian comes flying in, spooked by the storm outside. Wah, uncle. Vikir's carefully composed mask cracks, pure panic flashes across his face. Wah, uncle, it's raining, she wails in full meltdown over the thunder. She barrels straight across the room toward him as another crash booms outside. Thunder, bang bang, wah. Hugo recoils, startled, scary, while Vikir scrambles to catch her, his mind screaming one thing, oh no. Hugo's eyes lock onto her face and something clicks, huh. He rises slowly, staring, genuinely rattled, how. Vikir goes rigid, sensing exactly how bad this could get. Pomerian glances between the two of them, picking up on the sudden tension even if she doesn't understand it. Hugo's face twists into something between shock and horror as he stares her down. That face. Meet Hugo Le Baskerville, master of the iron-blooded family, one of the 7 great houses of the Rock Empire. Word is he just finished chasing barbarians off the border personally and barely broke a sweat doing it. This is the Empire's strongest sword saint, a man who has put down hundreds of monsters without blinking. Once Hugo decides something, that is it, no takebacks. They do not call him Iron Blood for nothing. But right now, that ice-cold resolve is cracking. Something has the strongest swordsman in the Empire rattled. He freezes, staring, muttering about a face he cannot quite place, or maybe one he cannot forget. Cut to a storm rattling the windows with a wide-eyed kid burrowing into his father's lap, wailing that the thunder and his own scary-looking dad are just too much. Then Hugo catches sight of someone else in the room, red eyes glinting, and a name slips out of him like a ghost, Penelope. The kid keeps hamming it up about the scary mustache while the old butler standing behind him flinches just as hard at every crack of lightning. Someone gently talks Hugo down because for a second there the unshakable patriarch looked like he had seen a ghost. Everyone nearby can tell something is wrong, and they are all holding their breath waiting to see what just rattled him. Turns out he took one look at those red eyes and thought he was staring at family. Nope, just a kid from one of the border tribes, not a Baskerville after all. He pulls himself together fast, back to the iron-faced patriarch everyone is used to. But inside, that name is still echoing, and this clearly is not the last we have heard of it. Out loud, though, he brushes it off as just a moment of mistaken identity, nothing more. Nobody is buying it. His old butler can only stare, stunned to see the great Hugo Le Baskerville actually shaken. Hugo mutters that he is tired and heads off to bed, but he cannot shake the thought. There is no way Penelope would still look that young, even if she were alive at all. Whoever is watching cannot believe it, the unshakable Hugo actually rattled. Then he composes himself and turns to his son to talk business. Attend tomorrow's grand banquet, he orders, flat and final, like nothing happened at all. That is not just any dinner, it is the exclusive gathering where only Hugo's closest, most trusted descendants get a seat at the table. Every Baskerville dreams of an invite to that banquet. Vikier just got the golden ticket and Hugo is not taking it back, see you tomorrow night. Vikier just answers with a simple father, playing it cool even though this is a massive deal. Hugo's hand lingers a beat too long, like there is a lot more he is not saying. One last hard look from the patriarch, and we are off to the races. Night falls over the Baskerville estate and somewhere in a quiet bedroom, someone is about to get a very unwelcome visitor. We jump back into Vikier's own memories, 2 rough years spent living out in the wild with a border tribe. These are the Balak warriors, the tribe that basically adopted him for 2 straight years while he trained and toughened up. Even now, some of those old habits from that life have not quite worn off. He wonders out loud if 2 years roughing it with the Balak really did a number on him because civilized life just does not feel right anymore. And here is Palmyrian, the sharp-eyed girl he brought back with him, red eyes, a locket she never takes off, and a lot more going on behind that grin than she lets on. Vikier already has plans for her too, quietly betting she could end up being the one card that brings Hugo down. He weighs whether to tip Hugo off about her and that pendant at all, and after seeing how rattled the old man got, he has made up his mind. Plan set, after tomorrow's banquet, it is time to quietly test the waters with dear old dad. Whatever games get played at that banquet, Vikier draws a hard line. Palmyrian stays untouched no matter what. That night, a hooded figure creeps in with a lockpick, working the door like a total pro. They slip past the bedroom door, sights set on the bed where Vikier is supposedly sound asleep. Blade drawn, they creep in closer, ready to strike. A pair of sharp green eyes peek out from under that hood, muttering that word travels fast. Guess everyone already knows he is back in town. Except that is not a sleeping Vikier in the bed, it is a decoy and the real Vikier is already airborne, flipping the would-be assassin clean off her feet. It is over almost before it starts, he is just that much faster than her. One clean kick sends her sprawling, no real fight to speak of. She slams into the wall hard enough to know this little test just backfired badly. Hands go straight up, wait, a little late for that. Turns out it was all a joke. Vikier just rolls his eyes, he already knows exactly who is under that hood. He deadpans that next time she should just knock, because almost getting killed over a prank is a bad look for everyone. She fires right back, teasing him for still stuffing his bed with a decoy pillow and sleeping on the floor like a paranoid weirdo. Then she needles him about how, even after supposedly coming back from the dead, he is still exactly the same overly cautious mess. Say hello to Cindy Wendy, unmasked and grinning, greeting him like an old friend she has not seen in ages. She is decked out head to toe in slick black gear, clearly not just here for a social call. The two of them settle in shoulder to shoulder, bickering like old partners in crime. She sticks her tongue out, he tells her to quit making a scene. She brings up that he sixth secretary Chihuahua on her and brags that she turned down his $10 billion bribe out of principle. Vikier just shrugs, he had already factored in her whole scheme of talking rich fools into trusting her, then blowing through their fortune. I am just a financial planner, she insists, I only take commissions, sure she is. She admits she even had to assign Judy bodyguards just to stop him from accidentally torching that 10 billion he handed the poor flower girl. One of those bodyguards even doubled as a finance expert, hired specifically to run interference on anyone trying to hassle Judy over the money. She smirks, pointing out that those same bodyguards never once laid a finger on her when she came snooping around. Vikir does not even blink at the accusation. From the beginning, he admits flatly, which earns him a muttered annoying bastard under her breath. He had personally ordered them to leave her alone the whole time. He was always 3 steps ahead. She drops the banter and gets down to business, demanding the intel she asked him to hunt down. "I brought it here," she says, tossing him a rolled-up dossier. He notes, half amused, that her whole personality has shifted since 2 years ago, then complains she should really be using a folder, not a loose roll of paper. The intel is exactly what he needed, a full rundown on everyone showing up to tomorrow's grand banquet. He had already suspected he would land an invite the moment he pulled off something impressive enough, and here it is, confirmed. He skips right past the file on his own father. He already knows Hugo inside and out. His eyes narrow as he flips deeper into the stack. First surprise, Bastontrier Le Baskerville is on the guest list. He is one of Hugo's half-brothers, a commanding count with a serious temper and a habit of not liking to be told what to do. Then there is Great Dane, the other half-brother, a senator who mostly keeps to himself, mainly because he cannot stand Bastontrier. Cindy Wendy guesses the real reason for the whole banquet. Everyone wants a look at the clan's legend, the guy who supposedly came back from the dead. Vikir sighs, already dreading how exhausting tomorrow is going to be. Next up, Osiris Le Baskerville, Hugo's eldest son and the family's official heir apparent. By all accounts, he is turning into a carbon copy of his father, same steel, same ambition. His swordsmanship already rivals the 7 counts, and word is he is on track to hit swordmaster status any day now. Vikir remembers catching glimpses of him back in his old life too, a familiar face from a very different timeline. Cold and distant, he does not even bother greeting his own siblings, and outside of the patriarch and the 7 counts, he is flat out the strongest fighter in the whole clan. Cindy Wendy leans in with a smirk, daring to ask if Vikir actually thinks he could take him. He shuts that down fast, warning her not to go fishing for intel on his own fighting strength either. Then a different photo catches his eye entirely and his expression shifts. This person is Set Le Baskerville, another one of Hugo's sons and clearly someone who means a lot more to Vikir than the others do. Compared to his golden boy older brother, Set's swordsmanship never really measured up. He was the weak one growing up. But unlike every other iron-blooded Baskerville, he is actually gentle and kind, which just made Hugo come down on him harder for being weak. While every other soldier treated dying bloodhounds like disposable trash, Set was the only one who ever shed a tear for them. Vikir does not say it lightly. Out of the entire Baskerville clan, Set is the only one he actually respects. He can hardly believe his luck, getting the chance to actually meet him now, of all times. He shuffles to the next file in the stack. For a long moment, he just goes quiet, clearly turning something over in his head. Cindy Wendy huffs that she busted her tail digging up all this dirt, and he is barely even skimming it. The scattered files pile up on the table, every player in tomorrow's game laid bare. And Vikir just grins because tomorrow at that grand banquet he is finally getting his shot at all of them. A lot of interesting things are about to happen, and he is already 3 moves ahead. We open on a pair of boots striding down a dim hallway, footsteps echoing like a countdown. The camera catches the back of his head as he passes beneath a towering, arched window. He keeps walking, unhurried, like he owns the place. He stops, 2 guards flank the end of the hall, waiting on him. Ahead of him, a pair of massive gilded doors sealed shut. The doors groan open, and he steps through like he's done this 1,000 times. Just past the threshold, his collar and tie catch the light, crisp and deliberate, ready for a show. His eyes flash crimson for a split second as a chandelier blazes to life overhead. Showtime. Vikir van Baskerville. I've come to the grand banquet as per the patriarch's orders, he announces, and every red-eyed relative in earshot perks up. A woman glances back over her bare shoulder as he strolls in dressed sharp, red cravat and all. A cluster of blonde, wide-eyed nobles clock him instantly. Word travels fast in this family. Somewhere down the table, dark red silk shifts. Someone's very interested in this entrance. Vikir presses a hand to his chest and gives a small, perfect bow. Thank you for inviting me. Come and take a seat, rumbles a voice from the head of the table. Hugo looks up, mustache and all, and simply says, my son. The chandelier sways overhead as the whole hall settles in for dinner. Wide shot of the banquet in full swing, Baskerville cousins and uncles packed around one impossibly long table. One relative leans back already comfortable, like he's settling in for a show he's seen before. A trio of sharp-dressed young men size Vikir up from across the room. Someone clears their throat awkwardly. This dinner's about to get petty. Enter Bastonterier, commander of the Pitbull Order, sunglasses on indoors, plate of steak in front of him, already unimpressed. Bastonterier, is the meat not to your liking? Asks the silver-haired elder at the table dryly, like he already knows the answer. Ah no, elder brother, that's not what I meant. Terrier backpedals, sunglasses slipping. He jabs a knife toward the plate beside him instead. I was talking about that one, do you have a problem? The elder brother's face says he absolutely has a problem, but he's too dignified to say it out loud. Turns out that elder brother has an agenda of his own. It's cruel, he sighs, for my lovable nephew to eat his meat undercooked. While I acknowledge his lovable nature, he adds, Vikir is also my nephew. As his uncle, I'd naturally want my nephew walking the right path, he says. Subtext, join my order, kid. Terrier isn't having it. Why is it right for him to join the Mastiff Order? He snaps down the table. Because it beats joining the slow, foolish Pitbull Order, the uncle fires back while Vikir quietly wonders, did they only invite me here to recruit me? Vikir keeps his face neutral, mentally cataloging exactly what's happening here. Backstory drop: the Pitbull and Mastiff Orders are two of the 7 military houses that represent the Baskerville name, and both want him. Before his regression, Vikir admits an offer like this would have guaranteed his success. He'd have jumped at it. Now he just keeps eating. I view them simply as mutts, he thinks, completely unbothered. The head butler narrates approvingly. The patriarch's in a good mood, and his usually cold, aloof brothers are actually fawning over the young master. Vikir sips his wine, perfectly composed. The butler always spins things in the rosiest light possible. Terrier leans in. So, nephew, you spent the past 2 years up in the La Rouge et La Noire mountains. How many barbarians and monsters did you kill? He presses. Share your war stories with your uncle. The other uncle chimes in too, genuinely fascinated by what Vikir survived out in that forest. I'm also curious about my nephew's growth, he adds, leaning forward. Hugo finally cuts in. Let him eat first, don't pester him too much. One brother mutters, aren't you even a little curious? I couldn't resist my curiosity, so I hurried back here. Someone murmurs, and then Hugo snaps, stop. Hugo's red eyes blaze for a second, sweat beating. Whatever almost got said, he shut it down hard. Terrier winces, quickly backing off. My apologies. He rubs his temple under his sunglasses, clearly rattled. Someone mutters, it's not difficult to prove my achievements, a challenge hanging in the air. The table goes quiet for a beat, everyone waiting to see what Vikir does next. It's fine, father, Vikir says calmly, catching Hugo's eye down the table. Skill can be displayed anywhere at any time, he adds. You can practically hear the flex coming. Hugo asks if the long trip back and a visit to the drill hall wouldn't tire him out. Vikir just points at the table with a bloody fingertip. Isn't one's daily life an extension of training? Uncle Terrier, meanwhile, has clearly had one glass too many. And politely and silently, Vikir notes that Uncle Dane's steak is a little undercooked too. Nobody's food is safe from this kid's judgment. He presses his cut finger flat against the tablecloth without a word. Blood blooms out from under his hand, and then something ignites. Manhwa rips across the table in a burst of light, rattling every plate and glass in its path. The raw steak starts sizzling right there on the plate, cooking itself from the inside out. The wine in every glass starts bubbling gently, warming all on its own. The uncle blinks mid-bite. Oh. Terrier just cracks up laughing, raising his newly warmed glass in delighted disbelief. Turns out he used mana through his bloodied hand to cook the meat and heat the wine without lifting a finger. Literally. To think you've reached mid-ranked graduate at 17, someone gasps, when most don't get there until 33. You must be proud, brother. Vikyr's smile doesn't move, but his mind's racing. Besides that, he thinks this is strange. 2 years ago, fighting the madam, he'd figured he'd already outed himself as a mid-ranked graduate. So the fact that nobody here already knew that's the part that doesn't add up. These guys would have clocked my skill level back then, he thinks, while the blonde trio nearby practically sparkle with admiration. So why didn't anyone report it? A question he quietly files away for later. A new face leans in, red eyes, calm, unreadable. You worked hard, brother. Well done, keep it up, he says, and it lands heavier than it should. This is Ostrus, first in line for succession, and the son who looks the most like Hugo. Thank you, elder brother, Vikyr replies, and the room seems to hold its breath a little. Vikyr's inner monologue can't help but note, the heir apparent, the one who resembles Hugo most, is actually complimenting him. Is he assessing me? Vikyr wonders, watching Ostrus closely. A voice cuts in from the side. His younger brother, someone says, swirling a wine glass nearby. Someone else murmurs it's the first time they've ever seen Ostrus compliment anyone, let alone smile about it. The newcomer introduces himself with a sly grin, Set, second in line for succession. You've got a poker face just like brother Ostrus, don't you? Set teases. Vikyr just goes quiet. Do you perhaps not recognize me? Set asks, leaning in with a knowing smile. I am well aware, brother Set, Vikyr answers evenly, and Set looks delighted to hear it. I have a weak body, Set explains, so you'll usually find me at the medical wing or the isolation training hall near Underdog where you're stationed. I might just drop by. And here's where it gets heavy. In Vikyr's past life during the family's fall, he served under this same Set. Amid the chaos of that battle, Set was the only one who ever comforted the fallen soldiers and comforted Vikyr too, drenched in blood, wandering the field. Even when Vikyr was wrongly accused and sentenced to die, Set stood by him, defending him until the very end. Of everyone at this banquet, Set was the one person from that old life Vikyr actually wanted to see again. In your care, Vikyr, past Set says warmly in the memory, smiling like an old friend. He was the one person Vikyr wished to see at this banquet, but back in the present, Vikyr's expression shifts just slightly. His eyes flare red as something clicks into place, a stench he's smelled before when he can't shake. This foul, familiar reek, he'd only ever smelled it once before, on the day everything fell apart. His mind flashes to something monstrous, a gaping, fanged horror buried in memory. There's a demon, the thought cuts through him, hiding among us. His gaze sweeps the entire banquet table from above, every uncle, every cousin, every smiling face suddenly a suspect. The table stretches on, packed with family who might not all be exactly what they seem. Where are you? He thinks, scanning the golden-haired trio terrier, everyone in turn. The uncle's face sharpens with focus, the source of this disgusting stench. Even the old butler's composed face goes taut with unease in Vikyr's racing thoughts. Dark hair falls across the frame like a curtain closing on the moment. Vikyr's eyes burn red with resolve. Whoever it is, he intends to find out. And then right on cue, Set's voice breaks the silence. Is there something you need, Vikyr? Behind his easy smile, monstrous red claws seem to bloom from his very shoulders, gone in an instant, but Vikyr saw it. At some fancy do down the line, someone at this table is working overtime just to keep the mood light. That's Hugo up front, holding court like he's on a throne, with a sharp-eyed guest watching the room right beside him. Small talk keeps flowing around the table, forced smiles all around while one guest can't stop laughing along. He's even stopping to ask the serving staff how their night's going, playing the perfect gracious host. One woman studies his face and can't shake a strange feeling he's the exact same person she knew from before he regressed. So why, she wonders, does he suddenly reek of demons? She lifts her glass with a warm smile, telling him she's looking forward to it, though her eyes stay razor sharp. He toasts right back, promising to be in her care from now on. Glasses clink. On the surface, it's just another polite toast between old acquaintances. Then she notices it. In the curve of her wine glass, his reflection just isn't there. Her stomach drops. Is Set actually dead, and is something demonic wearing his face right now? Should she just stand up and announce it to the entire hall right now? She glances around the packed banquet hall, full of nobles who'd never believe her without proof. No, not yet, she decides. Make an accusation like that and she'll need hard proof. Step 1, get out of this party and start digging. Rewind, because this whole mess actually starts at a much smaller, much tenser dinner where someone can't stop complaining about a smell that's apparently suffocating. That's aimed at Set, who can't stop running his mouth before dinner's even wrapped up. Hugo cuts in, gruff as ever, telling him to quit bothering his brother and just eat. The woman beside them just grins, flashing a smile with a few too many sharp teeth. Someone gets flicked upside the head and yelps out a startled brother. Whatever just happened, someone's thanking him for finally getting rid of that awful smell. Hugo turns his attention to Vikyr directly, asking how the meal's treating him. It's very good, Vikyr says. Hugo actually looks pleased genuinely for once. Then the real reason for the invite comes out. Hugo wants a private word in his office before Vikyr leaves. Dinner wraps and Vikyr heads out into the night alone. The city sprawls out below him, quiet and half asleep. 5 hours, that whole dinner ran a brutal 5 hours. He lets out an exhausted breath. Surviving that table was basically its own battle. Word's apparently out that the official academy entrance papers have finally landed at the estate. That, Vikyr figures, must be why Hugo really summoned him right before something comes screaming out of the dark straight at him. He clocks the attack instantly, the Baskerville 6 technique, no less. Part of him wants to just crush it outright, but he catches himself. Officially, he's only supposed to be a mid-grade graduate. So he holds back, careful not to show more than that cover story allows. He answers instead with the 4th technique, sword flashing to meet the attack head-on. Steel screams against steel as he turns the attacker's own momentum right back at them. Blades rake past him by inches, close enough to feel. He starts soaking up the leftover force with the river Styx's blessing running through his aura. His eyes flare a deeper red as that aura surges to the surface. And then he cuts loose just for a second with one raw burst of power. His attacker freezes midair, completely speechless. Grinning down at him is a man in sunglasses, genuinely stunned that Vikyr just no-sold a technique 2 full tiers above his own. Turns out this isn't a hitman at all, it's Uncle Dane, beaming with pride that his precious nephew is all grown up. Knew my eye wasn't lying to me, he crows, clearly delighted with himself. An older relative steps out of the shadows, addressing him pointedly by name, Dane. Swinging a live blade inside the main house, the elder says, clearly not amused. He calls Dane Terrier and flat-out labels the stunt attempted murder no different from the barbarians they hunt for sport. Let word of this reach the right ears, he warns, and Dane's looking at months of probation, easy. Dane just laughs it off. How dare anyone call a little sword to the throat anything but pure unkiller love. Dane keeps riffing, ranking family members like dog breeds. Apparently Vikyr's earned full mastiff status. Can't have my favorite nephew running with punks like you lot, he adds, still grinning ear to ear. The elder fires back that Dane's too padded to actually bleed, then gets roasted right back for crying over the tiniest scratch. The 2 old men square off, swords drawn, like it's a prize fight over custody of Vikyr himself. All for my precious nephew, Dane bellows, sweat dripping, clearly regretting a few of his life choices. Vikyr tunes them out completely, mind already back on that opening attack. Honestly, at this point they're both just bothersome. He quietly notes it wasn't even that strong, just the 7 counts best move, the 6th technique. He's the same top grade, but he's already sitting on the 7th. He murmurs the name of his own blade, under his breath Beelzebub. Between the river Styx's blessing and a literal demonic sword in hand, at least one of the 7 counts is about to find out just how outmatched they are. Footsteps stop dead behind him. Someone else is here. Vikyr doesn't even slow down, heading down the stairs like he was expecting company. Is it you guys this time? He asks, not even bothering to sound surprised. 3 familiar figures step out of the dark, swords already drawn. One of them grips his hilt so tight it creaks. Vikyr's eyes narrow, cold and unreadable. He notes they clearly know exactly how outclassed they are, and they came anyway. No choice then, he thinks any bloodhound that bares its teeth without knowing its place has to be put down. One of the trio suddenly freezes mid-swing, like something's just clicked. He flips his own blade around and presses the tip flat against his foot instead. Vikir recognizes the gesture instantly. That's the old pledge stance. One wrong move and that blade drives straight through his own foot. It's a pledge that hands your life over completely to the person standing in front of you. What exactly are you doing? Vikir asks, genuinely thrown for once. I want to pay off my debt, the ringleader answers, dead serious. All three drop into the same stance at once, swords pressed to their own feet. Pay. After you came after me when I was 9, he admits, I was terrified of you for years. He keeps going, memory dragging him back through everything that's happened since. He brings up the troll, the one they barely survived together. And then the giant monster in the forest, the fight that left them completely floored. Watching Vikir cut through it, all they felt was awe and something close to reverence. That was the day they barely made it out alive. Right then, the three of them made a pact. From that day on, they'd be Vikir van Baskerville's 3 spears. Please, the ringleader says, let us be your bloodhounds, we'll serve you forever. Vikir's expression doesn't crack, but his mind is somewhere else entirely. Because in his first life, before he regressed, these exact 3 were the ones who hunted him down after he was framed. Back then, they were Hugo's 3 spears. But that old grudge hasn't just evaporated because they're kneeling now. One of them watches him walk away, not at all sure if that means yes or no. I don't need pledges, Vikir says flatly and keeps walking. I'm tired, let's finish this another time, he adds, already deciding, privately, he's going to use them exactly as much as he wants. Whether that ends in loyalty or something worse, he's not about to tell them yet. That's apparently good enough for them. They are grinning like they just won the lottery. Understood, all 3 shout in unison, delighted just to be tolerated. Vikir's smile fades fast, though, because Set's body possibly getting hijacked by a demon is a variable nobody saw coming. Whatever else happens tonight, he decides that demon dies. But before he goes hunting, there's somewhere else he needs to be first. Cut to Hugo's office, where Barrymore looks utterly rattled by whatever Vikir's just said. Whatever the question was, it stopped the whole room cold. Hugo doesn't even look up, he just orders him to repeat it. Vikir says it again, clear as day. He wants to know about Roxana, Hugo's late first wife. And her daughter, the one born to Hugo and Roxana. Tell me about Miss Penelope, he says. He doesn't blink, he came for an answer and he's not leaving without one. Hugo's composure finally cracks. How do you even know that name? Vikir's eyes just glow a little brighter, giving nothing away. Because as far as he's concerned, this is just the opening act of his revenge. We open on the Baskerville estate at dusk, because nothing says episode 1 like a castle the size of a small country. Somewhere inside, a hand taps impatiently on a desk. Someone's about to get summoned. Word comes down from the academy. It's time, Hugo tells him, to make good on an old promise and enroll. Vikir steps up to his father's desk to receive the notice in person, formal as ever. The letter is stamped Colosseo, a notice for the students of Class 20. Vikir's eyes narrow, already 3 steps ahead. Just as he suspected, this is exactly why Hugo called him in. The Academy Colosseo, the largest school the Empire of Rock has to offer, tucked into the mountains like a fortress of privilege. Graduate from here and you walk straight into the Imperial Palace or higher. Nothing says nurturing learning environment like a straight pipeline to the throne room. Vikir remembers being sneered at by the Academy's nobles once before. These days, honestly, the old wounds don't even sting anymore. Hugo asks after the triplets, the ones Vikir wants to bring along, making sure they'll be all right. Is there anyone else he wants to take with him? Then Hugo pauses. There's something he wants to ask first. Vikir reminds him of an old debt. 2 years back, after he went missing, Hugo was promised a reward from the Morgue family and Vikir himself was owed one too. Hugo blinks, caught off guard. Is that so? Fine then, he says, sizing his son up. What is it that he wants? Vikir doesn't ask for gold. He asks for a story, and for one unsettling flash, 2 bodies lie sprawled on the floor of his mind. Hugo grants him leave to ask, sealing it like a promise. Later, walking the halls alone at night, Vikir finally says what he's really after. He wants to know about Ms. Roxana and about Miss Penelope. Barrymore freezes on the spot, eyes wide with shock. "What did you just say?" the old butler stammers. Vikir repeats it plainly. Ms. Roxana, the first wife, the one who passed away. And the daughter she and Hugo had together, he presses. Can someone finally tell him about Miss Penelope? Hugo's fists clench white-knuckled. How do you know that name? His eyes flare red with fury, demanding to know exactly why Vikir is asking. Vikir doesn't flinch. If this is just idle curiosity, Hugo warns then. I need your answer first before I can tell you why, Vikir says. This isn't idle curiosity, please trust me. Hugo forces the rage back down with a strangled groan. That, Vikir figures, is all the groundwork he needs before he can bring Pomerian into this. He flashes back to where this all started, a hard-to-believe fairy tale butler Barrymore once told him. The ice-cold patriarch used to be a devoted family man who adored his first wife, Roxana. Most of the family believes Roxana simply died of illness, Barrymore had said. Vikir decides he can't drop this on Hugo on hearsay alone, he needs to check it himself. Back in the present, Hugo's face goes somewhere far away. A single name slips out under his breath, Roxana. Then the dam breaks. She was, he admits, the only woman he ever loved with his whole heart. And Penelope, he says, was his most precious treasure in the world. Vikir's eyes go wide. He wasn't expecting the family's iron patriarch to crack like this. Somewhere off to the side, someone can't process it either. Did Hugo really just say the word darling out loud? Hugo starts the story from the beginning. Roxana was a commoner who had nothing to her name, but he says he remembers the day they met like it was yesterday. Young Hugo and young Roxana framed in roses. It was, he says, love at first sight. The two of them, still practically strangers, drifting together at the edges of ordinary town life. Vikir realizes he's getting the whole saga start to finish. Our love was very difficult, Hugo admits. She tried to push him away, ashamed of her humble background. He threw away everything and went with her anyway. If it was for her, he says, he'd have thrown away his body and his soul both. Father, thank you for sharing that with me, Vikir says, ready to move things along. Then, but their love got tested all over again, three cloaked figures closing in on them in the dark. The Baskerville family had sent hunters after the runaways. Hugo fought to keep her safe. More than once they thought about giving up. It was their stubborn love for each other that dragged them through the worst of it. Eventually they wore down their disapproving families and got married anyway. Out of that hard-won resolve, Penelope was born. My loving wife and daughter, Hugo murmurs, holding onto the memory. He just wanted to protect the happiness they'd fought so hard to build. But right after giving birth, Roxana's health collapsed without warning. A grave marker looms in the dark ahead of them. In the end, she left the world behind and left him with a young Penelope to raise alone. Thankfully, Penelope grew up bright and full of warmth. She got his iron will and her mother's loving heart, and the entire Baskerville family adored her for it. But then that incident happened. Penelope went out for a walk one day and the Lakoko tribe took her. A single shoe abandoned in the dark of the forest, that's all the trail that's left. Hugo's eyes blaze red. How did barbarians even get deep enough into Baskerville land to snatch his daughter? Decades pass and he still can't find a single trace of her. So he uses the search as an excuse to expand the empire's borders, hunting down and subjugating tribe after tribe looking for her. He can't do it alone, so he takes wife after wife through arranged marriages to build the manpower he needs. And he starts mass-producing heirs to throw at the search and later at the battlefield. Nothing says stable family planning like grief turned into a breeding program. Decades roll by, and the Baskerville crest only gets darker with every year of the hunt. That's how the Ironblood Baskerville family was born, out of pure, cold-blooded grief dressed up as glory for the empire. Underneath it all, though, was a man still gutted by the family he lost. Vikir isn't moved, so what? Every villain gets a sob story, he thinks. All that matters is the damage left behind. A heartless man who mass-produced children like supplies and shipped them off to war, he judges coldly. And still, he admits he understands exactly how much Roxana and Penelope meant to Hugo. Hugo turns it back on him. Why is Vikyr really asking about them? Instead of answering, Vikyr holds something out. Can you take a look at this? Hugo's hand reaches for it, trembling. It's the pendant I made for Roxana, he breathes. Penelope was wearing it the last time anyone saw her, Vikyr says. Inside the locket, a tiny family portrait. Hugo, Roxana, and the baby they made together. The room goes dead silent. Then Vikyr drops it. Penelope's bloodline is still alive. What is Hugo going to do about it? What both Hugo and Barrymore freeze solid. Hugo's composure shatters right there on his face. Vikyr clarifies, it's Penelope's daughter. In other words, Vikyr tells him, you have a granddaughter, father. Hugo's brain audibly short-circuits. This is the very same child Vikyr met before, and now Barrymore's sneaking a look through the door to see her for himself. A little girl bursts into the room clinging to a man's sleeve. I waited just like you told me to. Vikyr admits he lied earlier when he played dumb, and the girl takes one look at Hugo's face and yelps, Mo mustache. He explains he found her out in Lakoko tribe territory, and she calls the woman who gave her this exact pendant mommy. Hugo can barely get the words out, Penelope, her mom. Nobody in the room dares to breathe. Let him be confused, Vikyr thinks. This is a lot to swallow all at once. Because this little girl's blood carries someone Hugo loved with everything he had, and something he's spent his whole life hating. Vikyr asks it point blank, can Hugo keep his composure in front of Pomerian? The simple fact she was found out in Lakoko territory says the rest. The little girl's eyes well up, clearly picking up on how heavy the room has gone. Hugo puts it together out loud, horrified, his own granddaughter born from his daughter and a barbarian. Vikyr doesn't soften it, yes that's right. His hand grips tight, bracing for whatever Hugo does next. Rage and grief crash into Hugo all at once, visibly shaking him apart. A trembling hand reaches out toward the little girl. She flinches back, terrified of whatever's about to happen. Vikyr watches, coiled and ready to step in if this goes wrong. Then, out of nowhere, a booming laugh cracks the tension wide open, not remotely what anyone braced for. Cut to a quiet garden gazebo, sunlight filtering peacefully through the trees. The estate grounds, calm again after the storm. Vikyr, Barrymore, and the deputy patriarch walk together, all of them still catching their breath. Hugo, grinning like an idiot, lets Pomerian yank on his beard. Is it fun pulling it? She giggles that Grandpapa's beard is dirty. And then it lands, she just called him Grandpa. The man is completely, gloriously speechless. Barrymore's floored too, and even the old deputy patriarch, who's seen a century of nonsense, admits he's never seen anything quite like this. Vikyr just watches, quiet, something turning over behind his eyes. This, Vikyr realizes, is not the Hugo he thought he knew. The image he's built up of his father, the tyrant, starts cracking down the middle. Hugo finally breaks completely, holding his granddaughter close, tears streaming for real this time. I'm a grandpa, he chokes out, and whatever cold armor was left just falls away. His face, wet with tears he's probably held back for decades. To think, he says, that a day like this would ever come for him. Vikyr, shaken to his core, can only ask himself one thing, why? Why does the man he's sworn to destroy get to wear a face like that? Say hello to Vikyr van Baskerville, 15 years old now, standing in front of his father Hugo, but still carrying every memory of the man who once had him killed. Just standing there in the hall, one question keeps eating at him. A blade sunk deep in a bloody sack, the mental image Vikyr just cannot shake. What if he simply ended it? Could he actually assassinate Hugo? That's the question he's been chewing on for years. One look at his father answers it for him. Impossible, flat out impossible. See, once a swordsman hits swordmaster level, their mind stops flinching. There's no crack left to slip a knife through. Even on an ordinary day, Hugo moves like a walking fortress. No opening ever. So Vikyr shelved the assassination for years, until he finally found his way in through an old man he calls uncle. That's Pomerian, fluffy white hair and kind eyes, father of Penelope, the one woman Hugo truly loved. The plan was cold and clinical, refined swordplay, a demon named Beelzebub, and poison from a mysterious noblewoman known only as the Madam. Every year that passed, his odds of taking down the swordmaster crept a little higher. Today was supposed to be step one of finally ending Hugo. But walking through the garden, something's already nagging at him. Hugo is laughing, actually genuinely laughing like a completely different man from the one Victor remembers. Why does that throw him off so badly? Something in him just will not let it go. Someone nearby can't stop staring at the little girl beside Hugo, wondering out loud if she's really Penelope's child. The kid gasps, clutching the little red bow at her collar. Everyone in this moment is holding their breath. And there it is, Palmyrean's composure finally cracks. One name slips out of him, Penelope. The girl explains, sweet and a little heartbreaking. Her mom always said she missed her own daddy and kept staring at an old necklace because of it. Palmyrean's hands find that same necklace. I remember, he manages. Grandpa, she says, and just like that his whole world tips over. Are you my grandpa? Yeah, he really is. Flash back to Penelope herself, young and glowing, throwing her arms open for her own father. Palmyrean just stands there, completely wrecked in the best possible way. Off to the side, Victor watches it all land, and his face says he wasn't ready for this either. Palmyrean's hair, or maybe it's just tears, keeps falling. The old man is openly crying. He just about loses it, howling out loud, way more emotional than anyone expected. Victor gets pulled right into the middle of it, buried in a mountain of white hair and gratitude. Thank you, young master, Palmyrean finally manages, once he can breathe again. Off to the side, the household staff just stare, completely blindsided. Old Specs himself mutters that he never thought he'd live to see the patriarch smile like that. Turns out it wasn't some impossible dream after all, and everyone in the room knows exactly who made it happen. All thanks to me, Victor mutters, sweating a little because that was definitely not the plan. Victor doesn't even know how to feel about it, his own fist won't stop clenching. Old habits, the hand that's supposed to end his father just balls up uselessly instead. Here he is, standing right in front of Hugo, wide open and distracted and happy, and Victor still cannot make himself move. Old memories flicker by, the garden, the estate, faces from a childhood he's already lived through once. Why does he feel so damn helpless? Night falls over the Baskerville estate. Somewhere inside, someone lies collapsed by a window. It's Victor, sprawled on the floor, staring at nothing, about to get dragged somewhere much darker in his own head. Because this is where it always goes, back to the day everything ended the first time. I'm innocent, why won't you listen to me? His past life self screams at the man he'll always call Hugo. Guards drag him forward, there's no trial here, just a verdict already decided. Are you seriously doing this so I take the fall for every one of the Baskerville sins? I don't want to listen to a sinner, comes the answer. Consorting with a demon, kidnapping children to feed him, they claim, none of it true. Patriarch he doesn't even get to finish the sentence. The blade comes down anyway. Dead silence. Don't call me that with your filthy tongue, the patriarch spits, refusing him even that much. That execution never really left him. The man who turned me into a sinner and had me executed. Present-day Victor grits his teeth hard enough to draw blood. So why, after all this waiting and planning, is he still hesitating to take his revenge? He just lies there, staring at the ceiling, replaying it. Rare to see you looking so out of it, someone calls out from the window. You call me over and then just lie there, not exactly the greeting Cindy was expecting. She drops in through the window like she owns the place, because at this point she basically does. Why are you here, Cindy? Victor asks, not even bothering to sit up. Because you asked me to dig up everything on set Le Baskerville, remember? I'm busy, so I'll just give you the report, she says, all business. Turns out set's been quietly funding a string of orphanages under a fake name. A shady figure moves through the rain, keeping his real face hidden even from the kids he's supposedly helping. As their sponsor, he's personally taken responsibility for getting these orphans adopted out. Except Cindy can't find a single record of who actually adopted them, not one. If he's really a demon like you're saying, Victor mutters, finally sitting up, this is very bad. Obviously, Cindy says flatly, a demon kidnapping kids only wants them for one of two things, sacrifices or dinner. Setla Baskerville might just be the missing piece behind Underdog's vanished children. Vikier flips through the file himself, and that name won't sit still in his head. Because if the current set is a demon, then the set he served back before he regressed was a demon too. The very same one who fed him the tip that Hugo was planning to frame and execute him. Pitiful Vikier, she'd cooed at him back then, twisting the knife. So father can pin every Baskerville sin on you, he's rushing your execution, she told him. I'm so sad I can't help you, she'd said, and she meant every mocking word of it. Her hand lingers over him like he's already hers to claim. Present-day Vikier's eyes go wide as it all clicks into place. No way. Rewind further, a scared kid gets led out at night by lantern light. See sir, where are we, he asks. This is your new home, the man tells him. Pardon, he was told the headmaster found him a good family. This doesn't look like anyone's house. But this is, he stammers, lantern light barely holding back the dark. Just a cave. They step inside anyway. The man's smile curdles into something else entirely. Ah, seems there's been a misunderstanding, he says, almost gently. This cave isn't the house you'll be staying in. It's just the way to where you're actually going. The kid barely gets out a confused, before everything goes wrong. Something ancient opens its eye in the dark. The boy freezes, dwarfed by whatever this thing actually is. It lunges and he screams. Mo mommy, the last thing he manages to get out. A shadow crosses the cave wall, and that's all we need to see. By the time it's over, all that's left is a pair of small shoes in a spreading pool of blood. Children sure are the tastiest, the demon grins, blood dripping down its chin. I just can't help myself, it coos like this is just an appetite, not a monstrous crime. We open cold on a fog-choked mountain range at night. Something up here is not friendly. A single beam of moonlight cuts down into a hidden cave carved deep into the rock. Deeper in, the floor is littered with bones and skulls. Whoever lives down here has been feeding for a long, long time. A wine glass, a bottle, and a crow perched on a stone table. A voice grumbles that it is simply not enough. A long-haired, red-dyed man swirls a glass of blood-red wine, muttering that no matter how he runs the numbers, the human supply just is not enough. He wonders out loud if he should just start farming humans like livestock and build an organization around it, casual as ordering takeout. A scroll reveals his name, Andromalius, the 10th corpse among the demon's 10 elite corpses. He asks his crow companion, nicknamed 8, for a second opinion. 8 is dead against it, warning that if this escalates, humans might learn demons exist at all. 3 glowing eyes flash in the dark. This bird is not just a bird. Andromalius, unbothered, points out 8 has apparently been snacking on kids lately and tells him to watch his scent trail. The Baskerville hounds can sniff out anything. 8 brushes it off. He has already sealed the cave with a trap. The Baskervilles cannot even get in. The real math problem surfaces. To gather enough power to force open his gate, Andromalius needs another 12.5 years of drinking human blood. 8 warns him again, sharper this time, not to stir up anything the humans might actually notice. 8 asks bluntly if this whole obsession is really about the Baskervilles. Andromalius answers flat, no, his face says otherwise. He deflects, says he is doing just fine, and tells 8 to worry about staying fine with the morgue side of things instead. 8 lets it go for now. The crow's true face flashes, 3 burning yellow eyes in the dark. The 10 elite corpses exist for one job: crack open the gates between the human and demon realms. All roads lead to the same goal, the downfall of humanity, engineered by the 10 elite corpses. A dark, portal-like ooze bubbles up from a spilled bottle. Andromalius vanishes into the dark corridor, already plotting his next move. He mutters to himself that there is no way he can admit the truth out loud. Hugo has gone soft, turned into a doting idiot over his granddaughter. The whole plan hinges on keeping Hugo cold and distant. A warm Hugo raises strong Baskervilles, and strong Baskervilles are bad for demon business. His bandaged, scarred face twists into a grin. He needs Hugo to keep treating the young Baskervilles as disposable. That way, when he finally comes to collect, nobody will even blink. He is not entirely sure this plan survives contact with reality, though. A wine glass cracks under the tension. And the reason he is this rattled one specific brat, Vikier van Baskerville, he grips his own hair furious. That kid should have died as a baby, back when Andromalius slipped a venomous snake into his crib. He should have died again later in a forest. Andromalius genuinely thought that one had worked. Instead, the little cockroach came back alive, and with Hugo's granddaughter in tow, no less. His human mask finally slips into something monstrous. Getting rid of this problem, he decides, would feel really, really good. Cut to years later, footsteps echo down a grand hallway as our cold open gives way to the main story. Two figures walk in step down the Baskerville Manor, the silence between them heavy. One of them is Hugo, older now, hair gone silver-white, but those red eyes are unmistakable. Walking just behind him, an older Vikier, now a young man in a sharp suit matching his father step for step. Vikier says nothing. He is watching, calculating the way he always does. He has been summoned and marched down this hallway in dead silence for 5 minutes straight, and he cannot figure out why. A cold thought surfaces. This would be the perfect opening to finally kill Hugo. The old Vikier would have already done it. This one hesitates. Something has changed. Hugo speaks first, quiet and blunt. He knows Vikier hates him. Vikier freezes, caught completely off guard. Wait, did Hugo actually just sense his murderous intent? Hugo keeps going, calling himself a father who literally nicknamed his own sons bloodhounds and threw them into danger like it was nothing. He always assumed they hated him for it. He admits he was cruel to Vikier specifically, despite Vikier doing everything asked of him, and says that hatred is a weight he chooses to carry. He blames his own old grudges against the barbarians he once fought, and his own failure to process anger any other way. Vikier's brain short-circuits. Hugo never talks himself down like this. Is this a real confession, or is the old man testing him? Hugo bows his head and just thanks him, sincerely. Vikier's hand tenses at his side, thrown by the gesture. Hugo explains he heard from little Pomerian that Penelope, his late daughter, was genuinely happy right up to the end. Knowing his daughter was not miserable in her final days has lifted a weight off Hugo that has been there for years. For one flickering memory, we see the family whole and smiling. Hugo says simply that he feels saved. He credits Vikier directly for reuniting him with his granddaughter, Pomerian. As thanks, Hugo makes an offer, name anything. He is careful to frame it right, not an order paid off but a real gift freely given. Vikier's inner voice kicks back in. Ever since he regressed into this second life, he has had a nagging suspicion about something. Flashback, a younger, dark-haired Hugo barking at a young Vikier not to lose to the family's proper bloodline. More training flashbacks, guards yell to stop before he gets hurt. Young Vikier grits through it anyway, insisting he is almost done. Hugo grips his fist, warning that recklessness in a real fight gets you hurt, and to treat every injury as a lesson. Back in the present, older Hugo says he trusts Vikier not to do anything rash. He calls him my son. Vikier's thoughts spiral. Is the Hugo standing in front of him actually a different man than the one he remembers? The ice-cold Hugo he spent a lifetime hating might not even exist anymore, and that shift only started after Vikier regressed. Which leaves him more confused than ever, not less. 17 years of nursing pure revenge, and somehow here now, he finds he is actually capable of forgiving the man. But he splits the two crimes apart in his head. Whoever framed him in his past life might not have been Hugo. The one who signed off on his execution, though, that part was definitely Hugo. So what does he choose? Vikier bows his head, wrestling with it. First things first, he decides. He tells Hugo to lift his head. He will not let the patriarch of the whole clan keep bowing to him. Let's finish this properly first, he says, then circles back. That offer still stands, anything. Hugo confirms without hesitation. What Vikier actually wants, he says, comes after something else first. The two of them stand facing each other down the long hall, an understanding forming between them. Internally, Vikier shelves the big question. He will decide Hugo's ultimate fate later. For now, there is someone else on his mind, Pomerian. Cut to Pomerian herself, a bright, red-eyed little girl excitedly listing off who's visiting, Uncle Vikier, Grandpapa, and Uncle Osi too. Someone off-panel points out she forgot to actually name that last uncle. She blanks. She lights up. Uncle Set, a long-haired young man, scoops her into the scene. A guard reminds Set he is supposed to be off doing his isolated training already. Set, standing with an elderly nanny and Pomeranian, says he just wanted to see his niece before locking himself away. The guard warns the patriarch ordered nobody go near the young lady. Set just grins and asks everyone to keep his little visit a secret. They stroll off together, Pomeranian happily agreeing to keep the secret. Set gently plays with her hair, telling her she has got nice hair, just like someone else he remembers. It reminds him of his late sister Penelope's hair, he says, and the old nanny's face freezes at the mention. Set, puzzled, points out the nanny could not possibly have known Penelope back then. She was not even around yet. The nanny only manages a hollow, turning away. Then, out of nowhere, something implanted in the back of her skull flares into violent pink light, a voice cutting in that father is looking for her. Someone, racked with pain, urges her to hurry and go to him now. A face contorts in agony, blood-red cracks spidering across it. Pomeranian flinches, startled by whatever just happened. The moment passes and the group moves on as if nothing happened, almost. Later, Pomeranian reaches for her nanny only to find her gone, called away on something urgent. Set glances back over his shoulder, an odd, distant look crossing his face. Pomeranian giggles that she thinks Grandpa really likes her. Then the panel curdles. The face leaning over her twists into something monstrous, grinning ear to ear, purring that she really does look just like his dead wife and daughter. The threat hangs in the air, unfinished: if I kill you. A hand torn and bloodied fills the frame. Claws rake through the dark, the sound tearing the panel apart. A hand reaches out desperately as blood sprays across the page. The chapter closes on a single chilling thought, dripping in blood: I wonder just how much this will destroy Hugo. In the dark, a shadowy figure grins wide, one eye burning red. All right, Pomeranian, he purrs like he's already picked out his next victim. He wonders out loud just how much killing her would wreck Hugo Le Baskerville, grinning the whole time like it's the best idea he's had all week. A blood-streaked hand drags across red fabric. Whatever just happened here, it wasn't gentle. A hand slams down hard, sudden and brutal. Another hand claws out of the dark, and you already know this isn't ending well for whoever it's reaching for. A pair of boots step through fresh blood. Someone says one name, flat and cold: Set. A young man in Baskerville colors demands to know where the nanny went, and why this stranger is even here. The dark presses in around them, thick with the kind of quiet that follows something violent. The story rewinds years earlier. A little girl comes running, calling out for Uncle Osi. A boy explains he found little Pomeranian all alone when the nanny never showed, so he's been keeping an eye on her himself. He warns his uncle that father will be furious if he finds out, so maybe it's best this stays between the two of them. I think so too, his uncle agrees quietly, and for a moment they just share the look. Warm and easygoing despite everything, his uncle tells him it's time to get back to his isolation training. Out loud, he agrees to pick it back up next week. In his head, the thought is ice cold: I'll kill you one day, Osiris. He goes quiet, and that silence says more than any comeback could. He just stares back at his uncle, wordless, whatever he's feeling locked down tight. Osiris tells him he worries he's pushing himself too hard, and that he's welcome to come find him anytime he needs help. A small, private thought slips out of him: he's worried about me, like the idea alone catches him off guard. Years later, older and colder, he snarls that being endlessly compared to a genius is exactly what put him under his father's boot in the first place. Wrapped in thorny vines, clutching a small child close, he finally lets the thought out: if you didn't exist, then I. Back in the present, Victor freezes mid-thought, murmuring a name that isn't even his own: Set. His eyes snap wide with sudden pain. Shit, like someone else's memories just forced their way into his skull. He realizes what's happening, fragments of Set's own memories bleeding into his, and quietly excuses himself to get a grip. Back in the memory, Osiris tells the little girl that now he's here, he'll be heading off. A quiet beat passes between them, nothing needing to be said out loud. He lets out a relieved breath. The little girl just blinks at him, caught completely off guard. A lone figure walks on, thinking back. Being vice patriarch meant one thing above all: he had to grow up to be just like his father. That's the lesson he was raised on, staring for years at nothing but his cold-hearted father's back. But then he wonders if even his father is capable of showing real emotion. An old man breaks down in tears, stunned he somehow lived long enough to be called grandpa. He wonders, voice cracking, if he'll ever get to actually live with these clumsy feelings he's buried his whole life, and thanks his niece for it. A hand ruffles the little girl's hair. She looks up, startled but clearly pleased. "It's all because you came to Baskerville," she tells him, the estate's towers rising behind them. The old man and the little girl walk on together, his hand resting gently on her head. The memory fades into somewhere much darker, a jagged cave mouth swallowing the path ahead. Footsteps echo down worn stone stairs, deeper into the dark. "So annoying," someone mutters, slouched and brooding on a cold stone slab, clearly stewing over something. Word reaches him that ever since that day, Hugo hasn't left his granddaughter's side for a single second. All because the old man is completely smitten with his own granddaughter, which, annoyingly, makes her that much harder to get to. "That was my chance," he growls, eyes flaring purple, cursing the damned Osiris for interfering yet again. He groans, alone among scattered bones, already plotting his next move. There's still plenty of time before the gate opens, he reasons. No need to rush this. Better, he decides, to kill Pomeranian later, once she means even more to Hugo, so it hurts that much worse. He mulls his options out loud. Maybe poison her like he did Roxana, dress it up as an illness. Or maybe he sicks the barbarians on her, the same trick that worked on Penelope. His grin splits wider, eyes blazing purple. He's clearly enjoying this planning way more than he should. No, he decides, Pomeranian deserves something crueler than either of those. He strides deeper into the dark, cape trailing behind him. Red energy crackles down his blade, power building with every step. A burst of light and lightning rips through the dark. Sweat beads on his face, something's wrong and he knows it. There's a crack in the trap, someone shouts, sprinting through the ruins toward him. Who the hell is it? He snaps, whipping around in the dark. A lone figure steps calmly out of the shadows toward him. Sharp red eyes lock on, cool and unreadable. "As promised, I'm here to visit you, Set," Victor says, like he's just dropping by for tea. A hand flexes, ready for whatever comes next. Set goes rigid, recognizing him instantly, Victor van Baskerville. How?" he stammers, completely blindsided. Victor shrugs it off. Set was too lost in his own scheming to notice him tailing behind, and his hand is already healing itself before Set's eyes. Set bristles, furious that a mere mid-grade graduate managed to crack his trap without him even noticing. Victor strolls closer, almost teasing. His sudden visit seems to have caused quite the mess, so what exactly has Set been up to in a place like this? Bones litter the cave floor around them, grim proof of just how long this has been going on. Then Victor drops it plainly. It sure looks like Set is the demon behind Underdog City's missing children. Set's mouth curls into a slow grin, so he says Victor knows everything. "How did you know Victor van Baskerville?" he asks, eyes glowing purple, grin stretched unnaturally wide. A flicker of memory surfaces, a red-eyed boy once saying he doesn't plan on hiding himself anymore, demon. A chain glints at Victor's collar as red light flares around him. "There's no need to keep hiding," Victor tells him. "There's no one else around here to hear any of it." Set sneers, wondering just where Victor gets the nerve to walk in here alone and unarmed. Lightning crawls across Set's skin as he throws his head back, cackling. Something dark coils behind him, barely contained. He lunges, ghostly and impossibly fast. A streak of red light cuts through the dark between them. Set's laughing, purple eyes wild, completely convinced he's already won. Victor's eyes just narrow, thoroughly unimpressed. "Why are you laughing?" Victor asks flatly, and that question alone should be terrifying. Confusion flashes through the scene. Something's already gone very wrong for Set, and he doesn't even know it yet. Set looks down to find himself already bleeding, a blade buried where he never even saw it coming. He staggers back, shaking, completely thrown. When did he even draw a weapon? The pain hits somewhere deeper than flesh, like his soul itself just got cut. His eyes widen in horror. That weapon, it can't be what he thinks it is. Victor raises a glowing red blade and finishes the thought for him. Beelzebub, the sword of gluttony, the actual relic of the Grand King of Flies. How does Set even have it? Turns out Vikir says demons know an awful lot about their own kind, Set, or maybe he should use a different title. One of the 10 demons who crossed into the human world to crack open the gate to the demon realm. Should he call Set one of the 10 elite corpses instead? Oh, how do you know that? Set demands, clutching his wound. Sweat drips down his face, eyes wide with something close to fear. What? The soul you're carrying, Vikir says, and whatever he's just realized clearly changes everything. For a moment, everything just goes still and red. Did you go to hell? Set snarls, eyes burning in the dark like dying once wasn't punishment enough for Vikir. As if pretending to be his savior wasn't cruel enough on its own, Set spits, thinking back on the man who once fooled him completely. In the end, he says, that same man had him executed too. Smoke curls through the dark, the silence heavy with everything just said. Wake up, demon, Vikir orders, calm and cold, while Set breaks into a cold sweat, eye twitching. Set says nothing, the silence stretches long and dangerous. Don't think I'll let you die comfortably, Set warns, power crackling to life around him as the chapter cuts to black. Before he got his second life, the world he knew ended in fire and ruin. This is the story he never told anyone. One day, without warning, a gate tore open in the sky itself, linking the human world straight to the realm of demons. And the second that gate opened, the demons did not wait around for an invitation, they poured straight through. Streets turned to chaos in seconds, families running, the sky glowing purple, nowhere left that felt safe. Massive clawed shapes tore their way out of that rift. This was only the beginning of what history would come to call the Fall. That is the name history gave it. The very first demons to set foot on Earth were the high-ranked ones, and the gate itself had been pried open by 10 of the worst monsters imaginable. Cut to the aftermath of one of those battles, and it is written all over his bloodied face. The outcome was not pretty. Miserable is putting it kindly. The battlefield below looks like the end of the world in miniature. 671 people marched into that fight. 666 of them never marched back out. Let that number sink in for a second. So why was there even a survivor to talk about? Turns out that was not luck, it was the demon's idea of a sick joke. It wanted the body count to land on exactly 666, because of course, a demon has numerology issues. This was not some random monster either. This was one of the 10 elite corpses, and its power was destruction, full stop. And somehow, out of nearly 700 fighters, exactly one person walked away from it in one piece. Him, of course it was him. Rewind the clock about 10 years before that massacre, because this is where the story actually starts. He is staring down a cave floor littered with small skeletons, and one horrifying thought is running through his head: did this thing devour children? The evidence is not subtle, blood-soaked little skulls scattered like trophies. And somehow he is the one laughing, a dark, unhinged little chuckle that tells you he is very much not okay right now. The demon clocks it immediately, purring that he seems awfully upset after seeing what is left of the kids. That grin says it is enjoying every second of this. Then it drops the punchline: do not worry, they are still alive, it says, in its stomach. Cool, 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 cool. It even offers to bring them back, and a small broken voice begs to be saved from somewhere inside it. Absolute nightmare fuel. A tiny reanimated hand claws toward him, whispering that it misses its mom. This demon is playing every card in the cruelty deck. He does not dignify any of it with a response. He just swings and the blade connects. First real scream of the fight. Good, it deserved that. He tells it flat out to stop talking. Dead is dead, and he is not buying the resurrection sales pitch. Both its arms hit the floor, and the screaming that follows is not subtle either. But watch closely, because this is where things get annoying. Regeneration complete, it chirps, arms fully regrown like nothing happened. Great, a cheat code demon. It smirks that he is clearly hiding a few tricks of his own too. It brings up some legendary genius named Osiris, who supposedly did not hit mid-rank graduate status until he was 30. Meanwhile, our guy blew past that same rank at 17. Even the demon is impressed, and demons are not easily impressed. The pleasantries end there. It decides right then that he has to die here tonight. A wicked curved blade slides out, gleaming red in the dark. He just flips the threat right back at it without even blinking. Both of them reach for what is coming next. Two silhouettes, one bone-covered cave floor, and absolutely zero room for a truce. And they collide steel on claw, sparks everywhere. It is fast, it is brutal, and neither one is pulling punches. He is matching a high-ranked demon blow for blow, which honestly should not be possible for a human. But should not be possible has never really applied to this guy. Mid-fight, the demon starts monologuing about bloodline politics. Apparently there is a whole caste system to the Baskerville sword style. The rule goes, illegitimate branches of the family are only ever taught up through the fourth technique, no exceptions. So it is feeling pretty confident it cannot lose to someone capped at technique 4, not when it knows all the way up to 6. Cocky words right before a very cocky mistake. Because he unloads the 6th technique right back at it. Somehow the guy who is only supposed to know 4 techniques just pulled out the 6th. The Baskerville name lighting up the dark like a warning shot. Full impact, full commitment, he plants it right where it hurts. And the demon's smug little smile evaporates on the spot. Was not expecting that, huh? It plays it off fast, claiming it always suspected he had more up his sleeve. Sure it did. It pulls out a bladed weapon of its own to match. He is not fazed for a second. That arm of its is basically a weapon now, spikes and all. They trade another vicious exchange. Its face says it is already regretting whatever is coming next. Because he goes even further and busts out the 7th technique. It scrambles to block, but it is already a step behind. The strike lands in a blinding burst of red and white. It is panicking now. The 7th technique is supposed to be locked to the clan patriarch and nobody else. So how does he know it? He does not bother explaining himself, he just keeps coming. Another hit lands clean. That one actually hurt. Standing over it, he mutters that demons always assume they are above humans, looking down on them like it is a given. Which, he adds with a smirk, makes fooling arrogant demons like this one almost too easy. Then he gets philosophical. Even the heroes who eventually sealed the gate and ended the fall for good never managed to track down every single one of the 10 elite corpses to make them pay. But things are different this time. The fall has not even started yet. Which means right now, before it all kicks off, these 10 monsters are weak and scattered, hiding wherever they can. Which means right now is exactly when he can hunt them down. The demon's expression says it just realized this fight was never really about survival. He grabs it and lays the whole plan out loud. The goal was always to permanently link the human and demon realms together, was not it? And he wonders out loud, almost to himself, if killing it and every one of its demon friends might actually bring him some peace. There is nothing playful left in his expression. For the first time, real fear flickers behind the demon's eyes. It can barely process the thought a mere human actually scaring it. Its composure is cracking fast. It starts screaming, spitting out curses it cannot even finish. This damned human, it manages, right before he cuts the sentence short for good. He lands, breathing hard, blood dripping off his fingers. Something strange rises out of the ground. Is that a thorn made of blood? A massive crimson spike bursts up out of the rock, and it is not friendly. The demon lets out a pained groan as the thing skewers straight through it. Something new is standing up out of the wreckage. He watches it rise, saying nothing, sizing it up. Every inch of it is bristling with blood-red thorns. It finally drops the act and gives up its name to Andromalius. Practically offended, it has to show a mere human its true form at all. Tada, it announces, unveiling a nightmare of white flesh, horns, and a mocking little halo. Subtle. He does not even flinch at the reveal. But that is it, he says, unimpressed, right as a nest of snake-like heads bursts out toward him. They lash out fast, snapping and striking from every angle. He plants his feet and does not back up an inch. Blades and fangs collide in a blur of red. Andromalius taunts him to just try and cut through all of them. It swings in with everything it has got. He answers by cutting straight through the chaos instead of around it. Not one flicker of hesitation on his face. One more head hits the ground. He is cutting it down piece by piece. He calls it, that is enough, he says, you are finished. But Andromalius just grins wider, saying it has no idea what finished even means to something like this. Its hand pulses with dark energy. Endless blood absorption, it announces it can just keep drinking in blood and healing forever. His eyes narrow, two can play that game. Because his own hidden power is exactly that he controls blood itself, and he just yanked every drop it stole right back out. One monster's cheat code turned into its own execution. As long as it is facing a living creature, its power is supposed to be undefeated. Funny how fast that changes once every drop of blood gets pulled back out of it. And as the last of it screams his name in disbelief, one thing is very clear: Vikier van Baskerville just took down one of the 10 elite corpses, alone. The record books would later log it plainly: 10th corpse, Andromalius, risk rating S+, one of the 10 disasters officially and permanently crossed off the list. Deep in some cave crawling with monster bones, blood is flying everywhere, and our hunter calls it endless blood absorption, the power of a half-immortal. The demon shrugs it off, completely claims it cannot die as long as there is a single injured living thing anywhere nearby to feed on. Vikier just stares back in silence. He already knows something this thing very much does not. Blood keeps dripping between them while the tension sits there, thick as soup. Then out of nowhere, Vikier just starts laughing at it. "Have you finally lost it? Why are you laughing?" the demon snaps, clearly rattled. "Because," Vikier says, grinning behind his own hand, eyes glowing bloody red. His laugh trails off into something a lot colder. And right on cue, the demon's whole face starts cracking apart like a shattered screen. "Wah, what? It wasn't ordinary blood," it shrieks, collapsing in a heap of its own bones. "Want me to show you something cool?" Vikier asks, twirling a dagger like this is a magic trick. Then he just slices open his own palm, calm as you like. Hi, his blood has poison in it, and it's not just that, the demon realizes way too late. "Ta-da," Vikier says, showing off the wound that is very much no longer there. "Regeneration complete," he adds, like he's reading off a receipt. "How can a human have a regeneration skill of that level?" the demon demands, an honestly fair question. Turns out the demon's been hoarding stolen powers for ages. It starts rattling off the 9-headed snake from the land of the Titans, and the giant jellyfish from the bottom of the Black Sea, horrified that a lowly human could outpoison all of that. Yeah, turns out Karma's got some poison of its own. It screams in agony while Vikier just stands there in the rubble, unbothered. "Didn't you want my blood?" he asks, and you can practically hear the smirk. Turns out that fang of his, the canine tooth, is loaded like a weapon: deadly poison, a silent heal, and regeneration stolen from a swamp salamander. The guy's basically cheating. "As I thought, the madam's poison works on the 10 corpses too," Vikier confirms, and there's the name of the group he's really up against. That poison is eating the demon alive from the inside, and it is absolutely furious it hasn't finished the job yet. "This proves it," Vikier says, blade dripping red. He's got exactly the confirmation he needed. "I, the highest-ranking graduate," he thinks, "can defeat the 10 corpses. Cocky, maybe, also probably true." The demon lunges in with everything it's got, roaring loud enough to shake the cave. Steel meets whatever passes for flesh on this thing, and it is not a fair fight anymore. "He's too strong, I don't understand this," the demon thinks, laughing in pure disbelief at its own situation. How the hell did he get this strong? It keeps asking itself, and Vikier just keeps staring it down. Even his collar's taking damage at this point. That's how messy this fight has gotten. The demon changes its whole game plan. "Right now my priority is to survive and tell the other corpses about him." Translation: it wants to run. "I need to recollect the mana I dispersed," it thinks, scrambling to patch its shield back together. Vikier's hand crackles with something new. Looks like he's got another trick queued up. Did he just drop his barrier? Vikier notices instantly. Big mistake on the demon's part. "Let water turn into blood," the demon growls, trying a fresh spell to keep itself alive. Blue energy rips through the cave in response. Vikier's not about to make this easy. He stands dead center of his own storm, completely unfazed. A wall of blood explodes outward as the two powers collide head-on. Vikier watches it happen, weighing exactly what he just saw. He can turn water into blood too, Vikier thinks. Guess even without all his power, a high-ranking demon's still a high-ranking demon. He steps forward through a pool of blood, sword raised, looking every bit the predator here. The demon freezes, utterly confused about what just happened to its own spell. "Because I didn't turn the water into blood to absorb it," Vikier explains. "He just denied it the fuel outright." The demon can only manage a horrified, as Vikir raises a hand and commands, "Arise, my blood knights." It recoils as red orbs swarm the air around them, clearly not liking where this is going. Blood rains down off Vikir's coat, gathering itself into something with intent. A gem-red core flares to life in the middle of it all. The blood collapses inward into a swirling crimson mass, like a portal made of violence. And out of it step full-on blood knights, swords in hand, forming ranks around Vikir like he just drafted his own private army. A whole squad of them marches through the cave now, all of it stitched together from the demon's own blood. Even if you can use the 7th technique, the demon warns, you can't go against all of them. Who taught you the 6th technique? Its cracked, glitching face says it's rattled, no matter how tough the talk sounds. "I'm going to kill you and then I'll kill everyone you love one by one," it snarls. Regret ever going against the 10 corpses. Vikir just stands there in silence, surrounded by his new knights, saying nothing. These blood clots can all use the 6th technique, he thinks. This is going to be dangerous. "I didn't prepare myself for this at all," he admits, which for Vikir is basically a 5-alarm warning. Cut back to a quieter moment. Someone once asked him, "Did you say I could have anything I want?" "What I want," Vikir starts, clearly about to cash in a favor that's going to matter a whole lot right about now. Present day again, Vikir grips something small and glowing red between his teeth, dead set on using it. "That whistle is," the demon mutters, going pale. It clearly recognizes exactly what that thing is. Its eye just widens, silent, as the horror fully sets in. "No way," it manages while Vikir bites down on the whistle, resolve written all over his face. A shrill sound rips through the whole cave without warning. Rings of pale energy pulse outward from Vikir, his blood knights flanking him on either side. The signal doesn't stop at the cave, it rolls straight out across the mountainside. Ring after ring keeps spreading over the peaks like the whole mountain just got paged. Somewhere else entirely, a figure turns and walks off, already answering the call. Vikir keeps that whistle clenched tight, waiting for exactly what he ordered. "Kill him quickly," the demon barks at whatever's left of its own side, panic finally showing. "It's the power to use the orders of Baskerville," Vikir says calmly, and that sounds like a problem for the demon. "Function of this black whistle," he continues, as red-armored knights swarm in around him. A beam of red light rips straight through solid rock like it's paper. "Is that it lets me utilize the entire Baskerville force," Vikir finishes, which is an insane amount of firepower for one whistle. The light just keeps carving forward, unstoppable at this point. It slams into its target with everything the whole clan's got behind it. Vikir watches it land, blood streaking through the air around him. The demon gets torn straight through, no defense left to hide behind. Its hide is shredded clean apart by the strike. More slashes rip through what's left of it. "The cave," it stammers, staring at what used to be solid rock around them. "No," is all it can manage, watching its own hiding spot get erased. "Half the mountain has vanished." A stunned voice echoes over the wreckage because that's what one whistle just did. Smoke and rubble are all that's left where a mountainside used to be. An older man arrives on the scene, Hugo himself, now silver-haired but unmistakable. "I was wondering why you asked to borrow the power to control all of Baskerville," he says. He walks in with Vikir and an old, familiar face at his side, surveying the crater his son just made. "So it was to hunt a demon," Hugo says, "as expected of my son." Rewind slightly, the demon's still reaching for Vikir, unaware just how much backup is already on its way. Is all it manages when it first feels something massive approaching. Even the commanders and the vice-patriarch, Osiris, it realizes, horrified at just who's answering that whistle. "Are all the Baskervilles here right now?" it shrieks. Yes, they are." A dark, imposing shape looms at the cliff's edge, Baskerville power radiating off it in waves. A hand rises, ready to give the order that seals this fight. For the next 6 hours the declaration rings out, "I hereby declare that Vikir van Baskerville, the possessor of the whistle, is to have full command over our entire force," and there it is, the whole reason one demon just lost half a mountain. "Rip him to shreds," comes the final order, and nobody's holding back anymore. A blade rakes clean across what's left of the demon's face. Lightning and steel shred through it again and again until there's nothing left to fight back with. And that's it for the 10 corpses. Latest volunteer turns out messing with Vikir was the worst move it ever made. The blades come out first, a blur of steel slicing through the dark before you even see who is swinging them. Two knives clash white-knuckled, already slick with blood. And there it is, the thing they are hunting, a horned, fanged monster shrieking loud enough to shake the rocks. Another slash rips into it, and this thing barely even flinches. Pull back, and here is the setup. A line of knights watching from the cliff above while one lone hunter walks straight into the kill zone. The warning goes out fast: this demon drinks blood to heal itself, so every hit had better count. Brutal triage rule of the night: anyone wounded gets tossed straight into the poison river. This squad does not do gentle. And nobody is rescuing the demon either, not that it asked nicely. Cut to a different moment entirely: a young dark-haired man barking dead serious orders. Nobody touches this person, not a single scratch. His knights do not hesitate, leaping straight into the fight the second he gives the word. One of them dives in, eyes blazing, sword first. Meanwhile, two older men are watching from somewhere safer, one of them cackling that he just riled up the whole squad's killing intent in one move. The other one, older and silver-haired, just marvels quietly at how good his nephew has gotten at commanding a room. Up close, that same scarred old man wonders, almost to himself, whether he even noticed his own son had turned into something this dangerous. Back in the fight, a hooded warrior grapples a monstrous coiled serpent, muttering, "Is this really what the Baskerville name has become?" That serpent's true face comes into view, and it is somehow worse than expected: a writhing, multi-headed nightmare. It lashes its tail like a whip, and the ground pays for it. Shadows collide in the dark, steel ringing off steel. The demon coughs up blood, cracks spreading across its bone-white mask. Inside its head it is panicking. It knew exactly what these bloodhounds of Baskerville could do, and they are still hitting harder than it planned for. Worse, every time it heals itself it burns through its own magic. It needs a new plan fast. Two figures stride deeper into the dark toward it. One of them is Vikir. Cornered, the demon's whole attitude flips. "Let us negotiate," it begs. It doubles down on the offer as the full line of knights closes in around the cliff, and Vikir's head snaps toward it. It offers up Set's body right now, no tricks, if they will just let it live. Vikir is not buying it for a second. He does not believe for a moment it would give up the family's second son that easily. The demon claps back with an eerie wall of illusion eyes. Does he really think Baskerville would even allow that kind of deal? Vikir does not so much as blink, while the illusion crowds in around him. Something in his silence makes the demon flinch. He tells it flat out he knows a bargain like that would never work on its kind. He just needs to convince one person here. Then he calls out a name like a war cry: Osiris, and a blade bristles to life in his grip. The demon's cloak snaps in the wind as it demands to know exactly what he is playing at. Someone at his side presses him harder. He is not really going to let them execute his own little brother who followed him into this, is he? A memory cuts in, a gentler voice once telling him not to push himself so hard, to come find them anytime he needed help. Back in the present, the demon is still scheming. Convince him there is still a chance. This is the last shot to save Set. Somebody just watches in total silence, unreadable. Deeper in the gloom, a bound, masked figure gets marched forward between the knights. Someone grabs Vikir's arm. "Do not fall for it," they warn him. The demon is lying. They push on anyway, boots crunching over broken stone. The group tightens its circle around the prisoner. Vikir walks right up to the kneeling, restrained figure, surrounded by knights and old bones. Quietly someone asks, "Are you saying I can still help him?" The demon's mask bears row after row of teeth as it works its influence. The restrained man's head snaps up. "Brother," he cries, "I am still alive." A hooded figure's shoulders go rigid, a chain glinting at his collar. Tears spill down his face as he sobs that he sold his own soul to the demon. The knight's close ranks as he chokes out how hard it always was, constantly measured against his brother and judged by their father. "I am sorry," he manages, just that. He admits all the chaos up till now is on him and begs for one chance to make it right. Tears streak his face as a blade flashes and the whole world washes red. The strike lands, hair and blood scatter on the wind. His head bows, blood on his lips. For him, the fight is already over. From somewhere in the dark comes a single word, set. Bitterly, someone admits this mercy was the only thing he had left to give him. The knights gather in silence around the body. His eldest brother's face is a mess of blood and tears, hollowed out by grief. Blood pools quietly on the stone where Set fell. Vikir sheathes his blade and tells his eldest brother not to blame himself. Set's soul was already gone, the demon was only wearing his face. His brother cannot accept it that easily. He says it is his fault the demon ever got close to Set in the first place. Further back in memory, a father and a child walking hand in hand through a sunlit garden, a rare, gentle day. Back in the present dark, Vikir admits it is too soon to properly grieve the corruption and death eating away at their own bloodline. Standing in a field of old bones, he adds he is just sad that kids meant to be Baskerville's future got thrown away for this. As vice patriarch now, he says, he is embarrassed he did not catch this sooner. To think, he mutters, I was dancing right in the palm of the demon's hand this whole time. High on a ledge littered with bones, hooded knights close in from both sides. Somebody shouts the head, it is escaping. The demon's severed head bolts skyward and the knights scramble after it. It cackles back down at them, these idiotic bloodhounds. Mid-flight, it admits the opening of some gate is delayed, but hey, cannot be helped now. It boasts that its brothers will finish the job properly. Wait for it to heal, it howls, cackling as it flees, and Vikir gives chase. He curses under his breath, there is no way to land a hit at this range. A familiar voice cuts through the chase, I taught you a swordsman should never show his back. Vikir's father steps into view, silver-haired now, and addresses him plainly, my son. The words just hang there as the group closes the gap. The demon's mask splits with a sickening crack, panic finally setting in. It cannot understand why certain Set is truly dead. It still feels the exact same fear Set once had toward Hugo. Hugo catches on immediately, do not tell him this is genuine fear. He realizes the kind only a truly dangerous man can put into something. His fist closes around it and crushes it outright. A masked knight and Vikir look on at what is left of it. Vikir's expression settles into something unreadable. Overhead, something with wings cuts silently across the night sky. Someone sheathes their blade with one sharp, final snap. The group stands quiet on the cliff, the mountains stretching out below them. Another demon comes screaming out of the sky, laughing that even a swordmaster cannot reach that high. Famous last words. It plunges straight through a hail of spikes into the dark below. A cross-slash of light rips through the air right behind it. The demon freezes mid-fall, is about all it manages. Its wings shred apart mid-air, scattering like broken glass. The sky goes quiet, dust and embers drifting down after it. It cannot believe it impossible, that it, of all things, could fall to a mere human. Its last word garbles out, Le Baskerville, right as a blinding cross of light erupts. And there he stands amid the falling light, Hugo, sword lowered, the storm already over. The question kind of answers itself at this point. Is this really the power of one swordmaster's blade? The last embers of the strike drift down like snow. A few days later, notices go up across every territory the Baskervilles control, big, official, and impossible to ignore. Turns out the family finally did some digging into that missing children case that's been haunting them, and they're rolling out compensation to make it right. The scroll spells it out plainly, a full investigation into the missing kids and the string of horrors tied to them, with payouts promised under the new Vikir law. The goal, in their own words, drag the whole ugly truth into the light and make every family involved pay for it. The city reads it and just about falls over. Nobody expected the Baskervilles to admit fault publicly, let alone pay for it. Turns out this whole nightmare traces back to the Baskerville family's own second son, Set, who somehow struck a deal with a Demon King-class monster. Now his mother, Newt, is the first one dragged to trial for it. The charge sheet is brutal, poisoning nursery rooms, poisoning Set's own stepmother, even helping kidnap the patriarch's own daughter. Add in helping Set snatch children off the streets and you get one number, 1642 charges. The verdict is immediate execution. Here's the twist nobody saw coming. Newt was never brainwashed by any demon. Every horrible thing she did, she chose. Even with the blade already coming down, all she can scream is her son's name, begging to see him one last time. She doesn't get her wish, the sentence lands exactly as ordered. Set's whole crew of loyal henchmen follows her to the chopping block right after. Running the entire cleanup is the Baskerville's vice patriarch, Osiris. Every detail of this purge, every execution order, runs through Osiris's hands alone. Except that's not the whole story, there's someone else pulling strings behind him. Osiris quietly hands off his own authority to none other than Vikir. The family's dirty work just landed on his desk. Word spreads that Vikir was the bridge who ended the war with the barbarians and the real hero behind cleaning up this mess. The public's still furious underneath it all, but that anger is starting to shift. Give it less than a week and that anger turns into flat-out worship. Osiris and Vikir wrap the entire crisis up shockingly fast. Still, executing someone that high up in the Baskerville bloodline shakes plenty of people to their core. Because now everyone has to reckon with what Set actually let loose a demon this dangerous, this close to home. The message lands loud and clear across the territory. The new Baskerville law doesn't bend, not even for the family's own blood. In a quieter moment, Vikir turns to a little girl by his side and asks her something out of nowhere. "Pomerian, I have a question," he says. "What's changed about Grandpa?" She just blinks up at him, totally stumped. Her whole face lights up like the question actually got her thinking. It's not really a question for her though. Vikir's mind has already drifted somewhere else entirely. He wanders an old, empty office and can't help but remark how hollow the place feels now. Standing at those familiar doors with Osiris, it almost feels like all that recent chaos never touched this place at all. Then Hugo, of all people, throws out the most random question in the world. What does everyone think about him shaving off his beard? Vikir just shrugs it off. Inside makes sense, considering pretty much everything connected to Set has been scrubbed from existence at this point. Even the last traces of that demon are gone from Baskerville land now, like the whole thing was erased. Somewhere else, a green-haired hothead is losing his mind, insisting he already paid an informant named Cindywendy to dig up intel on the other demons, so just wait for results already. Someone jokingly asks if he's hunting Demon King level threats now, and he snaps back asking exactly how many lives they think he's got. Elsewhere, Hugo just grins and tells his son, "Good job." Osiris returns the compliment, "You too, eldest brother," before reminding Vikir his academy enrollment got pushed back thanks to all this mess, so he'd better get ready. Alone with his thoughts, Vikir can't quite believe his father is shipping him off to the academy in the middle of all this chaos. From Hugo's side, it probably makes perfect sense keep using Vikir to clean up problems since it's clearly working. Still, Vikir can't shake the nagging question of what his father's actually planning underneath it all. Osiris cuts in with a different read entirely, that Hugo's just worried Vikir will get dragged into the family's ugly power struggles. Vikir admits, almost surprised at himself, that he's been feeling like he actually understands their father lately. Osiris just watches him say it, quietly taking that in. He's just terrible at showing it, Osiris tells him, but he really does worry about you. "I'm the one who takes after him most, so trust me on this," Osiris adds. Vikir doesn't say a word back. The two just keep walking in silence, footsteps echoing down the hall. Cut to a warmer memory, Hugo sitting there patiently, actually braiding his little granddaughter's hair. He fusses over every little strand like it's the most important job in the world. "There," he says, finishing off her pigtails. She just giggles, delighted. "Do you like it, Pomerian?" he asks, practically beaming. "Yeah," she cheers back, while somewhere nearby someone bows respectfully to the two of them. But behind that cozy scene, Vikir's silhouette lingers with the shadow of who he used to be, watching it all. He realizes he's slipped back into it again, looking at everything through the lens of his old life. "I lived my whole previous life with a collar around my neck," he remembers. Back then, all he ever did was watch Hugo's back, chained to his service. The memory of that literal chain still hangs heavy in his mind. His expression darkens, caught somewhere between then and now. That's exactly why he never knew back then. Hugo himself was wearing a collar chained to his own neck too. Turns out the man Vikir swore revenge on was dragging his own set of chains the entire time. Link by link, that old chain is etched into his memory. Everything Vikyr thought he knew about that man is quietly rearranging itself. A voice from the past teases him about how much he's grown experience, she calls it with a smirk. Fate, someone else murmurs, while a panicked man somewhere yelps deputy consul, like his life depends on it. In another flash of memory, a little girl begs uncle, I want to go with you, while a hooded figure quietly bows nearby. The past life swordsman version of himself stands there, blade in hand, a ghost he can't quite shake. And then, the memory shifts again. Back to the warmer version, little Pomerian squeals I like grandpa, as Hugo scoops her up laughing. Vikyr's own thought cuts through it, just one word heavy with everything, Hugo. He watches the scene bathed in warm light, unable to look away. Hugo just beams down at the kid like he doesn't have a single dark thought left in his whole body. That's the expression you get, Vikyr realizes, when there's no chain around your neck anymore. I know now, he tells himself, taking a slow step forward out of the memory. The Hugo he swore his revenge against, the one wrapped in chains, simply doesn't exist anymore. That was the past me's fight, not his. Somewhere far off, a chain rattles faintly, like it's not quite ready to let go either. Back in the present, Hugo dabs at his eyes while Pomerian playfully scolds him for getting sentimental. Osiris just watches his father and niece with a small, knowing smile. Vikyr finally says it out loud, brother, I'll go to the academy. Good, that's a wise decision, Osiris tells him, clearly relieved. Vikyr walks off, that decision settling into his stride. Behind him, a set of old chains hits the ground, finally released. It sure looks like he's letting the past go for good. However, that's not quite the whole truth. One chain link, in particular, refuses to let go. I can't let go of this one just yet, Vikyr admits, clenching his fist around it. He stares down that single remaining chain, lit up in the dark like it's still got a purpose. Because his real revenge, it turns out, was never really about Hugo at all. This is about something bigger, something demonic still gripping his fate. That last chain glows a furious red, refusing to break. It's a promise he's not done keeping. He grips that broken chain like a weapon, eyes blazing red. Because his true revenge, he realizes, has only just begun. Cut to a clock tower halfway across the world, standing quiet under the night sky. Then it isn't quiet anymore, something tears straight through it in a burst of light. A hulking, blue-skinned brute comes crashing out, roaring like it just woke up angry. And there's Vikyr dropping straight into the fight, coat trailing behind him. The creature slams down onto a rooftop hard enough to crack the stone underneath it. Damn it, it snarls, already sensing this fight isn't going its way. Who are you? It demands, genuinely rattled. How did you know I made a contract with a demon? It shouts, panic finally breaking through. Damn you, it lunges, throwing everything it's got at him. Vikyr doesn't even flinch, he's already moving, blade flashing. Somewhere in his head, one question echoes back at him, who am I really? His strike lands clean, tearing straight through the creature's arm. Blood sprays as he keeps cutting it down, piece by piece. His own face is streaked with blood, eyes glowing bright red with focus. He drops from above like a falling blade, closing in for the finish. One last burst of power slams home. The creature crumples, finally beaten. Its clawed hand reaches out one last time before it stops moving entirely. Word starts spreading about who did this, they're calling him the Night Hound. He walks off into the dark, coat and hat soaked in moonlight, just another job done. Every detail about him now says quiet, controlled violence. Morning breaks quiet over the rooftops, won't stay that way for long. Welcome to Venecia, the city of water and capital of the great rock empire, postcard pretty and about to get a very unusual new student. Today's the big one, entrance ceremony day at Colosseo Academy, the single most prestigious school on the continent. Every club on campus is out hunting for fresh blood, and they are not being subtle about it. Recruiters swarm the freshmen with flyers and surveys, promising greatness to anyone who signs on the dotted line. This year's crop is brutal competition. Fingerprints, seals, the whole bureaucratic circus just to join a club. Word around campus is this year's Fire Corps and Ice Corps freshmen are next-level talented. The academy splits everyone into two tracks, the spell-slinging Fire Corps and the Ice Corps who fight with sword, bow, and spear. Over 4 years, students don't just master their weapon of choice, they cram in a mountain of general knowledge too. And a handful of freshmen are already the talk of the whole campus. First up, tutor of House Don Quixote, a spear prodigy crackling with power, and Bianca of House Usher, the bowmanship master everyone's buzzing about. Together they tied for first place in the Ice Corps practical exam, top of the wanted list before class has even started. Right behind them, third, fourth, and fifth place go to the Baskerville triplets, sons of the so-called Ironblood swordsman family. Baskerville's being terrifyingly good with a sword surprises nobody, but a new name is turning heads over in the Fire Corps too. Say hello to Sinclair, the stunning new mage who topped the practical exam and placed second in theory. But her top marks in theory, somebody else just stole that crown. And the whole academy is dying to know exactly who that mystery genius is. Footsteps echo through the crowd as the mystery student finally steps into view. And there he is, Vikier, dark hair and sharp red eyes half hidden behind a pair of glasses nobody asked for. Not exactly the look you'd expect from the kid who just topped every theory exam in the academy. Some of his so-called peers are already writing him off as just another bookish nobody, not worth the recruiting effort. Turns out there are a dozen freshmen named Vikier this year, so good luck actually tracking the guy down. Little do they know he ditched his real surname, Baskerville, on purpose, hoping to slide through school completely unnoticed. Getting in as a commoner was tough enough. Topping the theory exam just blew his cover a little more than planned. Meanwhile, a couple of overeager underclassmen scramble to catch a senior's attention, papers in hand, desperate to impress. Then the crowd nearly loses it. The school's golden girl has arrived and everyone's falling over themselves just to get near her. She tries to calm the stampede, looking every bit the angelic idol her fans already believe she is. Meet Dolores Lun Quo Vadis, student council president, newspaper club vice president, and unofficial saint of the entire academy. She tries to pitch her newspaper club, nobody's listening, they just want to be near her. Vikier clocks exactly who she is from a distance and quietly decides, stay far, far away from that one. Something catches her attention in the crowd, just for a second. But Vikier's already melting back into the crowd, mission stay invisible, very much still in progress. Just another face in a sea of new students, or so he hopes. The academy sprawls out below him, 4 years of secrets waiting to unfold. Move-in day brings its own surprise. His dorm room already has a roommate waiting inside. Vikier sizes the guy up, not exactly thrilled about the company. Enter Piggy, loud, cheerful, and about to become the most persistent guy in Vikier's life. He grins ear to ear like they're already best friends. Introductions made, Piggy is practically vibrating with excitement over his new roommate. Vikier's smile doesn't quite reach his eyes. He remembers this kid from the life he lived before everything got reset. Back then, Piggy was the kind, generous type who never asked for anything in return. That kindness made him an easy target for a roommate with a cruel streak. That bullying was just the first domino in a long chain of bad luck for poor Piggy, and Vikier isn't about to let history repeat itself. First order of business, bunk beds. Second order of business, Pig is already assuming Vikier is coming to tonight's freshman mixer. As far as Pig is concerned, that's not even a question worth asking. Technically optional, practically speaking, skipping it is social suicide. Piggy warns that ditching it makes the next 4 years miserable. Vikier doesn't even blink, not going. Piggy's jaw hits the floor. Vikier couldn't sound less bothered. Panic mode, skipping the party paints a target on his back with the upperclassmen, Piggy insists. Loner status incoming, Piggy warns, and not the cool kind. Plus half the academy's elite are apparently showing up. He rattles off the guest list like a red carpet. Saintess Dolores, Spear Prodigy Tutor, Archer Bianca, even the Baskerville triplets. Throw in mercenary Ace Sancho and Mage Sensation Sinclair, and Piggy can barely believe this is his freshman class. He's practically bouncing off the walls trying to sell Vikier on going. Vikier's answer is short, flat, and final, nope. Piggy demands a reason. Vikier gives him the most honest one available, he simply doesn't feel like it. And with that, he cheerfully sends Piggy off to enjoy the party without him. Piggy just stands there, completely blindsided by how little Victor cares. Honestly, he's kind of in awe of it. That's a level of not caring Piggy wants to study. Left to himself, Victor wanders off into the quiet, exactly where he wants to be. The academy grounds empty out as the party crowd heads off without him. Night falls over Venesier, and Victor's real evening is only just getting started. Across town, in a part of the city that doesn't show up on any tourist map, something much darker is unfolding. Crates are stacked high in a warehouse that has nothing to do with cargo. Two men warm themselves by a fire barrel, relieved they don't have to listen to a bunch of whining brats anymore. Turns out that cargo was children, storerooms full of them, shipped through this exact yard. A carriage hauled them off at dawn, supposedly bound for an orphanage. Nobody here actually believes that. One of the guards warns his buddy to stop asking questions. Curiosity, he says, kills the cat. The head guard barks at them both to quit gossiping and get back to work. Their paycheck depends on it, he sneers, and not much else about their pitiful lives does. Meet the man in charge, a long-haired sadist with a taste for violence and no idea what's about to walk through that door. Within seconds, the warehouse floor is littered with bodies. Someone just walked in and cleaned house. Ron struts around bragging that as a graduate-ranked fighter, no low-level mercenary stands a chance against him. A voice cuts through the dark, asking for him by name. Ron sneers, outraged that some nobody would dare speak it. He doesn't seem to notice his entire crew is already dead around him. Then it hits him, literally and figuratively, that something is very, very wrong. Panic sets in fast once he realizes he's not the one in control here. A masked figure steps into the moonlight, blade drawn, and speaks his full name like a verdict. 4 years ago, Ron slaughtered a neighboring family as a sacrifice to strike a demonic contract, then vanished into the Northern Guild to hide. More recently, he sold out an entire allied platoon, using a stolen hand mirror to signal their camp's location to the enemy. Ron screams denials, but the masked stranger already knows exactly how that platoon met its end. Twin hooked blades gleam as the masked hunter closes the distance. Ron barely plants his feet before the fight is already on. Steel flashes in the dark. Blades lock, sparks fly, and Ron realizes this opponent hits far harder than any mercenary should. He's thrown completely off balance, scrambling just to stay alive. For one brief, stupid moment, Ron thinks he's actually winning. That relief lasts exactly as long as it takes the blade to come back around. The masked hunter doesn't so much as flinch. Ron drops to his knees, completely outmatched, and pays for his arrogance immediately. Both his arms are gone in an instant, and his scream tears through the empty warehouse. He sobs that he genuinely doesn't know anything about the Allied forces' business, desperate to be believed. He begs to know why any of this is happening to him at all. The answer that comes back is almost gentle. Of course he doesn't know, it hasn't happened yet. What the hunter actually wants is simple. Everything Ron knows about the demon he sold his soul to. Ron, broken and terrified, can barely choke out a response. Somewhere else in the city, another name on the list meets the same masked visitor. It's over before he can even scream. The hunter walks away unbothered, leaving one more crossed-off name behind him. This one didn't even see it coming, dead before he hit the floor. Back in the shadows, a worn journal comes out, the real reason behind tonight's hunt. Its pages are stained and packed with names. One more gets crossed off, that makes 3 tonight. He calls it simply the blacklist. Built from his own memories of the life he lost, cross-checked against an ally named Cindy Wendy's research, it names every demon worshipper who will betray mankind before they ever get the chance. Long before the catastrophe he remembers all too well, these names have to be erased first. And the scariest part, every single one of them is hiding right here inside the capital. One more quiet walk back through the dark streets he calls home now. There's still a long list left to work through. But for tonight, at least this piece of it is done. Somewhere out there, 10 far more dangerous names remain untouched, the elite few who struck their own bargains with the demons. The mask comes off, the hood falls away, and the deadly hunter folds himself back into an ordinary academy student. By morning, nobody would ever guess the quiet nerd in glasses spent his night hunting monsters in human skin. Somewhere in the dead of night, a church bell tower looms in silence, the calm before whatever's about to go down. Something slams onto a rooftop just out of frame. This is not a friendly visit. Inside, a shadow drops past a chandelier and slips through a window like it owns the place. A body crumples to the floor in a spreading pool of blood. Whoever this was, they never stood a chance. A blood-soaked hand flexes as our mystery killer mutters, "Does that make it 29? Guys counting bodies like other people count sheep." Under the hood, one eye glows blood red. Whoever he's hunting, he clearly doesn't play nice. Every name on his list is either already dead, or wired to blow the moment they mention the demon they're bound to. Classic demon contract fine print, spill the secret, lose your head. He just shrugs it off like paperwork. Under a crescent moon, he admits he wasn't expecting a lead this fast and it's only his first day on the job. Kill count updated, he wonders if it's time to head back to school, just another casual Tuesday. He takes off across the rooftops fast and silent. Turns out this demon hunter also has homework. One clean leap and he's sailing toward the school tower like it's just another commute. He lands in the shadows outside a glowing window, eyes still burning red, watching the party going on inside. He crouches at the edge of the roofline, weighing whether to crash the party. Looks like the freshman welcome party's still going strong down there, he notes. Through the window, a hall full of students mingle, totally unaware they've got a body count of 29 peeking in on them. He slips through the tree line toward the party, footsteps dead silent. Should I stop by just in case? He wonders, like crashing a party is a totally normal follow-up to a murder spree. Off come the shades and there he is in full academy uniform. Our hooded killer just clocked back in as a regular student. Inside, the freshman welcome party is in full swing, tables piled high with food and drink. The crowd roars and cheers, having the time of their lives, no idea what just walked in outside. President Dolores has arrived and the room loses its mind, everyone falling over themselves to greet her. The vice president gets his own round of adoring screams, toasts flowing freely. A junior politely offers to pour a senior's glass, all smiles, all social climbing. Then our disguised killer spots two familiar faces in the crowd and mutters, "Those two." He's surprised to realize they're actually in his year. The party swirls on around him, completely oblivious to who just walked in. His mind drifts back to the legends, the great heroes who fought beside Camus Morgue during the time of the fall. One of them was the one who always took point on the front line, no matter how ugly the fight got. That legend's descendant turns out to be a blonde charmer working the room, flirting with cute ladies like he's not from a family of war heroes. Meet Tutor Lamentia, of the legendary Don Quixote bloodline, genius of the Azure Spearman family. The other legend was an archer who mowed down countless demons in her day, and her family's own genius is standing right there too. Say hello to Bianca Faux Usher, prodigy of the mystical Archer family. Who would have guessed I'd run into them like this, he thinks, old legends reborn as party guests. A small, knowing smile creeps across his face. Some things never stop being funny to a guy who's already lived once. Makes him wonder if Camus Morgue enrolled here too. Small world for legendary war heroes. Somewhere nearby, someone suggests they get some music going to liven the place up. Turns out it's really just cover for a shakedown, seniors barking at a freshman to hurry up and do what he's told before announcing the newbies about to sing. Across the room, he spots the target of it all and quietly recognizes him. Piggy. "Don't cry, just drink this," a senior sneers, shoving a mug into Piggy's hands. "Drink it all in one go and you're off the hook for singing," they tell him, real generous coming from a bunch of bullies. Piggy stares at the massive mug, close to tears, wondering how he's supposed to get through all of it. "Drink," the senior orders flatly, foam sloshing over the rim. There's no version of this where Piggy says no. "Are you not going to listen to your seniors?" they push, while tears well up in his eyes. Piggy forces the drink down, hands shaking. He keeps chugging while the crowd watches like it's a show. It spills down his chin faster than he can swallow it. It all comes right back up and the seniors just cackle, calling him a disgusting mess for it. One girl shrieks that it splattered on her stockings, more offended by her hosiery than by the kid crying on the floor. Piggy just huffs and trembles, humiliated in front of the whole room. And just like that, they slap a nickname on him, Vomit Piggy, Charming Bunch. That's when someone steps in and catches the throne cloak cold. The room goes quiet. He squares up against the seniors, completely unbothered. "Who do you think you are?" one of them stammers. He doesn't even bother answering. Because to him, this isn't a stranger, this is Piggy. In his old timeline, before he regressed, this same kind of bullying drove Piggy to drop out of school entirely. Years later, he ran into Piggy again out on the front lines, after the time of the fall broke loose. Piggy had become a low-level official just scraping by to support his parents, until he volunteered for the front and his sharp strategic mind ended up saving countless lives. He was one of the people Piggy saved. Which makes Piggy a friend worth protecting this time around, no question about it. "Go back to the dorms," he tells Piggy. "I'll handle this," because there's no way he's standing by while his friend gets humiliated. A senior grabs him by the collar, demanding to know if he's lost his mind, interrupting his betters like this. Another sizes him up. "You're his classmate, right?" Ice Core Class B, grabbing his face like inspecting livestock. Stepping in this bold, they sneer, "You must think you're pretty confident." Their eyes flare with fury. Nobody talks back to them, especially not some nobody freshman. Somewhere behind them, their lackeys lose it too. "How dare he lay a hand on our master?" He lays it out flat. As far as anyone here's concerned, he's just a commoner, and whoever blows his real identity is a dead man. Not a hint of bluff in his voice. Glasses off, fist out, one clean hit ends the standoff. A girl swoops in, scolding them for going too rough on the freshman, while one senior's already crumpled on the ground. She's clearly enjoying the show a little too much. "Fine," she says, hauling out a massive barrel. "Chug all of that and we'll let you both walk away." Piggy panics, insisting he's fine, but Victor's already reaching for the barrel himself. He doesn't even hesitate. Down it goes, glug after glug, like it's water. The whole room freezes, watching in disbelief. "That's not beer," someone whispers. "That's a vodka and rum mix strong enough to knock out a grown man." Oh my, indeed. "There's no way a human downs more than a liter of that," someone mutters, forgetting he's not exactly playing by human rules. He just keeps going, barely even flinching. He finishes the whole barrel and lets out a satisfied burp like it was nothing. "Bye," he says flatly and just walks off, leaving the whole party speechless. He heads out with Piggy in tow, mission quietly accomplished. But one senior isn't done yet. "Hey, wait," he calls out, grabbing for another go. He gets yanked back mid-step. The room tenses up all over again, everyone bracing for round two. He turns back with his eye glowing red and one word, "Yes." It lands like a threat, not a question. "Do you still need something?" he presses, and the guy who grabbed him is already breaking into a cold sweat. His hand twitches, like he's already decided how this ends if the answer's yes. That's all it takes. The whole group backs down instantly. Suddenly, everyone's all business. "President Dolores, a freshman got sick, we'll handle it," they insist, scrambling to cover themselves. "You can't treat freshmen cruelly," they suddenly lecture each other. "We have to uphold the academy's image," while Piggy quietly thanks Victor from behind. The seniors straighten their collars, desperate to save face. Meanwhile, a whole cluster of them just stand there swooning, so cool, so cool, so cool, fully missing the point. Off to the side, one sharp-eyed onlooker narrows his gaze, quietly wondering if he misjudged this so-called nobody freshman. Someone else just breathes out a stunned wow. She can't stop staring either, clearly impressed. Turns out that sharp-eyed onlooker is Sinclair, the Academy's #1 in the Ice Core practical exam, and he's just found something far more interesting to study. Picture two rival squads, the Ice Core and the Fire Core, forced to share a classroom. Into that room strides a cloaked instructor who clearly means business. He strolls down to the podium like he owns the place. Turns out competition is basically the whole curriculum here. "Look at that packed lecture hall. Nothing says we care about your education like public humiliation as a teaching tool." And that's a wrap on Barbarian Tribe Culture 101. Riveting stuff, truly. Meet the man of the hour, combat theory Professor Vinci Morgue. Yes, another morgue. This family runs half the faculty apparently. He tosses out the real test. Can anyone guess where this barbarian tribe is actually hiding out? One blonde cadet chews it over, working through everything he knows, and comes up just short. Over on the ice core side, a cadet quietly wonders if the stronghold sits somewhere low altitude. Good instinct, just missing the details. Then the fire core answer machine throws her hand straight up. Subtlety was never really her thing. The whole room and the professor about jumps out of their skin at the enthusiasm. Are you Sinclair? Rank 1 of the fire core? Go ahead, he says, half impressed, half bracing for impact. Sinclair doesn't just answer, she recites straight out of published military intel like she memorized the whole archive for fun. She rattles off every highland where Empire and barbarian forces have actually clashed. 8 locations, 0 hesitation. Then she narrows it down. Only one of those highlands sits on a mountain peak, the rest are all low troughs. That apparently is all. Mic drop. The room actually murmurs. That's the kind of answer that gets you noticed. Meanwhile, off to the side, one glasses-wearing cadet just isn't paying attention at all. Actually, scratch that. He's somewhere much darker, a grinning skull, blood on the ground. This isn't classroom daydreaming, this is a memory. The words come back in pieces, face, explode, whatever this is, it clearly wasn't a pleasant afternoon. If a hidden elite unit really is operating out of this capital, he's already narrowed it down to exactly one place it could be hiding. I should get Cindy Wendy to look into that area, he mutters to himself. Multitasking, attending class and running his own intelligence network. His deskmate suddenly hisses his name in a full panic, and there it is, glasses, dark hair, faking a nap. This is Vikier. The professor's already circling. Somebody just got caught not quite paying attention. To think there's a student who dares to sleep in my first class, the professor says, dead serious. Vikier, without missing a beat, I wasn't sleeping. Bold claim for a guy who very much looked asleep. A classmate practically chokes on the name. Turns out everyone in this school already knows exactly who Vikier is. Eyes closed, is that your excuse? The professor presses, not buying it for a second. My eyes were closed but I wasn't sleeping, Vikier repeats, completely straight-faced. A technicality and he's sticking to it. The professor's eyes flare into something genuinely inhuman for a second there. Somebody's about to get made an example of. One kid nearby looks like he's questioning every life choice that led him to this classroom. What kind of psycho entered this academy? Here's the deal, the professor announces. Answer correctly and the whole ice core gets bonus points. Answer wrong though and he's dragging the entire ice core into the negatives with him. Cue outrage, that's unfair. Rules are rules, apparently. He wants the exact battle sites between the Empire and the Balak tribe. And then, for the encore, he wants Vikier to guess where their stronghold actually is. No pressure, just an entire squad's grade riding on one half-asleep kid's answer. Behind him, the ice core is already muttering, because of that idiot, we're all about to eat it. Cue a flash of memory that has nothing to do with any textbook fire, warriors, a battlefield he clearly didn't read about in a lecture hall. Vikier opens his mouth, calm as ever, like this whole ultimatum is barely worth the effort. The location of the fight between the Balaks and the Empire, southern region, Highland 1, near the river and the Southern Ocean. He just keeps going, laying out details that have no business coming from a bored teenager's memory. Quietly to himself, he hedges his bet. After the Ahiliman incident, the Balaks moved their stronghold anyway, so it should still check out. His deskmate just stares. That was way too specific to be a guess. Thaw, that's spot on. The professor's whole composure cracks in real time. And then the gears start turning. Wait, Vikier, why does that name suddenly sound very familiar? Is he the one who placed first on the theory exam? Yeah, he is. 10 points to Vikier, 1 point each to the rest of the ice core. Crisis very much averted. But the professor can't just let it go clean. I cannot overlook you having your eyes closed during my lesson. Minus 10 points. Vikier just shrugs it off. I'll be careful. Petty revenge achieved and immediately forgotten. Over with the fire core, Sinclair's doing the math in her head, and it is not adding up in her favor. I didn't clock it because Vikier's such a common name, she admits. In her defense, that's a fair excuse. Back with the ice core, the grumbling continues that guy nearly cost the entire squad its points. Nerds like him make me want to throw a punch, one cadet grumbles, arms crossed. then immediately walks it back, so he really is the smartest one here when it comes to theory. Grudging respect achieved. Vikier, watching the clouds roll by, wonders if any of this bookish knowledge will actually matter once they hit the training field. QPE class, today's activity, run flat, a full-contact ball sport that's basically an excuse to let these cadets throw hands legally. 20 players aside, 1 goal at each end, standard enough setup for now. Score by getting the ball into the other team's zone, simple math. The one catch, no mana, no weapons allowed, beyond that, anything goes. Somebody launches into a full sprinting leap straight for the end zone. Bodies collide midair, all elbows and momentum, everybody fighting for that ball. One headbanded blonde cadet barrels through the chaos like he was born for this. I'm the best at run flat, this is my time to shine, subtle as ever. The whole pack thunders after him, cleats tearing up the field. Standing right in his way, 3 blonde, red-eyed cadets who clearly aren't there to shake hands. You arrogant bastard, how dare you try to break through us, they snarl in unison. Real friendly bunch. Word around the academy is these 3 are kin to the Ironblood swordsman family itself, the school's resident troublemaker triplets. Our blonde runner doesn't even flinch, just grins right back at them. Sorry, but I don't plan on fighting you monsters head-on, he tells them, which fair, that does seem like the smart call. And just like that he's gone, blowing straight past their wall in a burst of speed. The triplets barely have time to register what just happened to their blockade. Give me the ball, no you don't, he mutters mid-stride, snatching it clean out of the air. He's off like a shot, wrapped in a burst of icy blue energy that has nothing to do with mana, pure showmanship. Full sprint, full commitment, the whole stadium watching him close the gap. And if I do this, he says, I don't plan on losing. Bold talk, but he's earning it. He crosses the line and scores clean, ball held high like a trophy. The stands lose it, this kid just turned a school sport into a highlight reel. Wow, that's Tutor, he's that strong even without mana or a weapon. Yeah, apparently Tutor's just built different. He's Don Quixote's run-flat prodigy, no wonder he's the Ice Core ace. Reputation thoroughly earned. Somewhere in the crowd, somebody mutters the quiet part out loud. Yeah, what's the point of memorizing theory anyway? If you're a real fighter, you win with strength. Bold words to say right after Theory Boy carried the whole core. Riding high off his win, Tutor spots a familiar face on the sidelines, the quiet cadet from this morning's lecture. He's the one from Professor Vinci's class, Tutor recalls, already grinning at an idea forming. Should I tease him a little? Famous last words if there ever were any. Tutor winds up a flashy spinning kick, aimed square at Vikier. My friend, with this don't just study, focus on training too, classic jock energy. Vikier doesn't even look up. He just raises an arm and that's the whole fight. Tutor's cocky grin freezes midair, that did not go the way he planned. The impact sends him flying clean backward across the field. Vikier stands there, completely unbothered, like he just brushed off a fly. Tutor slams into the turf hard enough to leave a dent in his pride. Flat on his back, he's still trying to process it. I was planning to dodge. Why did he run into me first? He just lies there groaning, staring at the sky, rethinking every choice that led here. Vikier, meanwhile, is already walking off like nothing happened. Owa, Tutor manages, still sprawled out on the grass. Then the save face plan kicks in. I'll pretend to be injured. Sure, buddy, sure. And that's the lesson for the day, folks. Never challenge the guy who casually knows an entire war's geography from memory. Somewhere out past the city lights are guys standing on top of a broken pillar under a full moon, and he already knows something nasty is close. Red eyes crack open in the dark and a clawed hand drags itself up out of the rubble. Whatever this thing is, it's not here to shake hands. Vikier just watches, cool as ever, that little smile on his face that says he's already 3 steps ahead. The thing sizes him up and asks flat out, are you an elite corpse? Buddy, you have no idea who you're talking to. Whatever it is, it's already on the ground with Vikier standing right over it. Not exactly a fair fight. The cave goes quiet for a second, just rubble, shadows, and the feeling this is about to get messy. And we're off, blades flash, dust flies, this corpse servant swinging for the fences. One connects and practically levels the wall behind them. Vikier's fist comes down like a hammer, no hesitation, no mercy. The corpse thing digs in, refusing to go down easy. It hits the dirt hard, gripping its staff like a lifeline. This fight is not going its way. Get a load of that stitched-together hide. This guy's less person and more spare parts. Another swing, another miss. Vikir's already moved. The fight blurs into pure motion, shadows slicing through the dark. And there's the hit that finally rocks him back. Whatever this thing really is, its eyes are burning brighter now. It's not done yet. Vikir clocks the technique immediately, a high-ranked graduator's move, and a holy one at that, straight out of the religious nation's playbook. But nah, he decides, this guy's not one of the actual elite corpses, just muscle. So what, did a demon just waltz right into the holy nation itself? Turns out even the holy folks have their rotten corners, shocker. He pegs this guy as just a servant working under something called the 10 Elite Corpses, and figures killing him might just be the invite he needs to meet the real bosses. Honestly, he adds, he was already annoyed, might as well take the trash out while he's at it. It's been a minute since he's really cut loose, and you can tell he's enjoying this a little too much. The fight kicks back into high gear in a burst of red light. Then the mask comes off. Or rather, there wasn't much of a face to begin with, stitched skin, hollow eyes, straight out of a nightmare tailor shop. It snarls back to life, not ready to quit yet. One more haymaker, aimed square at Vikir's face. Vikir just shrugs it off like it's nothing. Something's building, a flash of red energy cutting through the dark. Then it's chaos debris flying, Vikir already closing the distance. Another clean strike carves right through the ground between them. The corpse servant crouches low, bracing for the next hit. But there's nowhere left to run from this. He's still swinging that big cursed weapon of his, but Vikir's already read every move. One more desperate swing, and Vikir slices clean through his defenses. Whatever passes for blood in a stitched-up corpse sprays across the rubble. He's flailing now, running out of options fast. Both of them locked in, neither one blinking. The clash keeps escalating faster than either one can track. Smoke and dust swallow the whole scene. Whatever just happened, it's not looking good for the corpse servant. One final clean hit lands, and that's basically the fight right there. He's down, growling weakly in the wreckage of what used to be a room. Vikir spots something branded into his skin, a name, Ephibo. He asks straight up if that's actually his name. The creature just stares back, unreadable behind that skull-like mask. Then it screams, whatever's left of it, in genuine pain. Vikir presses harder, who's pulling the strings here, who turned him into this. He figures whoever's behind this might even be puppeting Ephibo's own words, so talking nice clearly isn't going to cut it. Interrogation doesn't have to be verbal, Vikir says, casually promising to slice him into smaller pieces. Charming guy. So Ephibo it is then, nice to meet you sort of. Time to get some real answers out of him. Ephibo starts screaming for someone to save him, and somewhere out there a quiet little town has no idea what's about to hit it. The muffled pleading keeps coming from somewhere in the wreckage. Vikir just watches, patient as ever, letting the fear do some of the work for him. Next up, a completely different guy, some poison peddler caught in the crossfire, and Vikir's not done asking questions. You're lucky to still be breathing after all this, Vikir tells him, and if you want to keep it that way. You know exactly what to do, talk now. Somewhere above the wreckage, Vikir watches it all play out, patient and unreadable. The poison seller folds instantly, I'll tell you everything. There's a safe, he blurts out, hidden in the headmaster's room. Bingo. But something's off about this guy's eye, some kind of mark burned right into it, glowing green like a brand. Vikir looks off toward the distant spires, looks like he already knows exactly where he's headed next. That just now, Vikir mutters, clearly clocking something about that glowing eye mark. The poison seller's still writhing, not enjoying any of this. Vikir's own face flickers with genuine surprise. Whatever he just pieced together, it's bigger than one corrupted lackey. And then boom, something detonates in a burst of green light. The blast rips wide open, way bigger than anyone was expecting. Light floods the whole area. Somewhere in the city, the alarm bells start ringing. Smoke curls up over the rooftops for the whole city to see. An explosion, the city guard shouts, and a whole squad comes running. Word spreads fast, something is very wrong tonight. The guards fan out toward the smoke. And leading the charge, a blonde woman in white robes demanding answers. Meet the saintess, and she is not having a good night. She steps right into the wreckage without a second thought. From above, the damage looks even worse, basically a crater where a building used to be. Whatever caused this, it sure wasn't anything normal. Turns out this whole fight went down right on top of an orphanage. Whatever evil got fought here tonight, it left a serious mark. The Saintess pushes forward to see the damage up close. Her face says it all, genuine fear for whoever might have been inside. Something glints among the debris, a small clue nobody's noticed yet. She sinks down, overwhelmed by the whole scene. A guard checks on her and she brushes it off, just a little anemic, she says, though nobody's buying it. Good news though, looks like nobody actually died. And then out of nowhere, someone else finds something in the wreckage, a mask, and her whole expression drops. "Night Bloodhound," she whispers, and just like that our masked heroes got a name people are starting to fear. See you next chapter. Picture this, a packed lecture hall, a monster corpse on the table, and a professor with a stare that could freeze lava. He holds up a report and zeroes in on one nervous student in the crowd. Somebody's about to get put on the spot. Turns out this creature supposedly hides a second set of venom fangs nobody's ever documented, and someone just wrote that in their homework. The professor isn't playing around either. Fake info in that report costs the whole Ice Corps class 10 points. And there he is, theory rank 1 himself, glasses and all, looking like he'd rather be anywhere else. His inner monologue is pure panic. Did he just leak knowledge way ahead of its time? So the professor grabs a blade right there in front of the class to cut the creature open and check for himself. One slice later and yep, there it is. His supposedly made-up fang is real. The hidden fang splits open right on cue, blood and all, proof positive he wasn't bluffing. The whole room jolts at the reveal. This find is bigger than anyone expected. Up in the gallery, the other students' jaws hit the floor. Nobody saw this coming from the class's quiet genius. Somehow this nearly ends with a stray blade whizzing straight at the professor's face. The man looks 2 seconds from fainting. Professor Vency yelps and flinches, all his authority evaporating in an instant. Vikier just calmly scoops his notes back up and asks, cool as ice, if that's enough proof for him. The professor is still stammering, stunned that a first year just rewrote the textbook on live monster anatomy. Word starts spreading that this discovery might even help crack a string of mysterious deaths around the capital. Flustered but fair, the professor awards the whole class a point and pulls Vikier aside for a private debrief later. As he heads out, the whispers start. Turns out the school's brain also happens to be an athlete who's already gone up against 2 of his new clubmates. A teacher tosses him a quick good job in passing, but Vikier's mind is already somewhere else entirely. Meanwhile, some classmates are busy swooning over the mystery behind those glasses. Little do they know how much mystery there really is. Because behind that awkward nerd disguise, those eyes are doing some very serious thinking. Something's gnawing at him, and it's got nothing to do with homework. His thoughts drag him straight back to yesterday's explosion in the capital. A fireball tore through the streets, and Vikier was right in the middle of the fallout. Buildings came down around him in the chaos, and somebody was moving through the wreckage. Vikier himself was fighting through the rubble, hands raw, chasing down whoever caused it. He finally gets a grip on his target in the wreckage, and it's not letting go without a fight. The culprit, a masked operative named Efibo, tried to vanish the second the smoke cleared, but Vikier already lifted a ledger from the headmaster's own safe. That ledger makes for grim reading, coordinates for children being fed to demons like livestock. The drop points are scattered all over the capital with no obvious link between them. Which means Vikier suspects he's not hunting one monster in disguise but possibly several, and there's a face from yesterday he can't shake. Somewhere under that same moon, another figure watches the city and waits. The shadows swallow the rest of the details. For now, it's just a silhouette and a bad feeling. Vikier's eyes flare behind those glasses, dead serious. There might be more of these things loose in the capital than anyone realizes. And with that grim thought hanging over him, it's back to being just another student blending into the crowd. Time for a change of pace because this academy runs on something almost as powerful as magic, gossip printed daily. This paper's influence is no joke. It can make or break a reputation overnight. Every single issue sells out within minutes of hitting the halls. Behind it all is the Academy's newspaper club, the one and only Lucayan. And running the whole operation is a name about to matter a lot more than Vikir expects. Meet Dolores, blonde, beaming and greeting the new recruits like she owns the place. Which, basically, she does. Third year, top of the club, full name Dolores Lun Quo Vadis, and she takes this newspaper very, very seriously. She's already impressed anyone even bothered applying. This club has a reputation for turning people away. Introductions time and Vikir, glasses and all, is standing right there in the lineup. First up, a big guy insisting he joined to prove he's not just muscle. Watch this one lean hard into intellectual. That's Sancho Barataria, ladies and gentlemen, self-appointed brain of the operation. Next, Sinclair jumps in insisting information beats brute strength every time. Money and intel is where the real power lies. Bianca's more measured about it, she just liked this club's vision best and she's here to work. Then there's Piggy, stammering through her reasons, something about loving research, but really she just followed her friend here. That's the whole new gang, Sancho, Sinclair, Bianca and Piggy. And when it's Vikir's turn, his big reason is basically clubs are mandatory and Piggy walked this way. Riveting stuff. What he doesn't say out loud, a newspaper club is the perfect place to quietly gather intel of his own. Dolores isn't buying his lazy answer though, she snaps that a half-hearted attitude has no place in her newsroom. Then it clicks for her, she recognizes his face from somewhere, and she's genuinely thrilled a famous student wandered into her club. Someone panics and lunges to stop a report before it can get out. Too late, the headline's already out. Who is the mystery Ice Corps freshman who showed up at the sports match? One classmate practically falls over laughing once he realizes the mystery star is sitting right there, looking mortified. The scoop came from Anna, the club's vice president, who's got zero regrets about outing him for the story. Dolores tries to steer things back on track, rounding up the new recruits for their first real assignment. The whole first-year crew lines up, ready or not, for their first day on the job. And the assignment is heavy right out of the gate. An unidentified attacker burned down an orphanage just last night. The whole club realizes fast this ties straight back to yesterday's explosion in the capital. Anna reports the grim part, most of the children's bodies have already been identified. Piggy turns to Vikir and asks straight up if he thinks the mystery attacker is behind it. Vikir keeps his answer close to the chest. Officially, at least, the deaths are being pinned on a demon. Time for the club's favorite part, workshopping the most dramatic headline possible. The pitches get wilder by the second. Birth of a terrible villain, monster causing chaos. What are the Imperial Guards even doing? Someone even drags Dolores' own family name into a headline. She just gives it a flat hum. Dolores shoots down every single pitch, none of them hit hard enough for her taste. Someone points out the real problem, this villain doesn't even have a proper nickname yet. Tutor throws out Death Scythe Shadow Master and somehow keeps a straight face doing it. The pitches keep escalating into full cartoon villain territory. Explosion demon of misfortune, orphanage killer. Even Mr. Terrorist gets floated, dead serious, by somebody who clearly needs an editor. While the room debates nicknames, Dolores quietly slips off to work a much more personal angle. She's already got a name in mind, one she hasn't said out loud yet, the Night Bloodhound. She's been at a crime scene herself, and the mask she picked up there matches him exactly. Her private notes read less like a manhunt and more like a confession of doubt. Why would someone so humble be at a scene like that? Turns out she's seen this Night Bloodhound before, quietly treating slum victims of a disease called the Red Death, asking nothing in return. She even suspected he stole her own family heirloom, the Saintess Tear, to fund that charity work. But now there's a body count attached to his name, and Dolores can't make the two versions of him line up. Back in the room, someone offhandedly mutters Night Bloodhound out loud, calling it a solid name. Dolores freezes, that name was supposed to be hers alone. Everyone else just thinks it sounds appropriately menacing and runs with it. And just like that, the whole club votes to make it official. Night Bloodhound it is. Dolores is quietly panicking, realizing she just handed the room her own secret nickname for him. Anna slaps the headlines straight onto the front page before Dolores can even protest properly. Dolores tries to pump the brakes, insisting they can't print it as fact until it's actually confirmed. Then, out of nowhere, Tutor turns the question straight on Vikier. Asked point-blank if the Night Bloodhound is evil, Vikier just shrugs, "I don't care," all while quietly clocking that the Saintess herself came up with that name. He plays it cool on the outside, but something about this conversation has him on edge. His silence says a lot more than his shrug did. Then he says it anyway, flatly certain that whoever this Night Bloodhound is, they're no saint. Tutor nods along, agreeing without a second thought. Under the table though, Vikier's own foot presses down hard, a flash of temper nobody else at the table can see. Dolores shoots straight up out of her seat, clearly rattled by what he just said. Then she asks the one question Vikier really doesn't want to answer: how exactly does he know that for certain? For a split second his mask slips, sweat and all, and the episode ends daring you to wonder just how close she's gotten to the truth. Two young reporters gossip about a masked vigilante called the Night Hound, while off to the side a blonde kid and a bespectacled brunette go tumbling straight down a staircase. Chaos before the interview even starts. Once the dust settles, things turn serious fast. "How are you so sure the Hound isn't virtuous?" someone presses, and nobody's got a straight answer yet. A close-up on a sharp green eye marked with a strange X. First hint that this whole objective interview is about to get personal. A nervous, bespectacled club member squirms in the silence, clearly worried he's already said the wrong thing. The clapback lands hard. "You can't prove the Hound is evil," one girl says flatly. "You just believed the rumor because it was convenient." All eyes turn to the guy actually being questioned. "Did you say your name was Vikier? Please answer." No pressure or anything. The accusation gets laid out plain. The Night Hound allegedly leveled a building and killed an orphanage headmaster. So far it's guard testimony, not hard proof. Worse, there's still the matter of children's corpses sealed in that orphanage's basement. A mystery nobody's actually solved yet. One junior reporter glances nervously at her boss, clearly bracing for her to lose it. Instead, she doesn't flinch, and that throws them because this orphanage belongs to her own family. Staying neutral here can't be easy. She's got one rule: edit the article until it's actually fair, not just a headline grab. Do that and we won't have anything left to publish, someone grumbles. Journalism ethics are inconvenient like that. She's not backing down either way. If the Hound really did it, they'll run the story the second there's proof. And if he's guilty, then they tear into him, no mercy, fair's fair. Nearby, a quiet, bespectacled guy watches her make that call. He is definitely not just some random club member. Behind those glasses, his eyes flash red for a second. This isn't the first time he's seen someone stand this firm. The moment gets interrupted when some poor guy comes crashing through the door yelling for the president. Typical newsroom chaos. Turns out he loves blowing tiny stories into big headlines. She sighs and decides she'll have a word with him. Somewhere else in the building, a door sits busted open on an empty room. Somebody's clearly already made their exit. The guys razz their quiet friend about the president being a total girl boss and let slip she's apparently always been like that. Long ago, when, he asks, a little too interested. Because in his head, he's not seeing a teenage club president. He's seeing the same golden light that once led the Holy Knights into battle, back before he died and came back as a kid. The memory hits like a flashback reel, her, fully armored, radiant, roaring orders across a battlefield like it's just another Tuesday. Holy Knights push forward, and then, because she's apparently always had jokes, people these days have such weak faith. Back then she'd chew out anyone slacking. "You're supposed to be saving people on your breaks, soldier, not napping." "Back in my day, if a demon showed up, we didn't wait around, we jumped straight in," she used to say. Same energy, smaller body now. He half expected her to brand his own vigilante stunts as evil. Instead, watching her fight for the truth just feels good. The school's morning alarm blasts out over the courtyard. Time to get moving. Somewhere in the dorms, our not-so-mysterious vigilante groans awake like the rest of us mortals. "Morning, Piggy," he mutters to his groggy roommate, who's barely conscious enough to sit up. A cheerful classmate throws a fist bump his way. Turns out even secret vigilantes get a wholesome good morning. He stretches out the night shift soreness before heading to formation. Nobody said double lives were comfortable. Every student's up at 6 sharp for this academy's brutal routine, rain or shine. An instructor barks the whole dorm awake and sends them jogging. Just another day pretending to be a normal student. After the jog, it's bath or breakfast, the eternal morning fork in the road. He drags himself along with a groan, half convinced his brain works better on more sleep, not less. Piggy warns that sleeping through morning drills is a bad idea and gets scolded right back for stating the obvious. A blunt classmate pipes up that maybe Vikyr should work on his empathy if he ever wants to be popular with girls. Bold move considering who he's talking to. The suggestion to hang out this weekend gets a flat "I'll decline" from one friend, but the group's already planning a trip into the city anyway. There's a book he's been wanting to grab. Sounds like a solid excuse for a weekend out. Someone's got a restaurant to try too, then all eyes land on Vikyr. What about you? He begs off. Weekends are for volunteering, apparently. His friends are stunned he even considers that fun. Word's already spreading that Vikyr racked up a pile of demerits again, courtesy of a professor who just can't seem to leave him alone. His little circle of friends huddles in the hallway, already scheming. "We're not letting you volunteer alone, we're coming with you," they announce whether he asked for backup or not. "The more the merrier," he says, though his silent friends look a little unsure what they just signed up for. One of them mutters how unusual this all is. And honestly, he's not wrong to notice. Everyone just naturally gravitates toward this guy. It's like having an older brother you never asked for. Quiet, sure, but he's got that unmistakable charisma. The kind of natural leader energy this ex-mercenary's seen before on actual battlefields. Vikyr's honestly kind of amazing, one friend admits, watching him from a few steps back. Even standout students like muscle-bound noble tutor and mercenary guild transfer Sancho gravitated toward him first, not the other way around. He was kind during a rough entrance party, and somehow he's also perfect at every subject and every drill. Overachiever energy, honestly. But underneath the model student routine, something's stirring in the dark. His red eyes flare in the shadows, the calm classmate mask slipping for just a second. A stray tear tracks down a cheek as a sharp, unsettling sound cuts through the quiet. The darkness presses in, heavy with whatever's coming next. A sickly green mist swallows the scene, and shadowy figures drift through it like they're not entirely human anymore. Something or someone goes tumbling through that toxic haze. A glowing silhouette rises out of the murk while others watch on, uneasy, not sure what they're looking at. Back to daylight? He casually asks Piggy if he knows anything about that guy fishing for intel with a totally straight face. Piggy just blinks, caught completely off guard by the question. A name surfaces in his head, Bane Kudzek, sophomore and apparently one of the so-called 10 corpses, way more active in normal society than anyone realized. A pile of grotesque screaming masks flashes through his mind. The 10 corpses, whatever they are, mean serious trouble. In the shadows, he watches Bane slip off somewhere with 2 unsuspecting girls in tow. Should he strike now? He talks himself down, jump in blind and there'll be a lot of innocent casualties, not worth it yet. Can't risk the future heroes getting hurt either, he figures, right before a friend snaps him out of it with a casual "Hey, Vikyr." He waves it off, claims he's not feeling well and bails to go rest. Sure he is. Really, he's gearing up, quietly equipping a stealth skill and heading out to gather intel the old-fashioned way. Someone's tailing him though, and it's the last person he'd expect sneaking around after dark. A slip on the stairs turns into a startled yelp, so much for a clean getaway. The collision lands with a crash, and his friends whip around in shock. Pre-President Dolores, yeah, that's exactly who he just ran into. He winces, then offers a hand to help her up off the floor. The group scrambles over, all panicking about whether their club president's okay. "Hurry up and apologize, Vikyr," someone hisses at him. "I'm sorry," he says simply, not exactly his most convincing performance. She brushes it off, says she wasn't paying attention either. No harm done, probably. She admits she practically bounced off him like a wall and more importantly, never even sensed him coming. That's not normal. Watching him walk off, she can't shake the thought, Who exactly is this guy? Elsewhere, still watching from the stairwell shadows, he repeats the name to himself, 10 corpses, Bane Kudzak. The building swallows him in darkness as he creeps closer. Cold stone floor, empty hallway. Exactly the kind of place you don't want to stumble into a cult meeting. Bane leads 2 girls into the gloom. Why'd you bring us somewhere so dark? One asks. You're sneakier than you look, the other teases. He drops the bombshell casually. He's got some sad news to share. Both girls immediately panic. The sob story: some guy's apparently been stalking and harassing him, and he can barely eat from the stress. One girl's fury flares instantly. Is he bullying you? I won't forgive him. Manipulation achieved. He spins it further, claims he tried to get a look at the guy but panicked and ran in his school uniform, worried the stalker clocked him as a student here. Both girls vow to protect him if the mystery guy ever shows up at the academy. They have no idea who they're actually threatening. From now on, that is, he murmurs, and his hand starts changing right in front of them. In his head, a much darker thought surfaces: that mask-wearing menace has been getting in his way. He reasons a high-ranked academy graduate like that wouldn't have died from a mere explosion. Somebody's still out there. Every location he's struck lines up with places tied to his own appetite, and the girls finally stammer his name in dawning horror: B.B. Bane. He realizes the truth in an instant. That's no ordinary human, that's someone who can actually sense a demon's presence, which means... He grabs both girls by the head, and their sweet friend suddenly looks a whole lot less human. This might be the one connected to the death of Andromalius, a fellow demon, and not exactly missed gently. The girls whimper, begging to be saved, as whatever's underneath that friendly face finally shows itself. The 9th corpse, right there in their own classroom. Meet the Hound, all grown up, traded his sword for a pair of glasses and enrolled at Lucaean Academy under a whole new face. He mutters that incidents just keep piling up lately. Honestly, when do they not around this guy? In the journalism club, a senior lays out the assignment: pick a real case, dig up the dirt, and write it up like a proper reporter. First years get to work, and yes, that means our undercover Hound too. Case files spill across the table, dozens of unsolved mysteries just waiting to be picked apart. One girl about loses it flipping through the pile while the senior repeats herself: choose a case, write it up, bring it back. One nervous classmate can't stop grinning. His very first real article, and he's ready to make it count. Our Hound thumbs through case after case, and even he's a little stunned. What in the world is going on in this capital lately? 2 files jump out: a terrorist threatening to poison the capital's river, and a missing pretty boy actor everyone assumes ran off from a stalker fan. Then there's this one: a sudden spike in missing people, no suspects, and rumors pointing straight at some shadowy night bloodhound. Closer to home, 3 academy students vanish together, always inseparable. Everyone's betting on a runaway romance. Our boy's red eyes narrow. Something about this case is setting off every alarm bell he's got. Then the punchline drops: one of those missing kids wasn't just missing, he was an elite corpse. Night falls over the capital, and somewhere out there the real story is just getting started. Across town, a quiet house sits lit up long after it should be dark. Inside, everything looks perfectly peaceful. A bedroom, a sleeping household, not a clue what's about to walk through that door. Someone in that house jolts awake, trembling, like they already know they're not alone anymore. A pink-haired woman sleeps soundly beside her husband, utterly unaware. Her eyes snap open in the dark. Something woke her up, and it wasn't a dream. Her husband freezes by the window, shaking, staring at something in the shadows that shouldn't be there. And there he is, lounging in their chair like he owns the place. A man with one glowing green eye, calm as anything, just says so. He wants to know if his men have tracked down the mysterious pandemic mask, whoever's been messing with his plans. Elsewhere, 3 men in suits already stand over a body. This isn't their first job tonight. One of them peels back a bald, stitched-together mask. These are the enforcers who go by 9th Corpse, and they don't exactly do subtle. First up, Geronto, one of 9th Corpse's masked hands. Next Heave, blade always close, mask never off. And Fido, rounding out the trio of faceless muscle. Their boss wants updates, still no sign of that mask wearer, they report. whoever it is, they're being very careful. And here's the boss himself, unmasked, Dantalion, the ninth of the demon's 10 elite corpses. Yeah, we're in that kind of story now. It can't be helped, he shrugs. Time to widen the scope of the operation. And then things get genuinely gross. He starts pulling an eye right out of his own arm. One of his men doubles over, caught in whatever ritual this is. I'll share my faces, Dantalion says, and just like that his followers get the power to wear someone else's skin. Back at that house, a door creaks open in the dark. Dear, she calls out, stepping deeper into a house that already isn't safe. Her husband sits frozen by the window while a shadow waits in the doorway right behind her. What are you doing up so early? She asks, sweat breaking out. She already knows the answer isn't good. Who are these people? A stranger's green eye watches her from the dark, unblinking. I just wanted to admire that face a little longer while it's still alive, he tells her. Cool, 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 not unsettling at all. I have no choice, he says, like that makes it better. Fido, keep her face untouched. She barely gets out a confused huh before the blade's already at her back. The scene cuts away right as it turns dark, but the outcome's not in doubt. She's gone, and the real reason for it surfaces. The plan to open the gate has been stalled by one dead elite corpse and one mysterious mask. Dantalion rubs at his own face, annoyed, features rippling like they're not fully his to begin with. Ephibo, follow me, he calls to a sleepy-looking aide trailing behind him. We need to see her, he says, and the two of them head off into the night. Dantalion's true face finally shows itself, and that smirk says he's already picking his next bit of fun. Shall I go relieve some pent-up stress? Whatever that means for whoever's next, it can't be good. Cut to a mansion dripping in old money, chandeliers, marble, the whole 9 yards. Presiding over it all, a composed older gentleman with a neat gray mustache, eyes closed like he hasn't got a care in the world. A glint of golden hair catches the light. Someone else is about to walk into this scene. How can I not, he says with a smile, when I have the beautiful saintess standing right in front of me. She's not amused. I didn't come to joke around, Sir Quilty, she cuts in flatly. Quilty plays it smooth. Just worried her visits got scarce, what with him so busy covering all these murders and disappearances lately. Busy with her Academy Club work too, he adds. The world's getting rougher out there apparently. What she doesn't hear is the thought running underneath it all. He's the one behind every single case he just mentioned. She doesn't say a word, but that look on her face says she's not buying his act either. Meet Quilty Lun Indulgentia, head of a noble family tied to the powerful Quo Vadis bloodline. On paper, he runs the orphanage, the monastery, the hospitals, the model philanthropist. He's also propping up a policy that lets rich sinners buy their way out of guilt entirely. This two-faced saint act is hiding something, and it's not exactly subtle if you're paying attention. She lays it out plainly. She wants the exemption system abolished, full stop. It's wrong to wipe away sins just because someone's rich, she snaps. Quilty just tilts his head. Isn't donating a fortune already punishment enough? She's not having it. Sins have to be confessed before God, and forgiveness only comes after real punishment, not a hefty check. He shrugs it off as just church tradition. Meanwhile, every victim the policy erases stays unheard and unsaved. She lights up with righteous fury, wings and halo practically blazing behind her. Quilty watches her, unreadable, letting her have her moment. He doesn't budge an inch. I'm simply following the church's doctrine, he says, and that's that for now. I heard Academy students are volunteering here today, Quilty says. No need to argue family business in front of your juniors. He smooths it over, keeping the Quo Vadis' dirty laundry out of sight. She agrees to pick this back up later and heads off, still not satisfied. The second she's gone, his hand slides over his face, and that grin underneath is a whole lot less charitable. Beautiful, he breathes, as something distinctly inhuman starts blinking open across his skin. More eyes, more whispers of beautiful. He admits he nearly gave in and took her face right then and there. But I need to hold back, he forces out, blood welling under one twisted eye. In his mind, she's the finest thing he's ever found in this world, which, coming from him, is not a compliment you want. He wants her face collected later, once despair's finally caught up to her, once chaos has descended and the gate is open. Hurry up and descend, chaos, the page practically screams at you in ink. Meanwhile, someone else is already closing in on the truth, walking straight toward the answers. Our hound in disguise arrives at an ornate gated estate, ready to start digging. Is it here? A sharp-eyed ally checks a lead pulled straight from a dead man's ledger's an orphanage called Cindywendy. She's betting it's tied straight back to the 10 elite corpses. Is this place Quo Vadis property? The banner overhead all but confirms it. If a demon's been planted inside the Ironblood and Holy Divine families, there's a good chance the rot's spread through every noble house in play. After that explosion made the Night Bloodhound a household name, our hound figures the safest cover is hiding in plain sight, volunteering his way through every suspect on campus. Guess it's nice having friends who will volunteer right alongside you, someone teases as his classmates tag along uninvited. I never asked you to come, he mutters, completely unbothered by their enthusiasm. Under his breath, though, it's a different story. Things have gotten annoying and he knows exactly why. A demon hunting faces, a saintess who has no idea what's standing next to her, and one undercover hound closing in from the shadows. These paths are about to collide. The academy just kicked off a 10-day holiday, 10 whole days off the leash. It is a one-off combo of the school anniversary, a church holiday, and a lucky weekend, and students are already pouring out the gates. Most kids are off to the capital or back home for a good time. Not everybody's thrilled about it though. One of his cadets rides him about it. Be grateful we skipped our own break to be here. Fair enough, volunteer hours don't fill themselves, and the group's resident do-gooder figures they might as well get it over with now. One chaperone is practically vibrating with excitement about volunteering, while Vikir just stands there, completely unreadable. Their assignment, the Indulgentia Orphanage, supposedly the biggest one in the whole capital. And yeah, the place is massive, nothing like your average charity house. Someone points out a portrait hanging in the hall. Quilty Lun Indulgentia, head of the Indulgentia family, and clearly a big enough deal to earn a portrait in the place of honor. Turns out he's got real pull inside the Loon Church too, beloved, influential, the whole package. Word going around is there's bad blood between him and someone called Saintess Dolores. Something about clashing religious views. Their blonde volunteer immediately wants zero part of that family drama. Vikir just quietly files that away, saying nothing. A headmaster this popular, running an orphanage this big, he's already a little suspicious. He decides to reserve judgment for now, at least, until he's actually met the guy. The orphans get lined up to meet the volunteers assigned to look after them for the week. The head nun lays out the mission: look after them well and these kids will never forget it. Treat them like your own kids, she adds. Easier said than done, probably. Then a wrinkle shows up. Two more familiar faces turn up out of nowhere, fellow cadets Bianca and Sinclair. We're volunteering, obviously. Bianca snaps while their blonde friend strikes a full hero pose. Should a hero need a reason to do good? Bianca just rolls her eyes at him. Here we go again with the hero act, Don Quixote. Sinclair, meanwhile, is very insistent that running into Vikir here is just a happy coincidence. Someone calls his name from behind. It's Sinclair, hoping the two of them get closer over the next 10 days. She sticks a hand out for a handshake, catching him a little off guard. He shakes on it, not exactly warm, but he's trying. She practically skips off afterward, thrilled. One of his friends pulls him aside with a tip. Sinclair specifically requested to be assigned to his exact spot. That coincidence was anything but. His friend gives him a very knowing look. You get what that means, right? Vikir's takeaway is a lot less romantic than intended. Note to self: watch out for that one. Then he changes the subject entirely. He's a lot more curious why the famous headmaster hasn't shown his face yet. Time for the kids to pick which volunteer they want for the week. They scatter in every direction, hunting for their favorites. The blonde cadet gets swarmed instantly. The kids are already calling him Big Bro. Bianca watches the scene with a mix of envy and disbelief. Even she can't help melting a little at how cute they are. One of the girls sits down and starts reading to a whole circle of kids. Vikir tries a friendly smile of his own, and it comes out looking like something straight out of a nightmare. Hey you guys, he tries, valiantly attempting to sound approachable. It does not land. 3 kids just stand there frozen, way too terrified to even give their names. Turns out he'd gotten complacent. One little girl named Pomerian always listened to him just fine. Kids in general are apparently a whole different skill. Sure enough, another small girl runs right up and declares her love for Uncle Vikir on the spot. But across the room, a blonde girl bolts the instant she catches his eye. She doesn't stop straight out the door. He just watches her go, thrown for a loop. She's already halfway down the stairs before he can react. He follows quietly after her. She heads straight outside, putting as much distance between them as she can. The best excuse she can manage, crowded rooms just make her feel stifled. Vikir mutters to himself that he really needs to watch how he comes across. He asks her straight out why she ran. She doesn't answer, he just waits. Somewhere in his head, he's already marking that attempt a total failure. A memory surfaces someone from his past life, teaching him this exact lesson before. Kids won't answer a scowl, the memory tells him, try smiling. He spots her name tag, Perry. He follows at a careful distance, actually putting in the effort this time. He gently asks if that's really her name, doing his best impression of approachable. Someone's watching quietly from a distance, cup in hand. Perry's already gone again, off like a shot. Vikir starts genuinely second-guessing his own face at this point. A voice cuts in to reassure him that's not why she ran at all. It's Dolores and she's clearly been paying attention. You're gruff but you're kind underneath it, she tells him. She admits she saw the whole exchange. Then she lays out the real story. Perry's heart got broken once, so badly it took her voice along with it. Vikir asks what actually happened to her. Dolores doesn't know every detail, but Perry's grown up in this orphanage for 13 years, watching volunteer after volunteer pass through her life. Attach fast, grieve slow, repeat forever. No wonder the girl shut herself down completely. Vikir goes quiet, turning that over in his head. Something about her story is clearly sitting heavy with him. Footsteps echo somewhere close by. A pair of unfamiliar eyes locks onto them from the shadows. Dolores notices something's off. Perry reacted to Vikir specifically, and that's not nothing. She starts to ask if he'd be willing to look out for Perry specially. Before she can finish, something makes her freeze mid-sentence. Footsteps are closing in, and whoever it is isn't announcing themselves. Cut to a confession booth, where Quilty mentions business has been booming lately, way more people lining up to confess than usual. A well-dressed confessor steps up to the booth. He's not here to repent, he wants to straight up buy an exemption for whatever he's done. And he wants a full $1 billion gold's worth of forgiveness. Quilty just calmly asks if he's killed anyone recently. Turns out a slave he'd bought tried to run. He disciplined the poor soul on the way back, and it died. Oh, and there's more. He was so angry afterward that he burned down an entire farming village on the way home. Vikir clamps a hand over Dolores's mouth before she can react out loud. She has no idea what's gotten into him, but his eyes have gone dead cold. Elsewhere, Quilty and the armored man beside him, his own brother, talk as they walk. The killer offers to round it up $500 million for the crime, and the rest as a personal tip to God himself. Quilty stopped listening, though he's caught a scent, the smell of an elite corpse kill, and it's close. His brother, ever the stickler, calls the whole tipping God thing straight up sacrilegious. Back with Vikir, Dolores is still being held firmly quiet. Quilty just laughs it off. Give generous enough offerings, he says, and God forgives literally anything. The two of them keep on strolling, business as usual. Dolores keeps trying to protest through his hand. Wait, he warns her, ice cold, if you move right now, because right now he looks ready to do something very, very bad. We open mid-panic. Someone's frozen behind a pillar, muttering the quiet part out loud. Shit, we got caught. Hiding never works in these stories. Turns out it's our boy Vikir, hair a little longer, glasses on, crouched behind a column with a golden-haired girl in saintly white and gold robes. Not exactly subtle work for a professional eavesdropper. He catches a scent that tenses him right up under those glasses. Somebody important just walked into range and his nose never lies. That brooding, shadowed stare gives it away instantly, still unmistakably Vikir under all that disguise. 2 church officials round the corner and clock them immediately. Oh my, to think the saintess was here. One smirks, already savoring the gossip. The girl turns it right back on him, teasing him for his sneaky little habit, and the guards decide he's earned a brand new nickname on the spot: Sir Quilty, caught red-handed day one. An older church official sizes him up by the uniform. He pegs him as one of the orphanage's volunteers. He leans in, noting that without the glasses in the way, this kid's got quite the face on him. A totally normal thing to say to a stranger. And there's the tell this smiling old creep isn't complimenting anybody he's cataloging. His face will be a high grade in my collection, he murmurs. Yeah, run. I want it, he says, plain as that, and we finally get the full look at those sharp red eyes glaring back from under the glasses. Vikir, unbothered as ever. An ahem cuts the tension as the golden-robed girl greets the collector as brother, so this walking red flag is family. The other churchmen bow out, leaving Vikir alone with the saintess and her thoroughly unsettling relative. Vikir walks off in his sharp black and gold uniform, the girl trailing a step behind, still visibly shaken by that little run-in. How infuriating, she mutters under her breath, not at Vikir, you can tell, but at the family baggage she just got reminded of. She rounds on him. Vikir, why did you do that? Clearly rattled by some stunt he just pulled. And now we get a proper look at her, golden hair, wide green eyes, and actual wings folded at her back. This isn't just any noble girl, she's the real deal, a saintess. Vikir, cool as ever, offers up a clipped little apology for whatever he just did. I'll be more careful from now on, he adds, which, coming from him, is more formality than promise. She composes herself and excuses herself, saying she's been away from her duties too long already. And just like that, Vikir's left standing there alone, watching her go. But she can't quite shake him from her thoughts. His name lingers on her lips even as she walks away. Cut to Vikir's actual game plan. He's been tracking letters, reports on shady investments, and sold exemptions, all addressed to one very specific family. A courier bird delivers the goods straight up the chain. Turns out his cover persona never travels without backup guards shadow him on every foreign errand. And every letter funnels up to one man, Cardinal Humbert, head of the Quo Vadis family. Yeah, that's the same unsettling collector from before. One of the cardinal's guards rings a bell, a masked man Vikir already crossed paths with, during an explosion at the orphanage, no less. A quick scent check later and he's sure of it, that masked man is Ephibo. His nose really is undefeated. Which means the other three guards are probably just as dangerous, all high-ranking graduates in their own right. Going up against an elite bodyguard and 4 graduates at once, even Vikir admits that's a losing bet. The guards have to fall first. Which brings us back to the orphanage, where a familiar voice is already calling out for him. Because right now, deep cover master plan aside, Vikir's just doing laundry on his knees, scrubbing. A hulking, silver-haired volunteer admits he's embarrassed. He was planning to coast through his hours, and this kid's out here putting in real work. I'm going to work harder to become a true hero like you, Vikir, the big guy declares, completely starstruck. If only he knew what Vikir's actual day job looks like. The kids aren't far behind either. Everyone follow Vikir, and just like that, he's got a tiny entourage. For a second, he catches himself just going through the motions, wondering if he's gotten a little too lost in the act. Then the real reasoning kicks back, and his actual mission has to wait for nightfall anyway, so he might as well play the model volunteer while the sun's up. A ball goes sailing through the air, and the orphanage kids erupt over their favorite toy, tossing it around like it's the highlight of their week. Off to the side, one girl isn't joining in. She's sitting alone on an old stump, just watching. Light blonde hair, quiet expression, she looks like she'd rather be anywhere but stuck on the sidelines. Something catches her attention, and her eyes go wide. Some kind of impact sounds off nearby, sharp enough to make her flinch. And there's Vikir wandering over and settling down near her without a word, subtle as ever. He picks a strange, spiky black orb up off the ground, apparently a favorite plaything of the local kids too. Except this one's not just a toy. Vikir notes it's actually an egg, and a stubborn one that still hasn't hatched. Nice grip on it though, he figures. Priorities. The egg goes flying, and the girl flinches back in surprise as it drops right toward her. Her whole face goes wide-eyed panic for a split second. Vikyr must have caught it clean because next thing you know she's holding it out again, relief written all over her. And for once, the stone-faced operative actually looks a little flustered himself. From a distance, another girl watches the whole thing with a knowing smile. "I knew you were kind, Vikyr," she says, not even surprised. Vikyr just claps the dirt off his hands like nothing happened, real smooth deflection. A curly white-haired kid strolls up next, grinning ear to ear. "Although you're quite gruff," he teases, clearly unbothered by Vikyr's reputation. "Do you need something?" Vikyr asks, in the exact tone of a man who does not do small talk. Turns out the kid, let's call him Sinclair, just wants permission to drop the formalities, seeing as he's a year younger. Vikyr gives him a long, unreadable look. "Do what you want," Vikyr finally says, and Sinclair lights up like he just won the lottery. He immediately tries out Brother Vikyr, then almost as quickly admits even that feels a bit much. "Sure" is all Vikyr gives him, a whole personality's worth of enthusiasm condensed into one syllable. Undeterred, Sinclair grins and promises he'll come up with something even better by their next meeting. Nearby, the blonde girl's still babysitting her precious egg, hands up like she's guarding state secrets. Then it slips, bouncing clean out of her grip. She chases after it in a panic, but it rolls straight off the edge and into the water below. Rough day for that egg. The whole group crowds around the railing, staring down at the water like it just personally wronged them. "We can't get it back, it fell into the estuary," someone realizes, and the mood instantly drops. Vikyr tries the reassuring approach, "Don't worry about it, it's fine," which, if you know this guy, is not exactly his comfort zone. It doesn't land, she's already crying. So Vikyr does the only logical thing in his book, and decides he's just going in after it. No hesitation, no second thoughts, just quiet resolve. Meanwhile, elsewhere in the estate, the Saintess is walking the halls alone, clearly still stuck on their earlier run-in. Still bothered by it, she admits to herself, his name slipping out before she can stop it. Turns out she'd already written him off once. Somebody asked her the night bloodhound isn't virtuous, and she wasn't so sure herself back then. All she knew was his reputation was bad enough that he'd been sentenced to volunteer hours just to claw back some good standing. But ask around the orphanage and the story's completely different. The kitchen was short-staffed, and he was the first one to jump in. He didn't even stop to eat himself, too busy making sure the food actually reached everyone else. One of the kids chimes in too, he's the reason they've even got hot water for the laundry these days. One favor just kept leading into the next: feed the kids, fix the pipes, then straight into doing the laundry himself. And when he wasn't hauling wet clothes, he was off setting up the gym because the kids begged him to play. By the time she's done asking around, the verdict's unanimous: everyone at this orphanage thinks Vikyr's a genuinely good person. Which means her first read on him wasn't just a little off, it was completely backwards. And apparently she's not the only one starting to notice something's up with Quilty. She goes looking for him, determined to set things right. But she stops short, something's caught her eye. Then "I need to apologize," she decides, spotting Vikyr and Sinclair off near the sports courts. Except whatever she's walking into isn't the calm conversation she expected. She looks genuinely alarmed. Sinclair claps a hand over his own face in shock right alongside her. Because Vikyr's already stripping off his jacket and shoes, dead set on going in after that egg himself. And without so much as a warning, he just leaps straight off the ledge into open air. He hits the water hard, and both Sinclair and the Saintess are left staring, completely floored. Down in the murk, a hand closes around the missing egg. "I found it," Vikyr calls up, like diving off a building was just another Tuesday chore. He hauls himself out soaked, scraped up, and completely unbothered, egg in hand. "Now you don't need to feel sorry about it," he tells the girl, handing it back like it's nothing. Nothing except for the scrapes and bruises now covering him head to toe. Sinclair's just staring, completely speechless for once. And the girl he just rescued that egg for can barely process what just happened. Her face goes red, heart pounding, because apparently Gruff and Terrifying just got a serious reputation upgrade. Picture this, a scrappy pickup soccer game in a dusty courtyard, kids sprinting after the ball like their lives depend on it. One of the older volunteers wipes the sweat off his brow, clearly gassed after chasing a bunch of hyper kids around. Turns out this is the last day of the volunteer program, and even the exhausted grown-ups admit time flew by faster than they expected. So naturally, the answer is to play until literally nobody has any energy left. Solid life philosophy, honestly. While the little ones burn off the last of their energy, our two quieter regulars slip off to their usual spot under the tree. That's Perry, the orphanage's resident chatterbox, and her favorite target, a calm, unreadable volunteer everyone just calls Vikier. She's not shy about crowding his personal space either, snatching little moments with him whenever she can. Behind those glasses, though, is a stare that's seen a lot more than a kid volunteering at an orphanage should have. Perry's got some kind of surprise ready, and by the way she's fidgeting, she's clearly nervous about giving it to him. Turns out it's a flower crown, and watching this deadpan, glasses-wearing grown-up wear it completely straight-faced is objectively hilarious. He adjusts it like it's the most natural thing in the world, which somehow only makes it funnier. Perry reaches out, not quite sure what to do with her hands now that the crown's been delivered. He tells her simply that it's a sign of gratitude for always being there and for helping him find the ball when it got kicked into the bushes. She brushes it off like it's nothing, saying she just likes sitting there with him anyway. She lets out a little embarrassed giggle, clearly pleased with herself. Then, almost shyly, she hooks a finger with his, a tiny, wordless promise between the two of them. Then she finally asks the question that's clearly been eating at her: can we meet again? A winged senior overseeing the orphanage, known as Dronzer, admits Perry's the type who gets attached fast then grieves twice as hard when a volunteer stops showing up. Vikier levels with her honestly where he's headed, hunting demons. Death is basically a coworker, so he can't promise he'll ever walk back through that gate. But regardless of the odds, he tells her they'll meet again. Her eyes well up anyway. Promises are nice, but an 8-year-old knows exactly what "I can't promise" really means. Still, he makes her a real promise: if there's a tomorrow waiting for him, he'll come back to this exact spot. It's a small thing to say, but for a kid who's been let down by grown-ups before, it means everything. That's enough to get the biggest smile out of her all day. She calls him older brother as she waves goodbye, and he corrects her, dead serious: it's uncle. Make of that what you will. And with that, he heads off, leaving the little orphanage and Perry behind for now. Cut to the Great Hall of Indulgentia Orphanage, where the volunteer program's closing ceremony is about to kick off. The head priest gives a tearjerker of a speech, thanking the volunteers for filling the void left by these kids' missing parents. The whole room's eating it up, sniffling, nodding along, completely charmed. He piles on the flattery too, telling the volunteers that any success these kids ever have will be all thanks to them. Then comes the pivot: every charity gala secretly lives for its donation time. An assistant wheels out the box and the priest all but sings, "Please share with the children." The box is even stamped with a pretty angel wing emblem, because nothing says trustworthy like a little religious branding. Off to the side, a kid named Quilty Ugly cries into Vikier's shoulder, completely swept up in the moment. Vikier, though, isn't buying a word of it. In his head, that kind priest is running a masterclass in guilt-tripping people into loyalty. He's clocked something else too: the priest never goes anywhere without all 4 of his personal guards in tow. Which means cornering the guy is going to be more of a hassle than Vikier would like. Annoying or not, he's decided this priest doesn't get to keep doing whatever he wants. Preparations are already finished. Vikier's just waiting for the right moment to spring the trap. Turns out the priest has his own hunt planned for tonight too, all dressed up as pious charity work while the coins keep pouring in. One of the other students needles Vikier for not tossing in a coin himself. Vikier just shrugs, no money to give, and the crowd assumes he's just a broke student, which is exactly the disguise he's going for. Under his breath, though, he adds the real reason he's not handing money to a demon, however well it dresses up in priest's robes. Meanwhile, his fluffy-haired classmate Sinclair has apparently decided to just start calling him brother and isn't taking no for an answer. Vikier's take on family is blunt: parents in his book are ultimately unnecessary. What actually matters, he says, is how strong you are on your own, and Sinclair looks genuinely rattled hearing it put that way. He does concede kids need some help getting through childhood, just not necessarily from parents. Sinclair, misreading the whole thing as him talking about his own rough childhood, gently tells him it must have been hard. Then, without missing a beat, she invites herself right into his life. Come over and play sometime, brother. She's already planning a family dinner before skipping off to spend more time with the orphanage kids. Vikyr just waves her off, unbothered as always. What a strange person, he mutters, apparently oblivious that he's basically adopted a whole entourage now. Strange or not, Sinclair's officially part of the cast now. Something about today already has Vikyr's mind drifting to a legendary Ice Corps graduate from his old life who placed first 4 years running, then vanished completely after graduation. Back in the room, the priest wraps up his sermon and the kids get their moment to thank their parents for the last 10 days. One kid, Tutor, dramatically swears he'll become a great hero and come back every single week. And obviously he'll keep visiting even after that. He wouldn't dream of ghosting these kids. An older volunteer tells one of the boys that up north, children are treated as the most precious thing there is. The whole future rests on them. No pressure, kid, just the entire empire's future riding on you. Another kid promises to bring back way more snacks next visit, which might honestly be the most sincere promise made all day. Even the grown-ups admit it. 10 days flew by, and everybody got way more attached than they meant to. Elsewhere, another volunteer quietly spends her last few minutes doting on one of the kids, no big speech needed. Something in the crowd catches Vikyr's attention, and a strange, uneasy feeling rises up in the back of his head. A braid of golden hair disappears down the hall, familiar, somehow, in a way he can't quite place. His expression cracks just for a second. Whoever that was, it hit him harder than he expected. Someone in the crowd names her Senior Dolores. Perry notices something's off with him too, watching with obvious concern. Off in a quiet corner, the winged Dolores kneels in what looks like prayer, completely unaware she's just rattled him to his core. He slips away by himself, clearly needing a minute to process whatever memory just surfaced. Somewhere in his head, a voice calls his name. The same scene keeps replaying, and he doesn't know why. It's a flashback to an old, scarred stranger once asking him a question, and for the life of him, Vikyr can't figure out why that memory won't leave him alone. Still shaken, he suddenly realizes something else is missing. He hasn't seen Perry all day. That thought alone is enough to put him on edge. Nobody else seems to have seen her either, so he excuses himself to go find out why. Dolores herself stops him in the hall, visibly stunned just to see his face up close. All Vikyr can think about is that smile of hers and how wrong it'd feel if something happened to her. Then it hits him. Perry didn't show up today at all. His mind jumps straight to the worst-case scenario. Whatever calm, glasses-wearing student act he's been running drops instantly. He's moving now. A burst of light and he's gone, tearing straight across the city to check on her himself. Night's fallen fast, and he's not slowing down until he sees her with his own eyes. He touches down somewhere in the dark, senses on high alert. The orphanage looms under a cold night sky, spires cutting into the moonlight. A stray thought echoes in his head from earlier. No, he told her, this wasn't goodbye. And there she is, fast asleep in her bed in the dormitory, completely fine, dead to the world. Just a kid tucked under her blanket, nothing more dramatic than that. Relief washes over him. False alarm, at least for her. But he doesn't leave. Something about tonight still feels wrong. Sure enough, the priest and his 4 guards are creeping through the grounds after dark, exactly where they shouldn't be. Whatever they're here to do, it's not charity work. Something else is stirring in the dark too, a winged shape circling the towers. And here's Vikyr's real face for the night. No glasses, no student act, just a sword and a job to finish. He's done playing nice. A hooded, red-eyed thing trails behind him like a loyal attack dog. Whatever it is, it's clearly his. He heads straight into the building's depths, hunting for answers. He's found someone, and he's clearly not in the mood for small talk. I have a question, he says flatly, cornering one of the priest's men in the dark. The guy freezes, clearly not expecting to get caught. Vikyr doesn't waste time on pleasantries either. He wants to know exactly where the kids being kept as demon food are being held. So there it is. The whole charity was cover for feeding orphans to something monstrous, and Vikyr's done pretending otherwise. The captured guard grits his teeth, clearly hoping he can just stay quiet and ride this out. Bad move. Vikir's patience for silence ran out a while ago. "Ah, right, you can't talk," Vikir says, almost conversationally, before getting to work on that wrist. A blade comes out glowing an ugly red, and suddenly this interrogation looks a lot less friendly. "I'm not sparing my time to play with you then," he says, "and whatever happens next isn't going to be pretty for the man who helped feed kids to a monster." Deep in the dark, a hooded stranger's mask flares red, eyes locked on something just out of sight. A stolen face melts away in a hiss of steam, like the person underneath was never real to begin with. He crouches over the body, working out exactly what he's looking at, and it isn't pretty. "This is the cloth that Ephibo wore," he mutters, turning the torn fabric over in his hand. Did he transform it into a fake face? The pieces are clicking into a very ugly picture. And this face, he realizes, means he's found more than one victim tonight. He studies the corpse's features against memory. No, Peter didn't have this mole, he realizes. Flashback, back before he regressed, his old friend Peter used to talk about a little brother who vanished without a trace. That brother disappeared right after entering something called isolation training, and never came back. It wasn't the training that got him. A demon hunted him down and turned him into one of the walking dead. Then the pieces slot together, and his glare goes ice cold. He stalks deeper into the tunnel, closing in on two more figures looming over another body. "You two," he calls into the dark, "might just be people I know." A woman steps forward twirling a blade, chains rattling, clearly not here for a chat. A knife whips straight for his skull, and the fight is officially on. Claws rake through the dark as the brawl explodes into full chaos. He drops out of the shadows like a stone, closing the gap in an instant. Steel meets something that bleeds red light instead of blood. Whatever he's fighting, it isn't exactly human anymore. He comes down with a knife strike aimed to end it fast. His opponent doesn't go down easy. She's back up and swinging, blood and all. Blades flash faster than the eye can follow. Something finally connects hard. The memory pulls him further back, to a much younger, much filthier version of himself. In the flashback, a boy kneels through a solemn prayer to our loon, who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. The ritual drones on, kingdom come will be done, while a robed figure watches from the altar. Caked in mud and gripping a ball of clay like it owes him money, young Vikir grinds out, "Forgive us for our sins." He powers through the rest of the prayer, clearly counting down the seconds until it's over. A young blonde girl watches him from nearby, hands pressed together, a little too invested in the show. He catches her staring and flashes a smug little grin, works every time. She buries her burning face in her hands. "Why do I keep thinking about that?" "Calm down, Dolores." She talks herself down the stairs, insisting Vikir is just a good, whatever excuse she's telling herself tonight. Back in the present, grown-up Dolores freezes, footsteps and a glint of red light closing in behind her. She spins around, heart in her throat. She scrambles for a better vantage point to see what's happening below. Smoke and violence churn through the courtyard beneath her. A masked figure steps out of the haze and Dolores' breath catches, that pandemic mask. Her eyes go wide, she knows exactly whose mask that is. The Night Bloodhound, the legend everyone whispers about, is standing right there. And he's already back in the fight, cutting through anyone in his way. "Night Bloodhound," she calls out, unable to just watch from the sidelines. He spots her too, sane Tess, and someone's about to pay for getting near her. A brutal strike sends another attacker flying. One of the guards crumples into the wreckage, done for the night. Dolores reaches out on instinct, torn between running in and staying back. "Stop," she shouts, sprinting straight into the middle of it. "I don't know what's going on, but if we just talk this out." Bless her, wrong crowd for diplomacy. A blade comes down anyway, aimed straight at her. He throws himself in the way without thinking twice. The shock of it all is too much. Dolores' knees buckle and the world goes dark for her. The blade found its mark, straight into his arm. He grips the blade barehanded, rather than let it anywhere near her. Blood-soaked and furious, he turns on whoever's left standing. He catches her before she hits the ground. She comes to just enough to gasp, "Bloodhound, your arm." "It's fine," he says flatly, like he isn't currently bleeding all over the floor. Typical, shrugging off a stab wound like it's a paper cut. But the night isn't over. Another attacker charges in swinging. This one's got murder in his eyes and no plans to stop. Vikir doesn't even flinch, just turns to meet him head-on. The exchange is fast, brutal, and one-sided. He looms over the attacker, and there's no mercy left to give. It's over in a heartbeat. Dolores can only stand frozen in the wreckage, shaken by what she just watched. He turns and walks off like it's just another Tuesday. 2 more bodies left behind him, message sent. She's still trembling, trying to process the man behind that mask. "Night Bloodhound, are you alright? We need to treat that arm," she calls, chasing after him anyway. He can't help but wonder who'd have guessed he'd run into the Saintess out here, of all places. Dolores, meanwhile, is stuck on her own question. Why were Quilty's guards attacking me? They know exactly who I am. She reaches for his injured hand, then stops cold. Look at that. Lying in the rubble is a face, literally melting off whatever it was covering. His face, Dolores chokes back a scream against her own hand. He explains flatly, these things are undead wearing other people's faces, and she can't shake why it's hitting families tied to Quo Vadis. He needles her gently. I'd think the Saintess of Quo Vadis would know more about this than I do. Her face drains of color, no way Quilty. More proof lies scattered around them. This isn't a one-time thing. Something about one of the ruined faces nags at him, a familiar face. Could that have been Staffordshire Baskerville from the Pitbull Order? He remembers, back when Vikir himself vanished into the forest, this man dodged consequences thanks to Adolf Morg vouching for him. Word was he later volunteered for isolation training on his own. Shit, the dots connect into something much darker. The tattoo on the other corpse's neck marks him as Don Quixote family, another prestigious name caught in this. Set went through the same isolation training too, he recalls, and that grin in his memory was never a good sign. A pattern forms, prestigious families cut off from the outside world, funneling their kids into this isolation training. Flashback to a group of young noble girls chirping cheerfully, "We just started isolation training. Poor kids have no idea." Out of nowhere, a hand ignites with raw flame. Fire erupts between 2 figures squaring off in the ruins. The blast tears through the corridor like a bomb going off. Flames swallow the pillars whole. Debris rains down through the inferno. Even the old stone statue can't escape the blaze. Someone's still standing dead center of all that fire. A figure looms tall in the flames, completely unbothered by the heat. Dolores and the Bloodhound both stare into the blaze, bracing for whoever's about to step out of it. Footsteps echo closer through the smoke. A woman with flowing red hair strides out of the fire like she owns the place. 0 points, she announces, apparently grading the whole fight. "What's with that attitude from my future wife?" Someone protests. Yes, he means her. 0 out of 100, she fires back, clearly not impressed by his form. He finally gets a clear look at her face. "You are." She stands there in the firelight, every bit the powerhouse everyone warned him about. We open mid-disaster. Flames rip through the night as a hooded figure gets hurled clean off his feet. That is our masked vigilante, the one they call the Night Bloodhound, throwing himself between the blast and a terrified blonde girl. Not the first time he has saved her either, she thinks, eyes brimming with tears and gratitude. This was not some random monster attack, she realizes. Someone out there is aiming to kill on purpose. She squints through the smoke and drops a bombshell of her own. That attacker is not just some enemy, she is undead to the core, and Vikir might not be the only target. Probably, he grunts back, cold as ever. Then someone asks the real question. Since when did this mystery woman start working for the shadowy Quilty outfit? Turns out she is a fresh recruit, freshly hired by whoever is really pulling the strings behind Quilty. The Saintess is not about to sit this one out either. If the enemy is undead, that is holy business, and she is stepping in. She vows to back him up, whether he likes it or not. Night Bloodhound just marches straight into the fire, muttering there is something he needs to confirm for himself. She offers to patch him up with healing magic on the spot. He shuts her down flat. "I do not need it." Before she can argue, spears of fire come raining down like the enemy just does not quit. The whole street turns into a war zone of molten steel and fire. Night Bloodhound does not flinch, he just reaches straight into the inferno. One clean slash and he is already cutting the fight down to size. His blade finds its mark, and for a second it looks like this fight might be over fast. But the silence that follows says otherwise. He clocks the magic signature instantly. Steel and fire fuse together, easily 6th class work. Someone this young pulling off magic like that is not a coincidence, that is a pedigree. Even in the famously gifted Morg bloodline, a talent like this is one in a generation. And he already knows exactly whose talent it is. The redhead steps out of the flames like she owns them. Round 2 kicks off and it is not gentle. Steel spikes erupt from the ground like she is trying to skewer the whole block. He weaves through the chaos without breaking stride. She winds up something bigger, a crackling orb of pure fire aimed straight at him. It slams home, and for a moment the mask just takes it. The impact echoes down the whole street. The Saintess cannot believe what she is seeing. He is eating hits that should have flattened him. Why is he just standing there taking it, she wonders, watching him get thrown around like a rag doll. It hits her maybe he is not fighting a stranger at all, maybe there is history here. Whatever this monster she has turned into, something about her still moves like a person he used to know. And just like that we are dropped straight into his memories, back before his second chance at life even started. Back then, everyone knew this girl was close with her uncle Adolf Morg, the family's iron-fisted mage master. So if she really cut ties and vanished into isolation training in the Darkness Hall, something must have driven her to it, and young Vikir is about to find out what. Cut to the two of them as kids, trading insults disguised as compliments over some barbarian trivia contest. Present-day Vikir cannot stop replaying it. What if he had never let himself get close to her in the first place? Because somewhere between the teasing and the training, those two kids grew into something a lot more than friends. Then the memory turns dark, someone is screaming no in the woods, and it clearly does not end well. His guilt cuts even deeper. He used her deliberately as a piece in his own long game against his family. Her name hangs there in the dark like an accusation, Camus Morg. And here she is now, grown up, staring back at him with an expression somewhere between rage and heartbreak. Whatever happened to her after he left, it clearly did not end kindly. Every choice he has made since coming back to this life is catching up to him all at once. And this right here might be the bill coming due. Her eyes burn with a fury that is very much personal. She is not here for a rematch, she is here to make him pay. And he knows it, standing there ready to take whatever she throws at him. For one raw second the mask drops entirely, then what the hell have I done? She does not wait around for an answer, she just attacks. Fire rips through the space between them. He is forced right back on the defensive. She is not holding anything back this time. The two of them trade blows in a blur of steel and fire. Caught in the crossfire, the Saintess gets snagged by dark tendrils and screams for real this time. Camus barely even registers her, she is locked entirely on Vikir. He stays ice-cold through all of it even now. He catches her next attack bare-handed and turns it right back on her. Sparks fly as the two of them clash again. Neither one is backing down an inch. The fight rips through whatever is left of the surroundings. It is less a duel now than a demolition. And then finally she goes down. He reaches for her almost gently, like he is checking she is really out. Her body slumps away into the wreckage. The Saintess finally catches up, calling out his name in relief. She is horrified the second she sees the state he is in. He just turns and walks off into the dark without a word. She catches up again anyway and asks the question he has been dodging. Did he know that woman? He goes completely silent. Then flat out lies to her face, I do not. She tells him he can stop pushing himself, but he is covered in wounds and clearly not listening. This is fine, he insists, which only makes her push harder. Why is he running himself into the ground like this? He gives her nothing but silence as they walk. Finally he cracks just 2 words, demon hunting. She is stunned. It is my personal vendetta, he adds like that explains everything. Then he crouches down, sensing something off about the bodies around them. Turns out it is coming off the masks themselves, the exact same plague doctor gear Quilty's guards wear. He decides to take one with him and get to the bottom of it personally. Bad idea, apparently, because the mask itself lurches to life demanding he hand over the relic. The thing mutters something about having borrowed the mask from some woman who is going to be furious. The Saintess nearly loses it, the corpse has a mouth and it is talking. Vikir does not blink, he already knows exactly who he is talking to, the so-called elite corpse, or as he puts it, Quilty himself. The mask's eyes flare in response. The saintess reels, that voice belongs to the shadowy figure running the whole organization. My oh my, the corpse purrs, genuinely surprised to be caught by a saintess of all people. Then that grin twists into something a lot more dangerous, but this is better. He had planned to bury the quilty identity for good once his great cause was done, but now that plan is blown wide open. He had been careful never to touch a saintess and draw that kind of heat, but now he says he finally has a reason to. He goes straight for her, gloating that he cannot wait to see the terror on her face when he steals it. She starts chanting something older and heavier than any spell we have heard from her yet. Light builds around her, pure and blinding. Feel the weight of your karma, twofold, she declares, and unleashes holy light itself. The whole corridor goes white with divine fire. The corpse does not just flinch, it screams. Divine power, it stammers, genuinely rattled for the first time. It thrashes and dissolves under the light, begging for a mercy it clearly is not getting. And just like that, the corpse form is burned away completely. Reflect on it in the afterlife, she says, cold as judgment itself. Somewhere in the wreckage, a voice hisses back, calling her the real demon. Saying that with such an expression, how rare it sneers, unbothered by the holy beatdown it just took. Whatever is left of it slips away into the dark. Then she spots him, and her whole face changes. Someone is approaching through the corridor behind her. A stranger steps out of the shadows, cigarette lit, chiding her for interrupting other people's business. He accuses her of hiding wickedness behind that saintly robe, then just shrugs and admits it himself. It is because I am a demon, saintess. She backs up, half hoping he is bluffing. He is not. Except that shaky yes is not fear, it is bait. Vikir has been playing the wounded coward this whole time just to smoke this guy out. The imposter wearing the saintess's stolen face keeps twisting the knife, taunting him for looking so scared. Wrong move, Vikir calls the bluff cold. You cannot fool anyone with that face. The mask of calm cracks for just a second. He had been bragging just moments earlier about finally getting his hands on her stolen face. But underneath that borrowed face, those unmistakable green eyes are already showing through. And whatever Vikir just did, it clearly was not part of his plan. The grin falters into something a lot less confident. Meanwhile, the real saintess is right there, watching every second of it unfold. Vikir finally lays out the whole trap. A coward like this only shows his true face once he thinks his target is helpless. So that is exactly what Vikir let him believe. Turns out those brutal wounds heal up like nothing, and he has got the nerve to ask how his performance was. Not exactly humble about it either. He turns back to the real target and asks, none too gently, who is actually behind that elite corpse mask. The thing's fingers curl into claws. Those same green eyes burn through the bandages one more time. And at last the mask comes all the way off. Call me Dantalion. Something in the dark chuckles mid-slaughter and asks the strangest question, so how was my acting? A single glaring eye locks onto him from the shadows. Whatever this thing is, it is not human. Someone finally puts a name to the horror in front of them, an elite corpse. That's not just a scary title. The monster grins wide and makes its introduction with mock politeness. Call it Dantalion. Its grin splits wider, all teeth and glowing green eyes, claws flexing like it can't wait to use them. Someone snarls back, completely done with the theatrics, you damned method-acting brat. A blade goes clean through a captive's skull and somehow he's still breathing. The winged girl watching can't process what she's seeing. Someone circles closer through the dark, unhurried, like this fight is already decided. That grinning clergyman is really Dantalion. And elite corpse is a rank he's earned the hard way. He recognizes his hunter, so it's you, the one who killed Andromalius. Then he starts bragging about exactly how he cheats death. That clergyman's face is ruined now. He complains like it's a wardrobe malfunction and not a murder. He accuses his hunter of playing innocent, right as the fight sends someone crashing to the ground. Here's his whole ugly gimmick laid out plain. He collects faces and with them memories and borrowed life. The man he just lost was called Guilty Lun Indulgentia, just one more name added to his collection. Kill every face he owns or he simply doesn't die, Dantalion taunts. The answer comes back ice cold, fine, then he'll kill them all. The scene rewinds to how it all started, a lone figure squaring up against a crowd in the dark. A blade flashes and blood sprays through the air before anyone can even scream. A blonde, winged young woman stares in horror, unable to process the massacre unfolding right in front of her. One of the doomed begs for his life, "Saw, save me, I don't want to die." Another sobs the same question everyone asks at the end, "Why do I have to die?" But the pleading doesn't slow the blade down. Tears and blood mix on a face frozen mid-scream. Another body drops, cut down by a sword glowing an unnatural red. The killer walks off without looking back, his blade dragging a trail through the dirt. What's left behind isn't just bodies, it's a message, arranged like some kind of twisted shrine. A dazed voice mutters, "We where am I?" The opening line of a performance about to begin. An old man rambles about buying his daughter's favorite meat pie on his way home, sweet and harmless on the surface. Vikyr watches the whole sob story unfold with his eyes glowing red, clearly buying none of it. How arrogant, Vikyr cuts in flatly, completely unimpressed by the act. The illusion glitches, a distorted reflection cracking straight through the performance. Without missing a beat, Dantalion switches costumes. Now he's a crying little boy whining that Vikyr's being mean. "I didn't do anything wrong," the kid sobs, laying the guilt trip on nice and thick. "Why are you bullying me?" he whimpers, and Vikyr just shuts it down cold. "You can stop the act." The performance drops instantly, that crying face twisting back into something far less innocent. Steel flashes red and finds its mark, drawing first blood. Dantalion's true grin spreads wide, green eyes gleaming. He's actually enjoying this. Really, he taunts unbothered, already cooking up his next trick. "Then what about this?" Vikyr answers with steel instead of words, carving straight through the taunt. For once, Dantalion looks caught off guard as the blade actually connects. It's a present he coos through a borrowed child's smile, right before the trap springs. The strike lands hard, and for a moment it looks like Vikyr's got the upper hand. But Dantalion just keeps grinning through the damage like none of it actually matters to him. A blur of steel spins through the dark, Vikyr pressing the attack without mercy. Something starts crawling under Vikyr's skin, a mark burning into his wrist that shouldn't be there. Dantalion just laughs as dark energy floods the air around them. For a split second, Vikyr's own red eyes flicker back through. He's fighting something happening inside his own head. "Sir Knight Bloodhound," the winged girl cries out as he staggers, clearly in real trouble. Dantalion reveals the real attack. "I planted a face in you." Now he's about to force those stolen memories and emotions straight into Vikyr's head, mask and all. The face he chose belonged to someone who lived with paranoia and schizophrenia, not a random pick. "How does it feel?" he grins, having two people's memories clash in one skull, your mind and his trauma mixing together. That trauma once drove the man to kill his own family, and Dantalion promises Vikyr's mind is next to go. The pressure inside his skull builds like a storm about to break. Something inside him flinches, caught between two minds fighting for control. Then just like that, Vikyr blinks and he's back. Oh. He's still standing but barely, and the winged girl can see exactly how much that cost him. "Yo, your arm," she gasps, spotting the damage he's shrugging off like nothing. "I'm fine," he says simply. "I may be fighting a demon, but..." The word hangs heavy in the smoke between them, a demon. Dantalion reforms out of the haze, red eyes locking back onto his target. "That doesn't mean I'm your average human either," Vikyr finishes, and he means it literally. Dantalion eyes the blade warily. A sword leaking demonic energy like that, is that Beelzebub? And that aura isn't rookie stuff either. This is a top-grade graduate he's dealing with. His clawed, eye-studded hand flexes as he admits it to himself. Head on, this is a losing fight. So he decides to cheat instead. In that case, a monstrous hand reaches through the shadows toward easier prey. The winged girl yelps as a clawed hand closes in way too close for comfort. She struggles against his grip, terror plain on her face. The scuffle turns fast and violent, steel and claws crossing in a blur. "I knew you'd protect her," Dantalion sneers, tightening his grip. Everyone's got a weakness standing right next to them. "I can't," she whispers to herself, watching him fight everything alone. "I can't lose the hero's pillar," she thinks, eyes brimming. Whatever else happens, not him. A tear slides free as fear and determination war across her face. This fight is so cruel and scary, she admits to herself. The Night Bloodhound is fighting all alone right now, she thinks. Will he always have to fight alone? I need to solidify my resolve, she tells herself, hands shaking, but I'm so scared I can't stop shaking. However, I have to help the Night Bloodhound, she decides, and golden light rises to answer the call. Resolve set, she lets her power build, glowing bright against the dark. Light gathers in her outstretched hand, ready to be unleashed. A ruined face mutters a broken word at her, sis, tur. Dantalion grins wide, delighted by how well this is rattling her. She clasps her hands tight, forcing herself to hold her ground. Aye is all she can get out, the fear creeping back in. Ghastly shapes writhe up out of him. This is too easy, he laughs. A flash of light cuts through the horror, buying her a second to breathe. Having just one face grafted on is agony enough, he cackles. I wonder what happens to a human mind when hundreds get crammed in at once, he grins, ready to find out. Vikir slams in between them, blades crossed, daring him to try it. Them all, Vikir finishes his earlier promise, sword already moving. He tears into the mass of stolen faces without slowing down for a second. You think you can cut through thousands of faces? Dantalion shouts, half laughing, half panicking. One face after another rises to meet the blade, and one after another falls. The strikes come faster than the eye can follow. Somewhere in the chaos, something watches back with a single unblinking eye. Then Vikir freezes mid-swing, that face. A memory surfaces uninvited, a boy in glasses reaching out for something. A quiet park, a tree, two people who clearly meant something to him once. The stolen face stares back at him through the blood and the rain. A name slips out of him, disbelieving, Perry. Whatever that name means to him, it just made this fight personal. He goes right back on the attack, faster and angrier than before. Blade after blade of light rips through the monster's stolen forms. The creature thrashes, shedding stolen faces with every hit it takes. Vikir doesn't let up for a single second. Strike after strike lands relentless. We open in pitch dark, just a lone silhouette standing dead still. This is our hound, and he is not okay. Look at those eyes, red, glowing, locked dead ahead. Something is crawling under his skin, and he knows it. That chain around his neck isn't jewelry. He's a prisoner here, whether he wants to admit it or not. Water drips somewhere in the dark. This is, he mutters, starting to recognize exactly where he's ended up. He turns to find rows and rows of people, hunched over, chained, dead silent. Whatever this place is, it's packed. It clicks. He remembers being swallowed whole by the demon Dantalion's power. This nightmare is literally built inside that monster's skill. He says it out loud to be sure. If this is Dantalion's domain, everyone kneeling here got dragged in exactly the way he did. Sweat beads on his face as the real question lands: did every single person here already get eaten alive by Dantalion? A shackled arm twitches under a cracked, corroded surface. This whole place is rotting from the inside, same as everyone trapped in it. He steps toward a dark tunnel mouth glowing faintly green. Whatever's past it, he's not turning back now. Surrounded by the silent crowd, that same stomach-churning wrongness hits him again, the exact feeling he got watching Dantalion's face get stitched back together. Then it slams into him like a tidal wave. The trauma of everyone in this place floods straight into his own head. No, it hurts, stop. He's curled up gripping his own skull, begging a pain that isn't even his to leave him alone. He's on the ground shaking, completely wrecked by grief and agony that were never his to carry. A hand reaches out and rests on his head from behind, one small mercy in the middle of all this psychic wreckage. A grim thought cuts through the pain. If the people Dantalion devoured are really trapped here, then the child he's searching for might be too. His face is a mess, cracked skin, a bleeding cheek, one furious red eye. Whatever's happened to him in here, it's left real scars. He climbs up for a better look, standing over an endless crowd of prisoners pouring out of the tunnel below. Then that child has to be here somewhere, he thinks, staring hard at the back of a random kid's head in the crowd. Two boys sit hunched together, arms wrapped around their knees, whispering that they're scared, that they're exhausted. Another one just wants it to end. I want to die, he mutters, I hate it so much. The despair just keeps piling up. Go away, don't smile, disappear, disgusting, horrific, bad. It's a wall of misery with no exit. A tall figure with long golden hair stands facing the crowd, back to us. Even from behind you can feel how sad she is. Someone says it plainly, these are all the vindictive spirits of everyone that demon has eaten. And a voice calmly asks her, how is it, Saintess? Cut to the demon himself, horned and masked, casually admitting he was selective about his meals, he only ate the good-looking ones. The Saintess's braided hair drifts in dark water as she kneels before him, silent. He leans in close, mocking her, doesn't this weeping resonate with your heart, charming guy? A file flashes up on this thing, 9th Corpse Dantalion, risk rating S+, one of the 10 disasters, invulnerable and immortal. Translation, you don't fight this fair. She finally speaks, horrified, how could he commit such sins? He just shrugs. Does anyone need a reason to eat food? His grin splits impossibly wide. And I have no sins, he says, like that settles everything. Since I am exempt, he adds, and yes, apparently that covers murdering orphanage children too. He's holding an actual signed document, a purchased exemption, like a cosmic hall pass for sin. A human ideal, he grins, in which sins can be sold in exchange for money. Even a demon thinks humanity's indulgence system is a joke. The crowd murmurs behind her, if he has any sin at all, it's that he picked up this trick from humans in the first place. Dantalion looms over her kneeling form, needling her. You're also a bad and wicked human, Saintess. He keeps twisting the knife, she was just lucky to be born with divinity, weak inside, a burden to everyone around her, and without her he never could have trapped that swordsman in his underworld. His claws hover right over her bowed head. It's all thanks to you, he sneers, for being his Achilles heel. He's clearly enjoying himself. Nothing thrills this demon more than watching the Saintess go completely speechless. His whole domain, he explains, feeds on the negativity of the dead. This is literally what keeps him running. Quietly devastated, she agrees with him. You're right, she says, everything you said is true. He keeps piling it on. Even her precious exemption is really just permission to hurt others for your own convenience. All her shortcomings, all human weakness, he says, it'll combine into one perfect environment of despair. He's built himself a whole philosophy out of cruelty. But then a shift, golden light starts cutting through the dark, however, she says. Tears streaming, she finds her footing. Humans also have the strength to choose a better path, even in total despair. Dantalion's many heads recoil in shock. Divine power? Yeah, buddy, she's not done yet. He can't believe it, you weren't being infected. Her faith was armor the entire time. A glowing, cross-shaped eye weeps a single tear as she realizes just how long she's spent doubting herself for nothing. Cut to a different memory, a guilt-ridden man in a dark coat confesses he was too scared of his own father to abolish that corrupt exemption system, and too terrified of this demon to ever help the Hound hunting it. A hooded, masked figure admits quietly just how useless he knows himself to be. But someone once told him something that stuck with him, it's coming back now. Flashback, a young Saintess sits on a fence beside him, asking why God would ever pick someone as weak as her to be a Saintess. He tells her plenty of people carry strong faith without ever being born with divine power. He goes further, the world only really needs someone who can shine when they've hit rock bottom, facing the worst it has to offer. That's the whole point of her not being strong from the start, but rising when it actually counts. Back in the present, a fist glows gold. He can't keep fighting this demon alone anymore, and now he doesn't have to. I need to do what I can, she resolves, light raining down all around her. The entire crowd of chained victims gets bathed in golden light, gasping as it washes over them. Dantalion panics for the first time all chapter. Shit, if she uses her divine power right now. She makes her call. The humans here can still be saved, but the souls this demon already corrupted cannot. She's not holding back anymore. Golden light detonates around her. I will no longer be swayed by the words of a demon, she declares. She awakens, fully wings spread, halo blazing, and for the first time this whole ordeal, she's smiling. She scoops up one of the trapped spirit children in her golden light, holding him like he actually matters because to her, he does. Golden energy detonates outward, unraveling whatever's left of the demon's grip on these souls. The children's faces light up in amazement, staring up at her like she just hung the sun. But it costs her something. Tears stream down her face even as she keeps pouring out everything she's got. "I'm sorry I couldn't save you," she whispers. She can ease their pain, but she can't undo what's already been done. Dantalion recoils from the golden light tearing through his own domain, like it's setting fire to his living room. The light keeps exploding outward, unstoppable now. The chained figures start fading peacefully into the light, finally released from their suffering. Curled at the center of it all is a small girl, crying, hearing footsteps approach in the dark. A close, quiet moment, just her face drenched, exhausted, water dripping around her. He finally reaches her, cradling her out of the water. "I finally found you," he says. He admits he'd been wondering the whole way here, wondering why any of this ever happened to her. Nearby, one of the demon's victims lies collapsed and broken, a grim reminder of exactly what's at stake here. His cracked, scarred face softens into something almost like a smile, just for her. He finally says what he came to say: from here on, his remaining years belong to hunting demons, and that exact hunt is what first brought him to her orphanage. He admits he never thought that far ahead, never once imagined what would come after starting that hunt. A quiet memory surfaces: a tree, a courtyard, the day their paths first crossed. She smiles, eyes closed, remembering it too. "I realized it after I saw your smile," she says. His whole plan, he admits, was really about building a world where he could someday laugh again with kids just like her. Golden light bursts around them both. "Thank you," she says, "for giving my own plan a reason to exist." In the glow, he says quietly, "I'm sorry I couldn't protect you." Their hands find each other in the light. Cracked but glowing gold, he studies her face. "You really came to see me again," she says, almost in disbelief. Ghostly faces linger in the chains behind them, the dead this whole nightmare was built on. Golden light detonates once more, a memory replaying itself at full force. In the flashback, a much younger version of her cries, admitting flatly, "I was scared." His scarred, red-eyed face streaks with tears of his own now. "I promise," the words just hang there in the golden light. Her golden hair whips around her as she finishes the vow: "I will never forgive the man who made you cry." "That's a promise," she says, and she means every word of it. They hold each other close in the golden glow, cheek to cheek, for just 1 second before the world demands more of them. Light detonates outward again, raw power finally given somewhere to go. Beams of golden light rip clean through the surrounding structure. Dantalion drops to his knees, gripping his own skull like it's about to crack open. The Saintess was this powerful. Underestimating her just became his first real mistake. One green eye locks wide with dread. Did she perhaps awaken? Two silhouettes stand bathed in gold, light rolling off them in waves. Her golden hair streams out like it's got a mind of its own, power still pouring off her. Dantalion's mask scorches and cracks under the assault. He bows under the weight of it, chain rattling, golden light burning down on him. Meanwhile, our hound feels it too. "My aura's overflowing," he realizes, fist clenching tight. Her divine power is feeding straight into his own strength, multiplying it past anything he's had before. "I think I can do it now," he tells himself. 7 glowing red orbs of aura hover around him, raw power condensing into something new. "I think I can reach that level," he thinks, the level it actually takes to put this demon down for good. A crimson hand reaches down through the dark, aura crackling off every finger. A blade of pure crimson aura slices clean through, and all Dantalion can manage is "Don't tell me." Onlookers can barely process what they're seeing. He's a sword master. Fully engulfed in crimson power now, he calls the demon out by name, Dantalion. His eyes burn red through the aura. "Don't think you're going to die an easy death," he warns, and at this point, he's earned the right to make that promise. We open on a gut punch of a scene. A golden-haired woman reaching out toward a bloodied figure on the ground while a stranger in a suit watches from the shadows. "I can feel it," she whispers, the sadness of countless children who were sacrificed and the fury at the demon who did it. Close in on her face, eyes shut tight. She isn't just feeling her own pain here, she's sharing every emotion of the man they call the Night Hound. Flashback to an old prophecy. The Pope once said something about a blessing only a true soul companion could unlock. Turns out a saintess only fully awakens once she meets her true soul companion. No pressure, right? Hands clasped in prayer, golden light building around her fingers. Something huge is about to happen. Soul resonance, a blessing where the saintess pours every drop of her divine power into her chosen one, and she's about to hand it all over to the Night Hound. And there he is, the Night Hound himself. Turns out under the mask it's our boy, Vikier van Baskerville. Supreme domain, she murmurs mid-prayer. Whatever that is, it sounds like a very big deal. Vikier goes full demon slayer, sword crackling with red aura, cutting through a den of monsters like it's nothing. The moment the first swordmaster in ages awakens, yeah, we're doing that this chapter. Even his own fist can't quite believe what just happened, a swordmaster. Watching nobles murmur that only a rare handful of humans have ever reached that level. One of them panics that only clan patriarchs are supposed to hit swordmaster. Guess nobody told this kid the rules. The qualifications of a swordmaster, yeah buddy, he's got them. A masked, green-eyed figure watches in total silence, clearly filing this away for later. Back in the fight, his blade lights the corridor up red, tearing through another demon. One clean hit sends the beast flying. But this thing's no random mook. It's built like a walking ruby and it's still very much alive. Vikier taunts it cold. The souls it hoarded got purified, so its cheap tricks are gone. You must be in despair, Pantaleon. Say hello to Pantaleon, a demon overlord wrapped in cracked red armor and chains, and clearly not thrilled about losing. I didn't even notice, it gasps. That shock says it all, this thing just got outplayed. Turns out Pantaleon is one of the 9 corpses, hoarding mana to crack open a gate to the demon realm and take over the human world. Big ambitions for a guy about to lose his head. Vikier doesn't give it the chance to finish planning. Blood on his mask, eyes still burning red. This fight has taken a toll, but he's not slowing down. What makes you think I'm faceless? The demon sneers back, bearing a mouth full of teeth. I still have one left, it growls. That is never a good line to hear from a dying demon. A slow, dreadful countdown ticks through the air as Vikier braces himself. The demon plays its last card. I'll self-destruct and take you and this whole orphanage with me. Miles away, the saintess gasps, feeling that same dangerous aura crawl over her skin. What do I do, Night Hound? This whole area's going to. His voice cuts through, steady as ever. Calm down, saintess. There's no need to worry, he says, like he's not currently standing next to a live demon bomb. His aura roars up around him, full power unleashed. He thinks back on his old life, an entire lifetime spent chasing exactly this level of strength. Now here he is, finally standing in it. He remembers the sword his father Hugo once showed him, blazing bright in memory. The demon screams one last order to its brothers before the end. There are more of these things out there. The fall of the human world, big talk for something about to get vaporized. The demon panics as it realizes this grand finale isn't going the way it planned. Vikier answers with everything he's got. The blast tears through the dark like a second sunrise. And just like that, Pantaleon's reign of terror is over. Problem is, a hit that big doesn't exactly stay contained. It rips clean through part of the orphanage compound. The shockwave keeps rolling, lighting up the whole mountainside red. Debris and fire rain down over what used to be a quiet building. Inside, a bunkroom full of orphan kids jolts awake in a panic. What, an earthquake? Not exactly kids, but close enough. High above it all, the saintess is caught mid-fall through the sky, hair streaming, praying straight through the chaos. Her hands stay clasped even as she plummets, total faith that this is going to be fine. Her eyes snap open, wide and searching as she braces for landing. She and a shadowy figure drift down together toward a snow-covered ridge. Cut to a very different scene. A white-haired girl in an academy uniform stares up at the sky, stunned. Wow, what is this? Debris and light streak across the night sky over the school grounds. The wreckage just keeps falling. Whatever happened out there, it was massive. Turns out that night, the attack on the Indulgentia orphanage sent the entire imperial capital into a full-blown panic. Another terror attack, this time hitting the Quo Vadis family's own orphanage. And just like before, all fingers point to one culprit, the Night Hound. Crowds start swarming the scene. Vikier's own academy classmates show up to gawk. To think the Night Hound was actually here, one whispers, spooked. Turns out the attack happened right where their class trip was staying on their very last day, no less. Talk about bad timing. One loudmouth in the crowd whines he missed his shot at catching the night hound and proving he's hero material. Sure, buddy. Someone else notes there were no actual casualties, which is weirdly convenient for a terror attack. Word spreads that Headmaster Quilty went missing yesterday, guards and all. Everyone assumes he's just another victim of the night hound's rampage. One student sighs that Senior Dolores must be devastated. There she is, Dolores, standing apart from the crowd, hair blowing in the wind. I see, Quilty, she murmurs, deep in thought as she talks it over with a sharp-eyed man in a trench coat. I always figured he was a piece of work, the man admits, but a demon, and the night hound's the one who took him down. That's Pietro, and he's not exactly torn up about it. Ambushing our own family is unforgivable, but honestly it's refreshing to see the rot finally cut out. Even so, not everyone in the crowd is convinced. Even if that's the truth, one man mutters, I doubt the public's going to buy it. Dolores turns, resolve hardening on her face. Sir Pietro, I apologize for what's about to happen. A crowd gathers, phones and notebooks out, sensing something's about to go down. Everyone, please, I'd be grateful if you'd hear me out. Word ripples through the crowd, it's Saintess Dolores herself. She steps in front of the crowd and the murmurs start immediately. Clearly she's got something to say about the whole mess. She takes a steadying breath, a book clutched tight in her hands. The night hound, she starts, this is the truth about the Quo Vadis family, what you do with it is up to you. Flashback, a hooded figure, Vikier, hands her the very ledger she's now holding. Her hand trembles on the cover for a second before she opens it. Inside, a full sales log of exemptions and indulgences dated back to day one. Pietro's jaw drops. Addressed to Quilty Lun Indulgentia, she reads aloud and the crowd goes dead silent. First name on the list, Viscount Vecoin, who murdered his own parents for wanting to donate their fortune instead of leaving it to him, then covered it up as an accident. All sins forgiven for 1.5 billion gold, cash. Next up, Baron Lagiso, who murdered his maid and dumped her body in the sewer. Forgiven for 200 million. Then Sir Finajig, who killed his own business partner just to keep the profits to himself. Forgiven for 800 million. A voice in the crowd chokes out that they sold pardons to people like that. Somebody tries to defend the church, insisting there must be rules about this, while another swears Cardinal Humbert and Patriarch Quilty would never. Except the Saintess herself is the one saying it. Count Isel dodged roughly 100 billion gold in taxes and bought his forgiveness for a mere 300 million. Crime really does pay, apparently. Her finger traces down the ledger, page after page of names and numbers. Because I want to be someone he wouldn't be ashamed of, she says quietly, thinking of the man who handed her this book. Then louder for everyone to hear. I, Dolores Lun Quo Vadis, believe that buying and selling sins with money is blasphemy against God. Later, alone under a tree near the cathedral, Vikier sits with his thoughts, Saintess. Even after regressing, he thinks, your righteous heart never changed. He stands, looking out over the quiet courtyard, weighing what still needs to be done. His red eyes flicker, sharp and focused again. With this, there are only 8 of the elite corpses left, he notes, I swear. At the end of this path, I'll build a future where kids like her can actually live and laugh. I hope you get to laugh peacefully there too, and with that, he walks off into the next fight. A student journalist named Dolores storms into her professor's office demanding to know why her article got spiked. I only wrote the truth, she insists. We're outside the professor's laboratory, home turf of one Professor Banshee Morgue, and this is clearly not a friendly chat. Dolores presses harder. Why did the piece trashing the so-called Night Bloodhound get printed instead of her own? Banshee doesn't dodge it. Her article was too aggressive toward a certain organization, he says, and the Academy prefers to stay politically neutral. He slides her rejected report back across the desk. Politics killed this story, not principle. We get a look at the article itself. Are the Night Bloodhound attacks truly unwarranted? The darkness behind the Holy Quo Vadis household. Dolores swears she just wrote the truth and points out that even Cardinal Humbert's denials haven't quieted the whispers. Banshee turns the question around. Why does she care so much about defending the Quo Vadis family? Is someone leaning on her? He goes quiet for a beat, clearly weighing how much he's willing to admit. Then he comes clean. He was personally asked to steer the paper toward painting the Night Bloodhound as the villain, and Dolores looks like she's been hit by a truck. Even the headmaster is baffled by the pressure campaign, Banshee admits, rubbing his temple. Dolores wonders just how powerful Cardinal Humbert really is, if he can rattle the headmaster himself. The pieces click into place for her, eyes welling up. Talking to Banshee finally makes her get it. That's exactly why the Night Bloodhound never told his side of the story. He's out there fighting demons completely alone. Only one person in the Quo Vadis hierarchy outranks Cardinal Humbert, Banshee says, his hand glowing faintly. And that's the Pope himself. Even if all others fall into darkness, he alone stays pure, Banshee murmurs as Dolores walks off, arms crossed, quietly furious. Banshee cuts it short. Either way, he says, her article isn't fit to print. It reads like an endorsement of the Night Bloodhound's actions. Don't forget he's a criminal, Banshee warns. Dolores isn't having it. The Night Bloodhound isn't a bad person. Her face hardens. The real villains, she snaps, are Quo Vadis and whatever demon is rotting the place from the inside. Cut to the man himself, hooded, masked, one red eye glowing in the dark. Dolores recalls him telling her flat out that demons are still very real in this world. He's fought them alone this whole time, and he has no plans to stop. Talking to Banshee crystallizes it. Now she gets exactly why he's never gone public. He's risking his life solo against monsters nobody else believes are real. Banshee's parting shot is a warning, don't dig into this any further. Dolores says she understands, and she absolutely does not mean it. Jaw set, she's made up her mind. She's going to help him whether he asked for it or not. Cut to campus life. Victor's hulking, white-haired buddy tutor grumbles that volunteering is exhausting, while a friend pumps a fist about how it's not really his thing either. The whole crew heads off together, ready to go another round. Victor's blonde friend slings an arm around their bespectacled buddy. They're all headed out to train. Is Victor in? Victor begs off, says he's not feeling well and needs some time alone. Little Piggy looks caught off guard. He tells them he'll just head back to his room instead. Time alone, that's important, the friends tease, joking they'll hold onto Piggy for him while he's gone. Piggy just blinks, confused, then shrugs it off. Okay. Victor slips off alone down a quiet corridor, headed somewhere private. Alone at last, he lets himself grin. Now the real work can start. His inner monologue kicks in. The swordmaster rank he once earned with a Saintess's blessing has quietly reverted back down to high-rank graduator since he regressed. Still, he figures getting a taste of swordmaster-level power wasn't a total waste. The best souvenir from that whole ordeal, he thinks, came out of his fight against Dantalion's knights. A leather sack looted off Dantalion's servants, 4 of them stitched together into one large, unsettling mask. He studies it, a memory tugging at him. If he's remembering right, this thing is. The name surfaces, the mask of degeneracy, Pikersk, fratricide counter at 0, degeneracy effects currently off. He can hardly believe he's holding a relic that rivals the demon sword Beelzebub. He remembers reading about it before his regression. A cursed mask that grows stronger every time its wearer kills their own kin. Supposedly, the more humans you kill wearing it, the stronger you get, plus insane resilience and mana regen thrown in for free. Cheerful stuff. The second it touches his face, his eye flares, something's happening. All the health and mana he burned through fighting Dantalion comes rushing straight back. This is nothing like the swamp marsh salamander relic which only regrows lost limbs. This thing wipes out fatigue too. Something feels wrong though. Why does everything suddenly look bigger? And why can he only see in black and white now? He looks down and gets his answer, a small, very confused woof. I became a dog, not exactly the power-up he was expecting. Nearby, a sharp-eyed figure clocks the transformation and wonders out loud if this is some kind of side effect. Victor, now very much a dog, looks equal parts baffled and betrayed by his own new mask. I need to take the mask off. A beat later, it's already working. He lets out a breath, human again, and relieved about it. Standing there half-dressed, he puts it together. The mask comes off the moment he genuinely wants it to. Which means turning into a dog on command isn't really a curse, it's a perk. Conveniently, there's no rule against keeping pets in the dorms. He's already scheming how useful that loophole is going to be. A sharp crackle of magic interrupts him. Something is reacting to his touch. He glances back at the source, tucking the mask away for later. In his palm, something is cracking open, sparking with energy. It clicks, the egg he's been carrying, the madam's egg, is finally hatching. That earlier twitch wasn't nothing, it was the countdown. Cue an ominous flashback, a hulking, glowing-eyed silhouette that even Hell's own demon commanders steer clear of. That's the madam for you, so feared, the other demons just handed her the depths and called it even. And now her descendant is about to hatch, right there on the pedestal in front of him. Cue a suspiciously cutesy sparkle effect for something descended from an apex nightmare. Out pops a tiny, fuzzy little spider and it says woof tilde. Vikir just stares. This little cotton ball is supposed to be the madam's bloodline. He picks it up, half convinced it just barked at him. He can't help wondering if the poor thing picked up dog as its first language from being carried around by an actual wolf. It looks up at him with big hungry eyes. Are you hungry? Vikir heads out into the quiet halls, new house guest tucked away. The spider trembles in his grip. He'd figured it would want raw meat like its mother, but guesses it's just too young for that yet. Ever the pragmatist, he figures scoring an S-rank monster straight out of the dense forest is honestly a pretty good deal. He tucks the little spider into his jacket. Let's find you some food. He heads off down the corridor, right into someone else's drama. Elsewhere, a snide upperclassman blocks the path, sneering at a commoner to stop muddying up the academy's halls. Vikir's bespectacled friend catches sight of the commotion, brow furrowed. Little Piggy is caught in the middle of it, flanked by a proud, purple-haired heiress and a smug, older instigator who is clearly enjoying this. The gray-haired ringleader recognizes the group. Is that Piggy? And standing next to him is. Enter the girl herself, heiress of the poison-wielding Leviathan clan, one of the Empire's 7 pillars, and a star Fire Corps freshman with an ego to match her pedigree. Piggy tries to bow out politely. Just heading to the bathroom, his friends are waiting, no trouble here. She grabs his collar anyway, while the ringleader watches with open amusement. To think I, of the Leviathans, have to walk these halls with a lowborn like you, she spits. Where do you think you're going, commoner? The ringleader adds, blocking his path. Piggy flinches, apparently his mere presence offends her that much. You do not belong here, she tells him flatly. You're worthless, barely even a low-rank expert, she sneers. Your level says a lot about the company you keep. Leave the academy, commoner. For just a second, something almost like guilt flickers across her face. Almost. And what exactly are you going to do about it? She challenges. The ringleader smiles and gives the order, get him. Piggy cries out as a fist swings toward him. The blow rears back, aimed square at his face. Piggy braces, eyes screwed shut, waiting for impact. The strike lands with a sickening crack, but not on the target anyone expected. Piggy's eyes snap open, stunned to find himself completely untouched. Vikir's blonde friend and his hulking pal tutor have swooped in, catching the fist cold. You all right, Piggy? The attacker's fist is locked in an iron grip, going absolutely nowhere. The attacker howls in pain as Tutor, eyes blazing red, twists just hard enough to make a point. Relieved, Piggy blurts out names, Tutor, Sancho, the ridiculous nickname Tutor saddled him with, Sancho to his self-appointed Don Quixote. Vikir strolls up right on cue, pet spider still hidden in his jacket, and Piggy does a double take. The Leviathan heiress can't believe it. Even you, Vikir, when did you get involved in this? She scowls as the rest of Vikir's friends' close ranks around him, united. Tutor, ever the drama queen, grins at their blonde friend. I was wondering what took you so long. Piggy just stares, half laughing, half in disbelief that a shove in the hallway escalated into all this. The blonde friend rounds on the attacker, cold fury in his voice. You dare lay your hands on my friend. Cold open in an academy hallway, someone's back is turned, but the voice cuts like a knife. After seeing who you hang around, I know exactly what your standards are. Welcome to Colosseo Academy, where a crew of students strolls the halls looking like they own the place. The reminder lands cold. Nobles and commoners aren't supposed to be treated differently here, at least not on paper. Enter Granuil, all smirk and menace, mocking blonde hotshot tutor for the company he keeps. I know what you're worth by looking at your common friends. Tutor's jaw tightens, her name landing like an insult he can't shake off. She twists the knife, needling him about a past night HOUND incident he slept right through. Tutor's only defense, I was sleeping, solid alibi, buddy. Someone barks a warning about showing off skills inside school grounds because Granuil's about to do exactly that. Tutor catches a strange scent in the air and freezes. Is this a paralytic? Yeah, buddy, it is. A fuzzy little creature sniffs at the poison mist while its owner plays innocent. This is just something cute, sure it is. Granuil drops the pleasant act completely, framing the whole poison stunt as nothing but a lesson in humility. Fall into despair after feeling this gap, you ignorant fools, she sneers, while Tutor's crew starts choking on the fumes for real. Tutor grits his teeth against the poison burning through him. This stopped being a flex a while ago. That cute little creature isn't so cute anymore, jaws wide and roaring as the poison thickens. Tutor plants his feet and fights to stay standing as the toxic haze swirls around him. Amid the chaos, a single glowing red eye watches quietly from the sidelines. Guess who? Vikir just casually breathes the deadly poison mist in like it's a light snack, leaving onlookers stammering, is she eating the poison like food? Tutor breaks into a cold sweat, realizing something in the air just changed completely. The whole hallway freezes, staring, utterly lost on what they just witnessed. The students just stand there a beat too long, still processing that the poison simply isn't a threat anymore. Granuil tries to save face, sniping that Tutor did possess at least a bit of logic for backing off classic bully move when your trump card just got eaten. Her smug little grin cracks into a stunned A the second she realizes what actually happened to her poison. We were scared for nothing, someone mutters, while another spots it. The whole toxic fog got sucked straight toward Vikir, who just burps. Granuil just stands there, quietly wondering if she's mistaken about what she just saw. Vikir twists the knife right back, mocking her for wasting a fancy poison on the ice core idiots whose brains are made of muscles. She stammers an excuse and slinks off. Still stinging from getting shown up, Granuil's mind is already racing toward payback. She throws down a bet for the upcoming midterms team event. Whichever team scores lower has to run around the academy naked. Bold, very bold. One word: ice cold. Fine. Granuil accepts gleefully, already savoring the image of Tutor's whole team becoming the school's laughing stock. She waves it off with a smug little gesture, not remotely sorry about any of it. Tutor's buddy Piggy spirals into guilt over the mess, but Tutor waves him off. This is good, I'm going to crush that guy's ego. Pig is not so sure, fretting that he's just a low-rank expert who'll drag the team down. Tutor talks him down, insisting his sharp eye for detail is worth more than he thinks. A hand lands on Piggy's shoulder, and just like that, he's back on board. Meanwhile, a hopeful teammate pitches Vikir on joining forces for the midterms with his bow skills. She's sure they'd never lose to Granuil. She's practically vibrating with excitement, fists clenched, ready to team up. Vikir shuts it down flat. I already have someone to form a team with, so I'll pass. Ice cold, no hesitation. The room does a collective double take as he repeats himself, already having someone else in mind entirely. Someone begs him to reconsider. Promises are important. He shrugs while a white-haired guy across the room reacts like his name just got called out of nowhere. Vikir. Somebody yells at him to learn to read the room. Vikir has never once read a room in his life, and he's not starting today. He just blinks back, completely unbothered by the accusation. Cut to the massive arena of Colosseo Academy, where the real drama's about to kick off. The crowd's already hyped, cheering and losing their minds before the event even starts. Students pour through the gates, hollering support for the school's reigning star. Dolores, you look amazing again this year. Good luck, Colosseo. They're chanting her name like royalty, the capital's pride. For the first time, Colosseo Academy's midterms are being opened up for outsiders to watch. No pressure or anything. There are 3 parts to this exam, and none of them look easy. An offense test one-on-one, a defense test as a team, and a written theory exam. One poor guy's already flat on his back from round 1. Today's defense test conjures a whole illusion dungeon right inside the arena using hologram magic. Teams have to fight off dummy monsters disguised as solid earth golems, fake, sure, but they hit like the real thing. One of those spider-like horrors lunges straight for the front line. Squads of 4 form up to hold the line against wave after wave, graded on contribution and how long they survive. Every hit chips away at a student's HP, and once it hits 0, they're out. One cadet launches into an aerial strike, spear flashing against the horde. 3 rounds, 20 minutes apiece, survive the full hour, and you're looking at a perfect score. The crowd, Piggy included, is losing it watching the action unfold. Dronzer's squad falls just short at 58 minutes, still the best record of any third-year team, and she's completely gassed proving it. She barely stays upright, star emblem glowing faintly under her boots. With the graduating 4th years sitting this one out, Dronzer's party officially holds the best record of the whole midterm. Someone does the math out loud. Normally 3rd years hit round 3 and 2nd years hit round 2, so if the 1st years can just hold 20 minutes, they'd top the entire year. Tutor and his tank Sancho trade a confident look. Showtime. "Heemp, you have me, so getting that far won't be a problem," Sancho brags as the squad marches in. Tutor just asks the team to tank well enough that nothing rushes him directly. Reasonable request. Sancho puffs up his chest. "I'll get all the monsters for you." Bold strategy. Meet Tutor Lamentia Don Quixote, tied for the top theory rank in the 1st-year Ice Corps. "I don't want to see your naked body either," his teammate deadpans. "My eyes will rot, so make sure you do well." Tutor, wholesome in its own way. That's Bianca Faux Usher, tied for the same top rank and clearly the one keeping everyone's ego in check. And that's Sancho Barataria, ranked 6th in practicals and never short on confidence. The full squad steps into the arena, ready to go. Off to the side, that hopeful classmate lets out a long sigh, still stinging from Vikir's rejection. Vikir adjusts his glasses, muttering that he really doesn't like being the center of attention. After the poison stunt already got him noticed, he just wants his team to go absolutely feral so he doesn't have to lift a finger. Ranked number 1 in overall theory for the entire 1st-year class, Vikir. His teammates turn to face him in perfect unison, vowing to protect him with everything they've got so he never has to do a thing, my liege. Those devoted teammates are Highborough and Middleborough Le Baskerville, ranked 3rd and 4th, Vikir's own half-brothers, now fully on his side. And rounding out the trio, Lowborough Le Baskerville, ranked 5th, the same red eyes, now pointed entirely in Vikir's favor. All 3 triplets psych themselves up together, treating their first mission from their liege like the honor of a lifetime. Sancho and Piggy just stare, speechless, at the absurd firepower on the other team. Word spreads about Tutor's roster too. He dropped his commoner buddy's spot for a noble ringer from the Usher family, a pretty obvious move to boost his odds. Granuil isn't impressed. "It's still impossible to win against us," she scoffs. Meet Granuil de Leviathan, 2nd ranked in the Fire Corps, and she's just recruited her own ace to the roster. Someone garbles her name into Gregru and asks her to quit laughing so wickedly. "It's Granuil," she corrects, unbothered. She lords it over her new recruit. "Be thankful I accepted you, commoner," and he immediately butchers her name right back. "Ooh, Guru." Flustered, he vows to earn his spot anyway. "I'll do my best for our grades." "It's Granuil," he shouts, correcting himself at last. "Say hello to Sinclair, the commoner ace nobody saw coming." As the groups get sorted, Sinclair can't stop wondering which bracket Vikir landed in, while Granuil's crew vows to take the top spot among all 1st years. Granuil's smug little smile says she's already counting the win. Weapons out, Tutor squad takes their mark in Group 109. Tutor, Sancho, Bianca, and Piggy line up together, all in naked. Run or not, they're not backing down now. Alright, let's get ready, and with that the 1st year's midterms have officially begun. This whole arena is about to flip into a full-blown dungeon. Virtual monsters, but the stakes are very real. Even our disguised prodigy raises an eyebrow at this one. He genuinely never had to sit through an academy exam like this before. Back in his first life it was just win or die, no written test involved. His loyal triplets press him for intel he flat out does not have. Here is the deal. Step into the ring, a magic circle flips the whole arena into a monster-infested dungeon, and the clock does not stop until your HP hits 0. Sounds chill, right? Except the bugs crawling out drip real poison, just watered down enough that you probably will not die. Probably. Case in point, 2 unlucky cadets already glowing with toxin burns, learning the hard way that diluted still stings plenty. One of his golden-haired followers cannot help but gush while their liege was away. They drilled themselves ragged in the estate's training hall just for this. Vikir just flashes that unsettlingly calm smile and hands the grunt work straight over to his own personal fan club. "We will protect you like iron pillars," they beam. His actual reply, "Go nuts so I do not have to lift a finger." All 3 chant the exact same vow in unison, first mission from their liege, and they are absolutely not about to blow it. Another cluster of cadets spots the group and comes jogging down the steps to see what all the fuss is about. A grizzled instructor sizes him up point blank. "Are you actually ready for this, Vikir, or just coasting on reputation?" The rest of the crowd sizes up his new squad, clearly wondering how the loner ended up surrounded by golden boys. "You actually teamed up with the Baskerville triplets?" someone asks, half concerned, half scandalized. Vikir shrugs it off. "Nobody twisted their arms, they practically begged to tag along." Someone else pulls him aside just to double-check he is not getting pushed around. His answer is short and flat, "Nope, all good." Somewhere else in the dungeon, a cadet screams his lungs out mid-swing. "Exam nerves, or just for the drama." Group 68 limps out of their run, absolutely wrecked, crawling across the dirt like they just survived a war. Fresh meat for the grinder. The next batch of monsters is already twitching into position. A sharp-toothed grin spreads across one girl's face. It is finally her group's turn, and she is more than ready to cut loose. Group 69, you are up. 4 more first-years march off to face the dungeon, bow and blade in hand. The monsters do not wait for pleasantries. Claws rake the ground and the fight is already on. Group 69, exam kicks off in a blur of slashes and sparks. One of the 4, Sinclair, gets swarmed by a summoned beast crackling with green energy, not exactly a gentle start. Her white-haired partner Granono barks at her to hurry up while he winds up something big of his own. Sinclair calls back that she is set, which is exactly the green light Granono was waiting for. His eyes flare with raw magic, and you can practically feel the air pressure drop. He cuts loose with a blast that lights up the whole arena like a flare. It tears through the monsters, leaving smoke, sparks, and a very singed battlefield. Even Vikir's triplet cheer squad cannot help but gawk at the fireworks. Vikir quietly clocks the name Sinclair, filing that one away for later clearly. No wonder she is ranked the class runner-up. That kind of firepower on her team earns the title. And that is a wrap for Group 69. Dungeon cleared, nobody dead mostly. Sinclair catches her breath, visibly relieved that is finally over. Their time, 19 minutes and 55 seconds, grabs the new best record of the day, and somewhere in the crowd, a rival visibly deflates. One sore loser is not handling the new leaderboard news well at all. You can practically see the sweat bead as reality sets in. Grenouille just smirks and doubles down with a bet that is equal parts petty and unhinged, something about running around bare if they lose. The next challengers shuffle into position, that record firmly in their sights. Someone is already bracing for a fight before the whistle even blows. Her rivals just about lose it, snarling her name like a curse. Now it is Vikir's turn, and his little fan club sends him off with cheers like he is headed to prom, not a monster pit. The Golden Trio swear in unison they will snag first place, purely to make their liege look good. Dead serious about it too, going by that look. Vikir strolls into the dark alone, monsters already lighting up like tacky decorations in the shadows ahead. A couple of onlookers do a double take. Something about this guy seems off. Turns out the swordsman prodigy just pulled out a bow, and nobody here saw that coming. Apparently he is quietly logged as the Ice Corps is top archer too. Of course he is. He opens up with a volley that turns the charging swarm into pincushions. Somebody in the crowd chuckles, wondering just how good this bow act really is, about to find out. The onlookers' jaws drop. That draw speed should not be possible for a first year. Vikir clinically sizes up the horde in his head. Weak, sloppy aim, basically harmless. And yet something is nagging at him, an itch he cannot quite place. He shrugs it off, probably just their speed throwing off his read. He narrows that glowing red eye, locking onto the next target with the calm of someone who has killed far scarier things than this. The next shot leaves his bow soaked in raw crimson power, and it hits like a small bomb going off. Meanwhile, a rival swordsman is itching for his own turn to flex, and Vikir reminds himself this is exactly why he is holding back. The guy actually threatens him lose to some random archer and he is not letting it slide. Vikir just blinks, mildly amused. Another monster drops, no drama needed. One more arrow sails off toward a target, just out of frame. And then the funniest gag of the whole chapter, something fuzzy and clearly very pleased with itself, pops up out of nowhere. Turns out Vikir has been sneaking off poisoned monster scraps this whole time, feeding his secret pet he calls Baby Madam like it is a 5-star buffet. One of the supervising cadets just waves him off, have fun in there, champ. The dungeon shield keeps humming away overhead, business as usual. And that is a wrap for Vikir's Group 2. Final tally, 19 minutes 50 seconds, good enough for second place among all the first years, not bad for a guy actively sandbagging. Somewhere Grenouille cackles, guess she still has bragging rights for now. One triplet cannot resist ribbing a rival, calling him out for looking like a cartoon villain. Vikir has to physically talk his triplets down from their spiral of shame. Second place is genuinely great, guys, relax. As the next group gets called up, word spreads fast Vikir placed second, and everyone agrees that is seriously impressive. The triplets naturally treat second place like a personal failure worthy of ritual penance. The next crew of first years storms in with a battle plan already locked and loaded. Group 109 run is officially underway. The dungeon does not waste time throwing its first real hit at them. But this squad answers back with a combined strike that lights up the whole corridor. It lands clean, and one teammate's blade glows bright enough to leave an afterimage. From the sidelines, Vikir studies this crew a little too closely for someone who is supposedly done for the day. Up front, Tudor and Sancho are doing the dirty work, trading blows with whatever the dungeon throws at them. Bianca covers them from the back with her own bow, picking off anything that gets too close. And Piggy is the brains of the operation, calling every shot from a step back. A spectator admits it out loud, this team might actually take first place. Watching them click together like that, Vikir feels a hollow little pang he cannot quite name. He clenches his fist, unsettled by a feeling he does not usually let himself have. And then his eyes go wide, something about this just clicked, and it is clearly not what he expected. Down in the dungeon, whatever is happening to that monster is definitely not part of the standard exam script. It thrashes once, twice, then goes still. Something off-screen finishes the job with a wet, distinctly unpleasant crunch. And there she is in all her glory, Baby Madam, the world's least intimidating apex predator, sparkling like she just won a beauty pageant. Cold open, deep under the Hunter Academy, a cave chokes with strange, glowing green poison vines. Something stirring down there that definitely wasn't on the lesson plan. A panicked voice cries out for Baby Madam. Cut to a red-eyed cadet in glasses, jaw tight, clearly regretting a very specific life choice. He swears he tucked her safely back into his jacket after his test. So did she really climb back out just to eat more of that poison? Turns out, yes, his not-so-secret pet has already shed its skin once and ballooned in size in record time. One look at that growth spurt and even his classmates are convinced that thing really is the madam's baby. With his own exam already wrapped, all he can do is watch from the sidelines while the real test rages on below. He mutters a quiet hope that everyone finishes clean and easy, famous last words if there ever were any. Down in the arena, a cadet unleashes a blistering slash of raw energy. Exam day is officially in full swing. That cadet is Bianca, a sharp-shooting archer paired off against her cocky blonde rival Sancho, both buried in a swarm of giant ants. Sancho can't resist showing off, bragging he doesn't need to turn every ant into confetti to prove a point. Bianca, teeth gritted, isn't about to let that slide. She knocks an arrow and dares him to watch real self-control in action. Her shot rockets out wrapped in blazing pink energy, dead on target. It lands exactly where she wanted it, a clean, precise hit instead of overkill. Smirking, she throws Sancho's own bravado right back at him. Not bad, but she's not losing to him today. Sancho just grins wider, cocky as ever, daring her to keep up if she can. The two take off deeper into the exam grounds, rivalry fueling them faster than any test ever could. Back in the thick of it, another ant goes down hard, reduced to a smoking husk on the cave floor. Their tactician, a sharp little cadet named Piggy, barks that the whole team has drifted out of position and orders them to fix it now. From above, Piggy and Bianca work out the real plan: go for the joints in the ants' front legs instead of trying to kill them outright. Piggy keeps calling the shots, telling Tutor to smash the ants once they scatter and Sancho to lure them in close instead of holding a static line. One teammate lands a clean hit and has to admit it out loud: Piggy's read on this fight is sharper than anyone gave him credit for. The team can't help ribbing him for it, laughing that their brainy little strategist turns out to be a total warrior underneath. Piggy, flustered but grinning, admits he's just glad all that planning is finally paying off. With the formation finally clicking, the whole squad starts sensing something big. They might actually be on pace for a new record. The last ant twitches once and drops. The swarm is officially cleared. Team 109 plants themselves triumphantly on top of the wreckage, exam cleared with room to spare. The scoreboard flashes their time, 19 minutes 55 seconds, tied for first among every single first-year team. Off to the side, a cluster of noble-born cadets seethes, spitting that a bunch of nobodies just matched their score. Piggy and Sancho are practically vibrating, giddy that just one more second would have handed them first place outright. Somebody jokes they're grateful the exam's shield tech means nobody had to fight buck naked out there. Cue immediate groaning. Then the joke curdles fast. That shield only holds until HP hits 0, meaning a real fight down there would have killed them outright. Right on cue, someone's number actually ticks down to 0 on the display. Somebody finally just shouts, "Let's go." Without warning, an announcement crackles overhead. Phase 1 is over. Phase 2, the second-year exclusive monsters, is starting now. Somewhere else in the school, a girl's eyes go wide with dread, one tear slipping loose. She can feel exactly how wrong this just went. Electricity crackles through the barrier overhead as the whole system reboots for round 2. More giant ants come pouring out of the tunnels, twice as many as before, mandibles clicking. Our glasses-wearing cadet freezes mid-step, stunned. This was never supposed to happen. The first years scatter in a full-blown panic, someone screaming the obvious question everyone's thinking: why are the ants coming back? Another cadet demands to know if the exam wasn't already supposed to be over. A senior on the sidelines screams for everyone to hold together. Nobody knows what's causing this, but the damage from here on is real. The order comes down to hold the line until the school itself can step in, as a massive ant looms right over the exhausted cadets. Deep in the school's magic control room, technicians realize with horror that the students' HP already hit 0, yet the exam refuses to stop. Senior staff storm in demanding answers. These kids are first years. Who in the world authorized Phase 2 for them? One tech admits that by every rule in the book, the life signal should have flatlined the second HP zeroed out. Somehow, it hasn't. His dashboard lights up with a reading of overwhelming, overflowing life force. Someone down there is still very much fighting. A young staffer with real authority bursts in, shouting that there's a serious problem with the exam. She insists they need to get the trapped students out of that arena immediately. The lower staff just shrug her off. They only manage the wave patterns. They claim it's not their call to shut anything down. She snaps back, wouldn't it be faster to just stop the golems outright? Except even that needs codes tied to the magic stones, and that means waiting on the higher-ups. One of the staffers admits she's holding a key, but breaking that barrier is going to take more than just one. They need Professor Sadie's key too, except she supposedly stepped out to the bathroom and isn't answering any calls. Someone snaps that of course she's slacking off again, typical. Meanwhile, our glasses-wearing cadet slips away on his own, climbing down through the school's guts toward the arena below. He puzzles it over on the way down. so there really is a malfunction in the magic equipment. Then it clicks. His own exam group never registered a life signal at all. The system only woke up after his pet secretly gorged on poison and grew. Peering down into the dome below, he spots poison fog already creeping through it, spreading fast whether the glitch caused it or not. Jaw set, he mutters that if nobody hurries, those kids are dead, eyes flashing crimson as he spots an air vent barely wide enough to squeeze through. Quick palate cleanser. Elsewhere on campus, a white-haired cadet wonders out loud if another team beat their exam record. Slightly lower stakes than the poison fog crisis brewing underground. Something small and fast comes barreling through the courtyard out of nowhere. It launches straight at him, and he yelps like he's just seen a ghost. A wild swing whiffs through empty air as the group scrambles to figure out what's even happening. One classmate goes down with a yelp, tumbling flat onto the ground. Everyone winces on his behalf. Yeah, that looked like it hurt. Turns out the culprit is just a scrappy little black puppy, trotting off proudly with somebody's pants clamped in its teeth. The group just stands there completely baffled. Why exactly is a puppy running off with somebody's pants? Back near the control room, someone gasps in total disbelief. That's the school president herself. She brings her blade down on one of the sealed magic stones with everything she's got. Staff scream at her to stop. What does she think she's doing? They protest that these magic stones are priceless, ancient artifacts, practically impossible to replace. She doesn't care. Kids are dying down there, and killing the magic connection matters a lot more than any relic. A teacher warns her that smashing it won't just get her expelled, it could mean a whole lot worse. Undeterred, she vows her family will cover whatever compensation is owed. She just needs the trapped students to hold on a little longer. Back in the arena, a massive clawed limb comes crashing straight down toward Piggy, and all he can do is scream. The whole team screams Piggy's name as he crumples to the ground, badly hurt. Bianca drops beside him, begging him to wake up. The others can only watch in horror, cursing under their breath. This monster is nowhere near finished. Somewhere in the chaos, someone silently admits they're not a hero yet, not ready to die out here for absolutely nothing. The beast's massive jaws yawn open, closing in fast on the fallen team. A blinding flash tears through the chamber as Bianca screams for Tudor and Sancho. Tears streaming, she can't shake the thought, this might genuinely be her last moment. She sobs that she doesn't want to die like this, not here, not like this. Out of absolutely nowhere, a blur of crimson energy tears straight through the dark. It detonates against the monster with terrifying force. The creature reels back, shrieking, blasted clean off its feet. Bianca can only stare, stunned, as her would-be killer gets knocked flat out of the fight. She looks up at her rescuer, breathless, barely managing to ask why he's even here. A lone figure stands with his back to her, shirt shredded to ribbons from squeezing through that vent shaft. He doesn't even turn around, he just tells her simply not to worry. His eyes burn crimson in the dark, the same quiet cadet who vanished to find a way in, now standing between the team and the monster that almost killed them. Then, almost cheerfully, he flashes them a grin and just says, "Nice to meet you guys," like he didn't just casually save their entire lives. "President, get a grip, you can't break it," someone shouts, wrestling to hold him back. "Let me go, I need to save the students," he roars, still fighting to break free. Behind him, a sword's driven straight into solid ice and a bald researcher's already pulling up a live feed on his tablet. Whatever's happening in there, it's bad. Wait, his aide yelps, hanging off his arm for dear life. The reports keep coming. There's one more life signature inside the arena that shouldn't be there. An anomaly, they're calling it. The killer ant's already dead, and somebody's clearly gotten inside the arena, someone stammers, and the whole room goes pale. They broke through the magic wall and got in. Nobody up top has a clue what's actually going on down there. All anyone can do is stare at the glowing blue dome on the monitor and wait. 2 students already lie poisoned and unconscious on the arena floor. Another examinee, out cold face first in the dirt. And standing shirtless in the middle of the poison fog like it's nothing at all is our guy, Vikir, that unmistakable red glow in his eyes. He's not panicking, he's not running, he's stalking forward through the chaos like he owns the place. That red eye narrows, something's about to have a very bad day. Come to think of it, he says, sizing up the monster towering over him, my family motto is, beasts who cannot be tamed will die. A tiny spider flinches at that. I'll punish you later, baby madam, he tells it. For now, eat every scrap of poison around here and protect the others. Aura crackling and claw marks slashing the air around him, he clearly means every word of it. The little spider scurries off without another word of complaint. Lesson learned. He squares up against the towering ant like it's just another Tuesday. So arrogant, he mutters, and he's not exactly talking about the bug. The ant rears back, mandibles blazing with light for what's supposed to be a killing blow. For one split second the whole frame goes black, like the arena itself flinched. Vikir's already airborne, driving a red-streaked kick straight through it. Up in the control room, alarms start blaring. There's a sudden reaction on the sensors. And whatever just spiked, it's still climbing. Vikir freezes mid-step. This place can actually detect life energy, and that's a real problem since an 18-year-old is only supposed to read as a mid-level sword user, tops. Oh yeah, he winces. There'll be an uproar if they find out I'm actually a graduate. Nothing like forgetting your own cover story mid-fight. A status window tags the corpse as just a lowly worker-class killer ant, and there's already another one creeping in behind it. If I use the raid technique for killer ants that I know from my past life, he thinks, already rigging something together. Then I can go toe-to-toe with a high-level sword expert, no pressure at all. Barefoot and silent, he creeps in for the kill. The petiole, the joint connecting the head and thorax, that's their weak point, he reminds himself. And he drives the strike home exactly there. The ant shrieks and recoils, the hit landing clean. He rips something free from the wreckage. That's the killer ant's biological compass. Without it, the thing can't even tell which way is forward anymore. Break that compass and their sense of direction goes with it, they just start stumbling backwards. Vikir's already got a blade ready for the next one. Another clean strike lands. But they've got another weakness, he notes. Their skulls are split into two parts. The glow of the strike deepens as it bites in. The shell, they're softer than everywhere else, he says, already airborne, firing a blast straight down into it. The exoskeleton splits wide open, red light pouring through the crack. One more killer ant drops for good. But the fight's not over. A fresh, heavier slash tears clean across the frame. Something a lot bigger just stepped up to the plate. A hand reaches up out of the dust and rubble. That red eye locks onto its next target. Oh okay, he says, calm as anything, spear already back in hand. Enter the real threat, an ant general A-rank risk, and it's already lunging. You came out for this test too, huh, he says, planting his spear like he's greeting an old rival. He draws his sword and his whole face lights up red with mana. The air around him keeps crackling. This next part's going to hurt somebody. Outside, the whole staff's glued to a glowing readout of the arena, murmuring nervously. Past the walls, a crowd of students and soldiers can't see a thing through the poison fog. Did something happen? Someone finally asks. Back in the control room, the reaction hits and both the professor and his boss go white as a sheet. No way. A runner comes in gasping that the ant general's been defeated and every examinee's fine. The ant general, he repeats like his brain refuses to process it. Someone reminds the room. That thing is a golem the Academy's own students are never supposed to be able to beat. It's a gimmick, it's only built to survive an hour against them, comes the frantic explanation. And from a dark doorway deeper in, someone mutters, what is even going on in there? A new lead comes in. I've found Professor Sadie, the holder of Key B. Turns out she'd been dragged in over a bar brawl, vandalism and obstruction of business, the report says. That crazy woman, seriously. The staffer on duty isn't having any of the excuses. That doesn't matter, hurry up and open the magic wall. After all that, the dome finally cracks open to daylight. Word starts spreading fast about the whole midterm disaster. Turns out the rescue crews took a grand total of 42 minutes and 13 seconds to get in. Somebody was clearly counting. Inside, the wreckage tells its own story, dead ants everywhere. The staff stare down at the carnage, stunned, every last one of them gone. The blonde staffer sprints in ahead of everyone, screaming for her students. Then she stops cold. There, right in the middle of it all, is Vikir, out cold among the ant corpses. She rushes straight for him. Not a peep out of him, playing dead has never looked so convincing. In his head though, he's wide awake, sloppy but pretending to faint alongside everyone else is honestly my best option here. Annoying, but at least none of the future heroes died on my watch. The staffer and a camera-toting classmate show up on the scene. Camera girl doesn't waste a second getting the shot. And just like that, the story writes itself. A hero was born saving his classmates during Colosseo Academy's midterms. The truth behind Vikir's big heroic moment starts making the rounds, photo and all. According to the papers, it was all thanks to teamwork, him and his friends together. The power of my friends and I, he reportedly says. Humble hero they call him, and the compliments just keep piling on. Vikir's suddenly the school's favorite handsome mystery man, and his mana rank gets bumped all the way up to high-level sword expert. One very suspicious researcher isn't buying that a mere high-level expert could solo an ant general though. Because he exposed the ant's weak points, Imperial soldier casualties are expected to drop, and the Crown Prince personally hands him a commendation for it. The papers crown him this year's hot new star, photo and all. And Vikir's reaction to all that attention, crumpling the newspaper in his fist. He is really not letting go of that grudge against the tabloids. Alone on a rooftop that night, moon overhead, he just lets out a long sigh. Who would have thought, he mutters, my quiet student life would get this complicated. His tiny pet spider does its best dog impression and he just deadpans back. It's not something to celebrate, baby madam. Well, I'm glad everyone else made it out safe at least, he admits, right as a massive white owl swoops down out of nowhere. He barely has time to react before it lands. The owl's carrying a coded message. Intel on the 10 elite corpses is finally coming in. Copycats have started running around using his own vigilante name, and Osiris Le Baskerville has quietly left the estate, apparently headed for the capital. A fourth item catches his eye. One of the Academy's own first years is secretly hiding royal blood. He wonders if his contact actually cracked the 10 elite corpses case. Reading between the lines, she's clearly playing this one carefully, asking him to sit tight for a month. He flashes back to an old memory. He only won that fight because he'd borrowed the Saintess's power. Which means the next month has a job for him too, getting genuinely stronger, no shortcuts this time. He'd already been annoyed about one-night hound copycat running around, now there are two. If they draw the palace's attention or step on his own plans, that's a problem he'll need to look into personally. And there's supposedly a royal hiding out at this academy too, he mutters, unsettled by the thought. I never even asked her to dig into that fourth thing, why'd she tell me anyway? That woman, I swear, somewhere else entirely, someone else is grinning ear to ear, this is fun. Later, alone again, his hand ignites with a fierce red glow as he pushes his training even harder. Out of nowhere, strange black fragments start swirling through the air like a swarm of bats. He's barely settled on a rooftop ledge when a pair of legs descends the stairs behind him. More of those bat-shaped fragments scatter as someone reacts with a startled wow. He turns, red eye catching the moonlight as a voice says, to think I'd run into the Academy's hero out here, at a time like this. Standing there under the full moon is a girl with striking silver hair he's never seen before. Her cheeks flush, eyes fluttering shut with a dreamy little smile. Rewind a few years because there is new blood in the story, meet Sinclair. She is the real deal, stupidly diligent, ridiculously talented, and ranked top of her class as the Fire Corps runner-up. And guess who spots her out alone at night? Our boy, quietly wondering just what she is doing out here right now. Didn't expect to run into you, she says. Turns out she sneaks up here to stargaze whenever life gets heavy. So they just sit there together staring up at the Milky Way. All he gives her back is a quiet I see. She is blushing behind that composed face, already hoping she will get to see him here again. Meanwhile, he is sweating bullets, quietly plotting to change his secret meeting spot before she memorizes it. Because apparently, word is already spreading around the academy about him. Turns out topping theory exams is not enough for this girl. She has already published 3 or 4 papers that flipped the academic world upside down. She calls him out, a commoner, an irregular, and somehow a high-level expert. The kind of guy who makes his classmates look bad without even trying. He waves it off. Grades do not matter, he says, nothing worth losing sleep over. Money, power, honor, he tells her flat out that none of it is going to matter for much longer. Because when the world falls apart, all that order collapses right along with it. And what is left after that is a straight-up era of survival. She calls him out for talking like some grizzled old veteran. You sound like an old man, she teases him, and honestly, her instincts are not wrong. Someone asks what Vikir is doing after midterms. He deflects without missing a beat, back and legs like he is mid-workout routine. Truth is, before he regressed, this exact girl graduated without ever losing her runner-up rank, not once. Then she vanished completely, cut every tie, and disappeared from the history books entirely. If she is hiding as a commoner, that can only mean one thing: she is the missing royal his informant's letter warned him about. Cut to present day. Welcome to Colosseo Academy, where exam season has everyone dragging their feet through the halls. One yawning blonde cadet grumbles that this exam period has been dragging on forever. Turns out once the attack exam wraps today, midterms are finally mercifully over. The whole schedule got pushed back after an accident during the defense exam left people injured. One of the older cadets grumbles that his bet with a classmate named Grenuil ended in an annoying stalemate. So once that exam is done, that is it for midterms for real this time. Cue an awkward loaded silence. Someone grabs Vikir by the shoulder, clearly annoyed with him. It's because of Vikir none of us got hurt too badly. Aren't you annoyed he's been hiding how strong he is? One cadet groans, calling him a secret high-level expert. Word around campus, the Night Hound just pulled off another so-called terrorist attack. If only they knew whose eye that was. Apparently a group of students from the Varangian drill hall got caught in the crossfire. The story going around is that they found the Night Hound and got hurt trying to restrain him. One cadet reads the report wide-eyed, absolutely horrified. The morning paper is calling him evil incarnate, the infamous Night Hound striking again. Vikir bolts across the rooftops, already suspecting the obvious. Is this another copycat? Turns out he has got two of them running around wearing his reputation. One has gone quiet, but the other's body count keeps climbing. Meanwhile, the professors are worried security against the Night Hound threat is about to get a lot tighter. Which is a real problem since tighter security could seriously cramp his actual side gig, assassinations. Once this exam is in the bag, he decides it is time to clean up his copycat problem personally. Welcome to the Colosseo Academy grounds, exam season in full chaotic swing. Unlike the defense exam's group teamwork test, the attack exam is all about individual skill. The format is simple: one-on-one against a golem controlled by a professor. Land a hit or dodge one, earn points. The whole point is weeding out the weak and rewarding the strong fighters. But here is the exam's fatal flaw, hiding right under all that ice magic. Each professor only handles 50 students, meaning your score depends entirely on whoever you get stuck fighting. Case in point, this blonde spear wielder tutor going all in with a flying strike. This is doable, he grunts, already sweating through it. His professor, Venci Morg, just watches him, completely unreadable. Not yet. The golem's vines snap forward again. The vines shatter apart. Something about this fight is not what it seems. Turns out the vines were fakes all along, and the real threat, a hulking golem bear, is already faster than Tutor expected. Then the punch lands. Plot twist, that was a fake too. Tutor barely blocks it and his staff cracks under the strain. His eyes go wide, he did not see that one coming. Professor Venci just shrugs it off. Did you think I wouldn't use my fists and feet just because I'm a mage? Tutor eats dirt, spear knocked clean out of his hands. Lesson time: your only goal in a fight is to win. Mage or not, use your hands, your feet, even your teeth. Humbled, Tutor manages a genuine thank you for the lesson. Exhausted cadets slump on the steps while the scores get tallied up. Tutor's final tally, 35 points, not bad though he looks stunned by it himself. Meanwhile, the archer Bianca is fuming over her own score, only 31. A one-on-one duel is brutal for someone who fights at range. She kicks Tutor for good measure, still salty about it. You didn't care about fairness when you swept the defense exam, she snaps back. The argument just keeps going, tempers still running hot. Then there is Granuil, cackling and gloating that this makes her the superior one now, sorry tutor. Tutor is not having it, turns out they actually tied 35 points each. We're even across both exams. Granuil crows, absolutely delighted by the rivalry. She insists the tiebreaker goes to her anyway, since her theory grades beat his. Tutor practically short-circuits at the thought of losing to Granuil of all people. At least someone mutters they got the reasonable professor, small mercies. Because Word is their other professor is a total drunk who once vanished with a key to the magic wall itself. Granuil pulls an absolutely unhinged face just imagining her. Rumor has it she is the one professor every student actively avoids, weird, unprofessional and feared. Somehow, despite all that, she is brutally skilled enough that she moonlights helping the authorities hunt down dangerous criminals, for instance like the night hound. Cut to a shadowy alley, a hooded figure with a glowing blade cuts through the dark, the night hound himself mid-job. Back at school, the cadets try to reassure themselves. Their classmates facing her are all talented, they will probably be fine, right? That's exactly why I'm worried, one of them mutters dead serious. Because apparently this professor has a nasty habit of taking her jealousy out on the gifted ones. Rumor is she flat out destroys any student who is too talented for her taste. And sure enough, one bloodied cadet is already flat on the ground, that professor's heels standing right over her. Up in the stands, the crowd is murmuring nervously, sensing something is very wrong. Another one fainted, someone gasps. Is this seriously supposed to be a test? One horrified cadet asks. Panic spreads fast when the exit door will not budge. Someone screams for another professor before this gets any worse. Off to the side, Granuil just smirks, completely unbothered. The students this year are all cowards, the professor sneers, clearly enjoying herself. Sinclair is next up, and she is left bloodied and broken on the ground. Her final score, a flat 0 across the board. Same story for her classmate Sancho, also stomped, also a total 0. Continuing this is a complete waste of my time, the professor scoffs, already turning to leave. She saunters off without a second glance at the students she just wrecked. All right then, Vikir says, stepping up calm as ever. Behind those glasses his eyes are glowing red, sharp and completely unbothered. Next student she calls out, tipping her academy cap back. She grins wide, tongue out, absolutely thrilled at the thought of finally having someone worth breaking. And that is exactly where this one leaves us hanging. Watch this guy vibrate with excitement, the brutal attack exam is finally kicking off. His friends tease him for looking way too confident about this exam. Word is he's the strongest in the whole corps at a fair one-on-one fight. Among the crowd watching quietly is a sharp-eyed, glasses-wearing student. Keep an eye on him. Professor, what are you doing? Someone shouts already, this exam feels off. Turns out their professor's cracking open a bottle mid-exam, putting every student here at risk. She insists it isn't alcohol, the smell hitting the bleachers says otherwise. And she's chugging it anyway, right in front of everyone. She just keeps drinking, not a shred of shame about it. Stop calling it alcohol when it's only 76%, she snaps. Cool, totally reasonable. That smirk on her says she's exactly as dangerous as she looks. The students size her up nervously. The rumors about their new professor, Sadie, are apparently all true. She really is as strange as they say, someone mutters, right as Sadie calls the exam to order. She scans the roll call and picks her first target, Sancho Batteraria. His friends warn him students who cross Professor Sadie tend to just stop showing up to school, not exactly comforting. Sancho shrugs it off, telling his worried friend not to sweat it, and heads down to the arena. Polite as anything, he tells her he'll be in her care for this one. The exam will now begin, she announces, all business. Sancho comes in swinging, launching himself at her with everything he's got. She meets him head-on from the shadows, and she's barely even trying. A warrior's will is unbreakable, huh? She needles right before she decides to test that theory. The watching students, glasses guy included, go pale as it happens. One classmate's eyes go wide with pure horror as the beatdown lands. Sancho's flat on the ground and Sadie's standing over him, completely unbothered. The rest of the class just stares, stunned at how fast that went south. She taunts him where he's lying. Does that mean you're a failure of a warrior? She winds up another spell at her feet. She's clearly not finished with him yet. The glasses kid's expression tightens, first real crack in that calm face all day. Sancho's out cold, and his classmates rush over screaming his name. They drag him upright between them, begging him to wake up. Somebody finally works up the nerve to call her out. She knocked a student unconscious in an exam. She waves it off. The whole point is real combat experience, apparently. And she's even got precedent straight from the Academy's own founder, or so she claims. Without missing a beat, she points at her next target, the white-haired ice mage Sinclair. She offers to test the Ice Core's top student personally, while Vikier, the glasses kid, flat out tells Sinclair to decline. Sinclair heads for the arena anyway, unshaken. Vikier finally speaks up, calling the professor's actions flat out unjustified. Sinclair quietly thanks him for worrying about her, but she's not backing down. She won't run from someone who hurt her friend. She's doing this. She steps up to face Sadie, jaw set. Sadie mocks her pretty little frown, dripping with condescension. Then let me gladly iron out those frown lines. Sadie grins, and it's on. Sinclair conjures ice at her feet, magic circles blazing to life. Sadie's almost impressed. 3 third-class spells at that age is no joke. As expected of the Proxime Excessit, she says, right before sending Sinclair flying anyway. The magic circles keep spinning while Sinclair's slammed clean through the air. Sadie's grin only gets wider watching it happen. Sinclair's caught mid-strike, arms up, totally overwhelmed. But have you, Sadie purrs, eyes glinting, savoring the moment. Ever felt mana counterflow from having your own magic forcibly cancelled? She's about to show her personally. The counterflow hits and it is agony. Sinclair screams that it hurts badly. It hurts more than you'd think, doesn't it? Sadie coos over her crumpled student. Then the real threat lands. Keep this up, and Sinclair might never cast magic again. Sadie twists the knife further, sneering that the girl clawed her way up from a commoner just to lose it all here. Sinclair's kicked aside, and her classmates scream her name in horror. Next, Sadie says, already bored, while Vikier just watches, unreadable behind his glasses. Next up, a nervy brown-haired student, Tudor, gripping his sword like it might save him. Sadie saunters over, sizing him up like he's already lost. He raises his blade anyway, trying his best to look like he belongs here. I'm not a coward, he insists, sweating through every word. In his head, he's already the secret hero, hiding untold strength under a weak exterior. Sure, buddy. Reality hits fast. Her attack blasts clean through his guard. He charges anyway, and she barely has to move to answer it. His blade goes flying, knocked clean out of his hands. All he can do is stare, mouthing a very confused huh. She's already airborne, Boot leading the follow-up. No matter how much trash struggle, she says, landing the kick, there's still trash in the end. He goes down hard, exam over before it really started. Vikier's face stays perfectly still through all of it, but you can tell he's counting something. Off to the side, another classmate's already fainted, and someone mutters what everyone's thinking, is this really supposed to be a test? Panicking students rush the exit, only to find the door won't budge. From above, the chaos is obvious. Kids pounding on a locked door, begging someone to bring in another professor. Tudor's left crumpled where he fell, nobody able to help. And Sinclair's still out cold too, blood on her face. The camera lingers on just how badly she's hurt. In the shadows, Vikier's expression goes dark, and still something in him has clearly just decided enough is enough. Sadie, meanwhile, is just annoyed the students this year are all cowards, she sighs. All right then, she shrugs, already moving on. Next student. Vikier walks down with a bow in hand, calm as anything, right past the professor herself. I'm next is all he says. Sadie lights up. What a passionate student, she purrs, delighted by the volunteer. In her head she's already savoring it, calling him the main course, way too impatient to wait. The crowd recognizes him instantly, whispering his name like he's a celebrity because he basically is. Word is Sadie's a high-ranking graduate swordswoman, and everyone agrees a bow is about the worst weapon you could bring to this fight. He just shrugs it off and knocks an arrow, completely unbothered. Sadie's already cackling. Crushing talented kids is, in her words, really fun. Turns out he's not just some volunteer, he's the highest-ranked student in the entire academy. Sadie reaches for him, already planning to break his arm before this even really starts. His quiver's loaded and ready, so is she. He draws the bow and something in his stare shifts calm, calculating, and suddenly very dangerous. She's still bragging about breaking his arm, she has no idea what's coming. The second she strikes, he meets her head-on, a red mana blade flaring off his bow to intercept her completely. Her leg takes a clean gash for her trouble first blood of the exam, and it's not his. He barely reacts, calm as ever behind those glasses. She stumbles, thrown off balance for the first time all exam. He steps toward her, hand out like he's about to help her up, and then he just stops. She screams and arrows buried somewhere it really shouldn't be. Her face twists in agony, blood streaking down. "My eye," she shrieks, her whole cruel composure collapsing in an instant. She goes down for real this time, nothing elegant about it. Someone asks how the arrow even got there. Vikir just blinks, all innocence, "I was aiming for the golem." He leans in to ask if she's okay, and for one flash his eyes glow red behind those glasses. That was no accident. Battered but conscious, Sinclair can only stare at her tormentor-turned-victim in total disbelief, Professor Sadie. Somewhere in the academy halls, a scream cuts the air and blood-red rage practically drips off the page. Something's gone very wrong tonight. A weapon's buried deep and blood's pooling beneath it. Whatever just happened here, it was not a training accident. A spell ignites in someone's palm just as another instructor comes running, sweating bullets. Don't tell me that crazy woman is beating up the students again. Down the hall, students freeze mid-step, one clapping a hand over her mouth in horror while someone else mutters, a scream. Nobody wants to be the one who investigates. Sure enough, there's Professor Sadie, red-handed, mid-beatdown while a girl cowers in the corner. This is apparently a Tuesday for her. Another professor bursts through the locked door, done with her nonsense. "Why the hell did you lock the door? Are you roughing up the students again?" Classic Sadie. Turns out this time, Professor Sadie is the one bleeding and even her own colleagues can't process it. What the hell is going on? A student bolts over in a panic, shouting for help as someone lies motionless on the ground. There she is, Sadie, flat on her back with an arrow buried in her eye. The instructor who's terrorized every student here just got humbled by a stray shot. More casualties turn up nearby, a purple-haired girl crumpled on the ground too. Whatever this exam was, it went sideways for everyone involved. What happened? Someone demands, standing over the wreckage while a masked figure and a bespectacled archer look on, equally baffled. The culprit finally fesses up. A charging golem spooked him mid-exam. He loosed an arrow in a panic, and it ricocheted clean off the golem's hide and into Professor Sadie's eye. Every student watching has the exact same thought. They've all seen Sadie wreck someone's day before. Seeing her on the receiving end for once, that's new. And of all people, it's Professor Sadie. Is this karma? Somewhere the universe is taking notes. As the exam wraps, the scoreboard lights up overhead, points totaled, rankings about to drop. Our accidental marksman has no idea he's about to become the talk of the school. 3 battered students float home on a cushion of golden healing light, courtesy of someone with some very serious restoration magic. A blonde healer watches over them with sharp, worried eyes. Whoever she is, she takes this job seriously. First patient, Sinclair, nursing an internal injury from a nasty mana counterflow. Next up, Sancho, bruised head to toe like he went 10 rounds with something much bigger than him. And poor Piggy's jaw is shattered completely. Rough exam day all around, golden healing magic pours from the senior's hand, working overtime. These injuries aren't from students, the healer notes grimly, right before someone anxiously asks if the boys are even going to be okay. The group huddles together, relief slowly creeping in as the healing takes hold. Since you called me here so fast, they should recover without any lasting damage. Relief all around, right before someone tenses up, Professor Sadie like they just spotted a bear in the woods. The healer isn't letting this slide either. She promises to file a formal complaint against Sadie for abusing students the second everyone's patched up. The injured girl, purple-haired and clearly used to getting hurt, asks if she's really talking to the famous saintess of House Quo Vadis. The healer, a little stunned to be recognized, just asks to see her wounds. Her expression softens, genuinely concerned. Not everyone here treats this girl like a problem to be managed. The offer gets shot down cold. One glowing, unsettling eye and a razor grin later, I don't need your help. Something darker stirs beneath the surface, a clawed shadow flexing into being like her temper comes with its own special effects. Sadie and her lackeys watch the outburst, visibly rattled. Turns out even the resident bully has her limits. If I'm getting disciplined for this, fine, I'll take it, she says, turning to face Sadie head-on, completely unbothered. But look forward to the day my punishment's over, she adds, somehow making a school suspension sound like a threat. And then, almost as an afterthought, she's coming for whoever's been causing chaos at night in the capital too. No pressure, night owls. Cut to our actual hero of the hour, glasses, messy hair, trying very hard to look like an unremarkable student. The purple-haired troublemaker sizes him up. Vickier, was it? Something flickers behind those glasses, a familiar red glow. I'll remember your name, she warns. I'll see you again. She struts off, unbothered by any of it, bold considering she just torched a truce with the school's saintess. Midterms, the exam gauntlet that felt like it would never end, are finally, mercifully over. The whole first-year class crowds around the results board like it's opening night for a blockbuster. Sinclair takes the top spot, naturally, with names like Grenouille de Leviathan and the Baskerville siblings rounding out the leaderboard. Buried further down, Vickier, quietly parked at rank 21 while poor Piggy limps in dead last at 199. Turns out the faculty let Sadie's exam casualties retake their tests. Sinclair, points restored, officially claims first place among the first years. The golden boy archer earns his crown. But barely anyone's actually talking about him. All eyes have quietly drifted somewhere else, to one very unassuming rank 21 student. Word spreading fast, that demon-slaying thing he pulled during the defense exam, kind of a hero move. Vickier's reputation is getting a glow-up he never asked for. Hero Vickier has a nice ring to it, doesn't it? He is thrilled about none of this. Behind the glasses, the math is simple. Keep the school days boring so the nights stay free for other business. He never wanted the spotlight. Attention is bad for business when your real job happens after dark. But instincts kick in before thoughts do, and Vickier's already moving to shield someone the second a girl starts nervously confessing. Vickier, since before, I've liked. And then all hell breaks loose. Crimson magic slices through the air mid-confession, worst possible timing. Someone's flinging enchanted daggers straight at a rival's head. Apparently confessions are a competitive sport around here. The attackers sneer down at Vickier for daring to get in the way. Who are you to block our path? The answer arrives a beat later and shuts them right up. The Baskerville triplets, turns out Vickier brought backup. Vickier doesn't even raise his voice, just lays down the terms, you all wanna get wrecked, get lost. The triplets, his own half-brothers and now fellow students, watch on, thoroughly entertained by the whole thing. Scene change, the newspaper club sign buzzes to life. Time for Vickier's other extracurricular. We got rid of them all, the triplets crow, riding high off the win. Good job, Vickier replies, completely deadpan, not exactly the victory lap they were hoping for. Inside the club room, the school's golden-haired saintess sits reading the paper, wings and all, looking every bit the part. Vickier reminds himself to keep the mask on tight, can't let the day job bleed into the night one. For just a second, his usual calm cracks into something sharper, that same red-eyed focus from his other life peeking through. She looks up before he can even announce himself, reading for you to be frowning. He jumps. When did you get here? Just now. She's got the headlines spread across the desk. The Central Clock Tower, one of the capital's proudest landmarks, smashed to pieces. And the Royal Memorial vandalized too, both pinned on the mysterious night hound. Funny, since Vickier knows exactly who that is. The way people are talking about him right now feels off, she says, unconvinced by the mob's version of events. I see, is all Vickier offers, keeping his face carefully unreadable while his mind runs laps. Someone actually believing in him instead of piling on lands more comforting than he expected it to. He buries himself in the newspaper instead. The clock tower is basically a symbol of peace the whole capital looks up to daily. Whoever trashed it clearly has an axe to grind with society. That thought about someone actually believing in him keeps nagging at the back of his mind. Maybe he figures this one person isn't just following the crowd's pitchfork logic like everyone else. Then the real lead drops. His contact Cindy Wendy reports her informants have gone dark. Time to go handle the copycats himself. Night falls over the capital, rooftops stretching out under a cold moon. A boot settles onto a ledge high above the streets. And just like that, the night hound drops off the rooftop into the dark, cape catching the wind. He lands without a sound, already scanning for trouble. First stop, the Royal Memorial, a shared cemetery where the Empire buries its heroes. Which reminds him the ninth corpse, someone called Dantalion, was last spotted hiding near the Indulgentia orphanage. Convenient or a lead, only one way to find out. I can find out right away, he mutters, crouched low, eyes glowing bright red in the dark. Time to figure out exactly why Cindy Wendy's informants have been vanishing. Quick refresher, rotten ones are just your garden variety reanimated corpses, graveyards, battlefields, sewers, you name it. Vicky's not exactly sure what these guys did to earn their new zombie lifestyle. One of them lets out a groan that could curdle milk. Been a while since I've used Anubis, Vikyr says, cracking his knuckles, or whatever the Cape Crusader version of that is. Turns out some of these shambling corpses used to be Cindy Wendy's missing informants. Grim upgrade. Should he even bother pulling out the big gun for a few rotting stragglers? Decisions. His weapon locks together with a satisfying click, compact, portable, and courtesy of Ayan, who apparently has questionable taste in armaments. Then it's showtime. Anubis lights up and carves straight through the horde. One clean strike sends a corpse crashing down in a burst of crimson light. By the time the dust settles, there's nothing left standing but scorched earth and a very unimpressed vigilante. Strange smoke curls through the graveyard air, pink and blue, definitely not normal. The night hound catches the scent, eyes narrowing beneath the hood. He stands alone among the headstones, weapon ready, waiting to see what shows up. This is definitely the scent of a demon, he notes, but way lighter than usual. Like someone's been cutting the stench with something else entirely. Diluted evil, now there's a new one. The trail leads straight back to the Indulgentia orphanage. Of course it does. Something's over there, he mutters, closing in on the source. A dark magic circle flares to life on the ground beneath him. And rising out of it, wrapped in black tendrils, a red-haired woman caught in the middle of something clearly not good. Before Vikyr can make a move, something else gets there first, gripping the woman like it's been searching for her for a very long time. White hair whips through the dark as the figure's grip tightens, tendrils lashing around them both. The red-haired woman's eyes go wide, but there's no fear there, more like recognition. A skull-faced figure snarls at the shadows. Dantalion, to think some low-life thief dared to steal you away. Then quieter, almost human, sorry Rose, I lost you again. The two embrace, walking off together into the dark. I promise you, he tells her, a tenderness nobody would expect from something wearing a skull for a face. That skull mask grins wide, teeth bared, one eye burning red, equal parts heartbroken and horrifying. Somewhere in these shattered ruins, the dark doesn't just sit still, it watches. A lone figure slips through the broken gate and into the black, heading straight for whatever is waiting inside. Someone is tracking her using the missing demon sayer's own gift for finding people, and that hunt just paid off. I've finally found you, Rose, the hooded stranger says, closing in from right behind her. But even with that power, there's still one other person this hunter just cannot track down. Rose is drowning in her own bargain. She took a demon's power into herself and now she isn't sure she can hold on to it. I have to hurry and master everything Sayer gave me, she tells herself, hands shaking. Don't move, a voice snarls and red lightning rips through the dark, aimed straight at her. Rose never even heard them coming. Whoever this is, they're skilled enough to sneak up on a demon-blooded fighter without a sound. Answer my questions, the stranger demands, red claws crackling inches from her throat. One twitch and it's over, one wrong word and it's over. Rose is boxed into a corner with zero good options. You smell like both a human and a demon. Which one are you? The interrogator hisses. Rose barely gets the words out, I'm both. The stranger can't get over it. By every rule she knows, this girl should already be dead. Word is this woman answers to a demon named Dantalion, running under the alias Geronto. Correction, she's not Dantalion's underling. Dantalion stole her straight from the woman interrogating her right now. One last question hangs in the air. Is Sayer the name of the elite corp she's contracted with? Rose just smirks. What if I say yes? Apparently that was the wrong answer to give. A slash of pink light rips clean through the corridor. The whole ruin goes tense and silent, right before everything goes sideways. The hooded woman bears a skeleton's grin under that hood and pulls a blade. Done talking. I'll kill the demon, she snarls, and by demon she means Rose. Try it if you can, she snarls back, and the ruin's floor erupts with a full skeleton army answering the call. Bones scatter everywhere as the fight tears the old ruin apart. More of the dead claw free of their graves, dragged into a fight that was never theirs to begin with. Then the horror hits her. These aren't just any skeletons. She's just raised a pile of dead children into an undead horde. I'm sorry, she whispers, and it's not aimed at Rose, it's aimed at the kids whose bones she just weaponized. The skeleton army collides head-on with a beam of raw red energy, bone and light colliding in the dark. The corridor lights up white as something detonates right in the middle of the chaos. Bones rain down through the wreckage, the undead falling apart mid-fight. Skulls and ribs scatter through the dust like the whole ruin is caving in on itself. Through all that carnage, a single figure streaks across the wreckage, moving fast and moving with purpose. Two shapes cut through the night sky together, one sword slash lighting the dark for a split second. Hold on tight, Rose, the hooded rescuer shouts, hauling her clear of the collapsing ruin. A burst of light flashes behind them as the two make their escape. Out in the pouring rain, the hooded stranger touches down on a cliffside, clearly hunting something or someone. The skull-faced woman catches up and freezes. That bow, that draw, she recognizes it. What is your relationship with the Balak tribe? She demands, like she already knows the answer is going to hurt. I'm a hunter of theirs, he answers flatly. Then you must have been there that night, she says, and suddenly this isn't just a random ambush anymore. She lights up with purple flame, done pretending this is a conversation. I'm going to kill you. You barbarian, she screams, unleashing everything she's got. The blast tears through rain and stone alike. I can feel it better now that I'm closer, she says, hunting for something buried deep in him. He's piecing together a theory mid-fight about why these things move the way they do, something about hijacking human corpses. More energy beams tear through the dark as the fight keeps escalating. She's grinning ear to ear behind that skeletal face, clearly enjoying this fight a little too much. Another purple detonation lights up his silhouette as he takes the hit. He plants his feet, bracing for whatever comes next. Out of nowhere, a chain whips out and catches her completely off guard. That chain slices clean through the dark, faster than she ever expected from a barbarian. You lowly barbarian, you sure talked big, but look at you now, she taunts, already sure she's won this. She reaches out, ready to finish it, or so she thinks. Her eye narrows, still fully convinced this fight belongs to her. He just stands there, taking every hit in stride, completely unbothered. After trading blows with you a few times, I get it now, he says, calm as ever. You're a lot weaker than the other elite corpses I've faced, because you're only a half-demon. There's no need for me to keep talking to you, he adds, already done with this conversation. Under that hood, his eyes burn a deeper red, patience officially out. You're the one who's going to die, barbarian, she screeches, summoning something massive. She's just called up a Frankenstein golem, an 8-meter pile of stitched-together corpse meat rated A+ for a very good reason. The golem roars to life, ready to crush him flat. I'm going to beat him with my fire magic, she declares, doubling right down on the offense. Flame licks up her arm as she readies another spell. A red slash cuts clean through the assault. The golem lunges at him with a scream, claws swinging for the kill. A clean red gash opens across her skeletal face. That one landed. Huh, she mutters, blinking, as he stands there completely unbothered by the flames. That red aura, that's the Baskervilles, she realizes, and the color drains from whatever's left of her face. Purple and red energy collide head-on in the dark. He unleashes it in full, the Baskerville 7th technique. Both of them lock eyes for one frozen second before everything goes off. A blinding pink-white detonation swallows the whole battlefield. The technique tears straight through, slash after slash after slash. The explosion just keeps rolling, bigger than anything she threw all fight. More red slashes rip through what's left of the smoke. The dust finally starts to settle over the crater he just carved out. Wind clears the smoke bit by bit, the aftermath slowly coming into view. Smoke curls off the wreckage as the fight finally winds down. And there he is, hood blown back, messy dark hair, one eye burning red, no more hiding who he really is. "Your spell," he says flatly, looking down at her, chained up and beaten in the rubble. "While wait," she stammers, every bit of that earlier bravado completely gone. He doesn't even flinch, staring her down with that same cold red eye. "Me" is all she manages, voice barely holding together. "Don't leave me," she begs, and the silence that follows says everything. "Do you have a reason as to why you struck a deal with a demon?" he finally asks. A blade of light gathers in his hand, cold and steady. He steps toward her, weapon raised, no hesitation left in his stride. "All deaths have a story behind them," he says quietly, right before the blade comes down. Somewhere in the dark, an explosion rips across the skyline, the fight's already underway before we even get a good look at it. A cloaked figure comes crashing straight through a stone wall in a shower of rubble. This is our hound, mid-brawl. He drops into a jagged crater with his blade already drawn, landing like he's done this 100 times. Tight on the blade, glowing red, gripped white knuckle. Whatever's coming next is not going to be pretty. And there it is, a massive, chained-up monster rearing back and roaring, eyes blazing. It is not happy to see him. The two collide, claws versus steel, and the impact alone is enough to crack stone. Out of nowhere, a streak of pink hair whips into frame and everyone freezes for half a second. Yeah, that about sums it up. A stranger with wild red hair reaches for him mid-chaos. Whoever she is, she just became part of this fight. See, there's a rule with corpse soldiers like these: if their master loses consciousness, they're supposed to stop fighting entirely unless that master's will is unbreakable. And that is exactly the problem here, because whoever's controlling this one clearly isn't giving up. One look at her face says it all: calm, distant, utterly resigned. She's fighting like she has nothing left to lose. He can't shake the question needling at him: why doesn't she have the will to fight like the so-called corpse queen did? Something about this one is different. Then a cackling voice cuts through the chaos over there: somebody just found them, and it is not good news. His whole body goes rigid. That laugh, he knows exactly who that is. This voice, it's Professor Sadie. If she's called in backup, they're about to get a lot more company. No time to think, he grabs his mystery girl and bolts, blue light streaking past them as they make a break for it. Fabric tears, shadows blur, they're moving fast, and whatever's chasing them isn't far behind. The girl in his arms is wide awake and clearly not thrilled about any of this, baring her teeth, fighting the whole rescue. He's basically wrestling a very angry, very magical stranger through the sky while blue energy crackles around them both. Just another Tuesday. She finally goes still, out cold against him, crisis for now averted. He carries her out under the night sky, rooftops rolling past below. First rule of extractions: don't stop moving. He pulls up short on a rocky outcrop, jaw tight. Tusk, someone's closing in. Boots hit stone right behind him, a hooked blade in hand. A voice rings out: Night Hound, so that's what they're calling him these days. Reveal yourself. A whole search party fans out across the cliffs with torches, hunting for their ghost story made flesh. What confusion ripples through the group. Their target has vanished into thin air. They comb every inch of the canyon and come up empty. There's no one here. Correct, there isn't, not anymore. Elsewhere, their squad leader isn't having a great night either, cutting down soldiers solo and snapping at her backup for showing up late. The chase drags on across open sky, tension still crackling in the air. Something makes her go still, eyes narrowing under that eye patch. She's caught a scent or a feeling that he's close. A hooked dagger clatters onto the rocks left behind in the scramble, evidence or bait. And there's the real reveal: their night hound isn't just a nickname. He can actually turn into a black hound with glowing red eyes, trotting off into the night like he owns the place. Back on the cliffs, she finally throws up her hands. Tusk, I lost him. Yeah, hey, you and everyone else, lady. Cut to somewhere much quieter: stone arches, empty halls, a very different kind of place. A girl practically vibrates with excitement, gushing about the Academy's biggest event of the year and its brand new festival theme. One classmate is already elbow deep in the costume closet, grinning ear to ear. This is clearly her favorite time of year. It's Halloween, and now that exams are finally over, this festival is about to be the only thing anyone talks about. Going to the haunted house, one boy cheers, thrilled. The girl beside him looks a lot less sure about the whole idea. The group keeps chattering away, already plotting their whole festival strategy. Doesn't the Academy Festival have that tradition? Someone asks, and the mood shifts instantly. Turns out, yes, there's an old rule everyone follows, professors included: draw lots and get stuck wearing whatever ghost costume fate hands you. Their resident superfan comes barreling in with 2 boxes of folded slips, positively giddy about the chaos she's about to unleash. The group huddles around a wooden lot box while one guy stands off to the side, arms crossed, looking like he'd rather be anywhere else. That guy is our hero, hiding in plain sight behind a pair of glasses and a very convincing normal student routine. His mind drifts back to a mistake still eating at him. He had that pink-haired fighter, the 8th corpse, dead to rights and didn't finish it while she was weak. Big mistake. He remembers another fight too, against a demon called Andromalius, where he needed the Baskerville Knights riding in to bail him out. And another, facing down a demon named Dantalion alongside a praying, flame-lit ally the others called the Saintess. Even as a top graduate, he's not sure he can take the 8th corpse solo once she's actually at full strength. The goal: master the Baskerville family's incomplete 7th technique, and finally break through to Swordmaster. The old swordsmanship manual calls it the 10th technique, lurking ambush, built on a pair of moves nicknamed the 6th and 7th Fang. If he wants to hunt demons one-on-one instead of needing backup every time, he has to finish learning it completely. And here's the maddening part written right there in the book: to break through the 6th technique, you abandon every human emotion you have. To unlock the 7th, you have to get them all back. 4 masks stare back at him, happy, angry, sad, blank. He still can't wrap his head around why you'd need to reclaim the very feelings you just threw away. His thoughts wander further back still. How exactly did his father manage to reach Swordmaster in the first place? A flash of memory, a hand gripping a sword hilt, crimson energy crackling around it like static before a storm. Back in the present, one of his classmates gasps out loud. Looks like someone's slip just got revealed. She unfolds her slip and goes pale. Night Hound, of all the costumes to pull. Oh no, the Night Hound just hit the Quo Vadis family's orphanage. Someone blurts, and suddenly the joke isn't landing anymore. A friend winces and apologizes for the mix-up. Not exactly the costume anyone wants after news like that. She just goes red in the face, equal parts embarrassed and resigned to her fate. Okay, it's Vikir's turn now. Hurry up and pick. You're the center of attention, nowhere left to hide. He watches everyone lose their minds over a silly lot draw and can't help but get a little pulled into it too. He unfolds his own slip and just stares. That is not the reaction of a man who got a good draw. How did I get this? He mutters, baffled, while a classmate spins around demanding to know what it says. The whole squad crowds in, practically vibrating. What did you get? They are far too invested in his misery. Turns out there's one detail from his past life. Vikir completely forgot about this Academy's very specific, very embarrassing festival tradition. Time skips ahead to festival day, the whole Academy buzzing under a darkening sky. Lanterns go up, banners get strung, and stalls start filling the courtyard from wall to wall. The whole place transforms overnight into a proper carnival, students weaving between every booth. A hand-carved sign shaped like a grinning ghost points the way to the haunted house attraction, Ruins. The crowd erupts, fists in the air. This festival is officially a hit. Costumes are going all out this year. Warriors, monsters, you name it, somebody's wearing it. One old bartender hollers at the top of his lungs, ladling out his infamous blood boil stew and promising a free bowl to anyone who joins his crew. You guys will brighten up our bar, he tells his new recruits, beaming like he just won the lottery. Meanwhile, a smoother operator loosens his tie with a wink. Please come, I'll be waiting for you. Subtle, this one is not. A fairy winged girl hands out flyers with a bright, nervous smile, clearly new to the whole hard sell thing. Someone bolts across the rocky path in a blur. The festival's barely started and it's already chaos out there. One boy works up the nerve to ask a cute new face her name, stammering through it, while his friend can't stop whispering Lucayan had a girl like that. Sup broskas, you can't hit on our members. Tilda comes a sing-song warning, right before both boys get their ears yanked by a very unimpressed enforcer. They're already groveling we were sorry, as a much bigger, much scarier shadow falls over the whole scene, huh. Across the courtyard someone calls out a title with real respect, President Dollars. She turns, that long braid swinging, wrapped head to toe in a dark cloak. This is not a casual costume. Close up on her eye, a strange little cross mark catching the light. Whatever she's dressed as, she went all in on the details. Her academic advisor is not amused. What's with that costume? Professor Venci wants answers. I know it's a festival, Venci presses, but surely you thought about how this look plays with everyone else, right? How can you impersonate that uncontrollable, heinous criminal? All Dolores manages is a quiet, "I." Then she squares her shoulders and just says it, like this costume, no apology, no backing down. Venci's unimpressed stare doesn't budge. Well, you can bear the responsibility for your actions. But she lets it go anyway. I'm your academic advisor, not your fashion police, do as you please. Turns out professors have their own festival tradition too, dressing up and working their department's stall to pad the budget. If it wasn't for this custom, Venci grumbles, I wouldn't be caught dead here. She crosses her arms, already unimpressed by the pricing before she's even ordered anything. Dolores, still in full night hound gear, delivers the order herself. Here are the fries and fried chicken you ordered, Professor. Venci's inner monologue is brutal, cheap ingredients, definitely not food safety certified, exactly what she expected from a student stall. Poorly prepared, probably loaded with MSG, she thinks, staring the plate down like it personally offended her. I have no expectations, she mutters, taking a bite anyway, already bracing for it to taste like trash. She sits down properly and actually starts eating, slurping away without even noticing herself doing it. Then it hits her mid-bite. Something is very, very wrong with her expectations right now. Her jaw practically hits the table. What? Why does this taste good? Nobody saw that coming, least of all her. Turns out the potatoes came all the way from morgue territory, the kind that go soft and savory the second they hit hot oil. Somebody clearly knows their ingredients. Venci practically leaps up. Who made this? Don't tell me you recruited an outside chef. Dolores just shrugs, of course not, one of our own members is cooking. She gestures toward the kitchen with a knowing little smile. I'm sure you know him very well. And there he is, flames roaring behind him, pointed witch hat and all. Yes, that costume is what he pulled from the lot box. Venci's expression short-circuits completely, lips parted in pure disbelief. Turn around and there's the chef himself, a very unimpressed, very startled Vikyr, sparks flying, dressed as the cutest witch in the building. Ash and firelight swirl around him as he gets back to work, pretending this is all totally normal. The deadliest kid in the academy, mid-festival, cooking fries in a witch dress, never change. So here's a fun bit of academy tradition for you. At this festival, the boys dress as girls and the girls dress as boys. Chaos guaranteed. The whole campus turns into a night market of cross-dressed chaos, and somewhere in this crowd is a secret nobody's cracked yet. Because behind the scenes, one particular witch student has turned the festival kitchen into an absolute legend. Orders are flying in non-stop, 3 plates of Vikyr's special fried chicken coming right up. The kitchen staff can barely keep up with the flood of tickets. Vikyr, 2 plates of sausages, they're shouting his name like he's a 5-star chef, and honestly at this point he might be. 6 more sausages, a mountain of stir-fried vegetables, 5 rice balls. The orders just keep stacking up. And there she is, well, there he is. Under that witch hat behind those crimson eyes is our boy Vikyr, flipping dinner like it's a knife fight. The customers are losing their minds over the food, and let's be honest, over the costume too. Word's gotten out about this kitchen, and suddenly the place is packed wall to wall with swooning fans. Get their orders, the whole crew is scrambling to keep the legend fed and happy. Vikyr works the pan without missing a beat. This isn't his first time surviving on scraps and turning them into something incredible. His mind drifts back to leaner days, back when autumn meant scarcity, and finding a proper meal on the front lines was a luxury. Memories of trudging through ruins and tunnels with his old squad, stomachs empty, morale lower. These memories, he never thought he'd get the chance to actually cook the meals he used to scrape together just to survive. Soldiers pressing forward through the dark, living off whatever scraps they could scrounge up. Back then, keeping the warriors on the front lines fed and fighting meant getting creative fast. Take the Morgue family's potatoes, notoriously awful, gritty, practically inedible. But slice them thin, hit them with salt and vinegar. Toss them in a screaming hot wok with mandrake leaves and sabak tree seeds. And suddenly you've got a plate that could make grown men weep. That's the trick Vikyr learned, turning battlefield garbage into gourmet. That earthy stench vanishes completely, leaving behind something crispy and sweet, and the reaction says it all. Wow. But someone in the crowd is doing a double take. A witch costume? On him, word is starting to spread about who's really behind that hat. Irreverent, someone scandalized. Turns out he saw the whole thing while he was zoning out. And just like that, the secret's blown wide open. Why are you in the kitchen, Vikyr? The staff aren't having it either. You shouldn't be rotting back here. Get out there and hype the stall. Chaos erupts. No, this kitchen will die without Vikyr. Apparently he's become load-bearing at this point. He's needed in the kitchen. Half the campus is bewitched by his cooking. No exaggeration necessary, clearly. Someone else isn't buying the sentiment. Are you kidding me? If he goes out there looking like that, we'll double our profits. Double. Capitalism wins again, but a stranger's crept in behind them unnoticed. A figure in a top hat sizes Vikyr up from the shadows. I was wondering if I was right, he murmurs. Seems that I am. A hand ignites with crimson mana, crackling to life. Energy flares up like a blade forged from pure bloodlust. Vikyr's eyes snap wide. Someone's testing him and they are not being subtle about it. The crimson light coils and surges between them, sharpening into something deliberate. The stranger steps forward, blade in hand, a smirk on his lips and a familiar burn in his eyes. The two of them face off beneath the festival lights, tension humming in the air. Turns out the mystery man isn't here for a fight. I came dressed in the costume I wore back in my own academy days, he says, though I don't think I was ever as pretty as you. Vikyr squares up. What brings you here, brother? Brother, shouldn't you be calling me brother, dearest? Vikyr has nothing to say to that. The man's smirk softens for just a second, genuine, almost vulnerable. And I missed you dearly. His cape sweeps back with a flourish as something small comes barreling in. A tiny bundle in a bunny costume launches straight into Vikyr's arms, shouting uncle. Then catches the hat and the skirt and self-corrects mid-hug. Unk no, auntie, close enough, kid. This is little Pomeranian, and she has been missing her favorite uncle something fierce. Turns out his brother holds the fancy title of vice patriarch these days, and he still got roped into playing chaperone because lately Pomeranian is the one holding all the real authority in the house. Every last bit of authority in that house, apparently, a toddler tyrant in the making. He even carried her out to see a cacao farm he built just for her, piggyback and all. Because when Pomeranian missed her uncle and launched a hunger strike, refusing to eat a single bite, the whole household panicked. Last month she casually mentioned liking blood bean chocolate, so naturally father wiped out an entire monster-infested region to secure the supply. Barrymore just sighs recounting it. Completely normal parenting in the Baskerville household. After a grueling 2-meal hunger strike, he finally caved and let her come visit. Did Vikyr know she had been moping ever since he left? Seeing her laugh again, wrapped up in that hug, the brother allows himself a satisfied grin. Just as planned, it has been way too long since anyone's seen their princess smile like that. There's a quiet thought running underneath it all, that becoming a true swordmaster means learning to feel again, not just fight. He might not even realize it himself, but this reunion is doing him a world of good. Brother, Vikyr doesn't quite know what to say to that either. They came straight to the academy the moment they arrived. Pomeranian's already worn herself out. While we're here, make sure you spend some real time with her, the brother says. I understand, brother, Vikyr replies, and just like that they're back to business. The conversation shifts gears fast, from family gossip to family enterprise. The trade alliance with the Mesimaginero merchants is progressing nicely, apparently. I already heard, Vikir says flatly, he keeps tabs on everything. There's also the matter of the commissions of the past affairs investigation, set in motion before Vikir even enrolled at the academy. Turns out his brother has been running that investigation personally, and it has already exposed old wrongdoing between the Baskerville and Mesimaginero families, forcing a formal apology. Word is the old Baskerville members caught up in that wicked scheme didn't get off easy. The guilty ones lost their heads. Grim proof that House Baskerville doesn't just apologize and move on, it settles debts in blood. One woman from the wronged family vented her fury and in the end threw her lot in with the Baskervilles anyway. Whether she's truly forgiven them is something only she'll ever know. His brother admits Cindy Wendy still carries some of that anger. But then, the reason I came to see you tonight isn't just about Pomerian. He produces an envelope, a ring resting inside it. Take this. What is it? Vikir asks, eyeing the thing warily. That ring turned up near where the demon that stole Set's body finally died. I think it holds some kind of unique ability. Father said to hand it over to you, you're the one who contributed the most. Could this thing actually let him wield the same barrier that demon Andromalius once commanded? Vikir turns the glowing ring over in his fingers, already scheming. And one more thing, his brother adds, suddenly a little nervous. That's a letter written by Father with words he wants to say to his son. Vikir stares down at the sealed letter, caught completely off guard. From the Patriarch, even the man delivering it looks a little stunned by his own words. I know you're surprised. Don't worry, I got one too, his brother offers, trying to make it feel normal. It doesn't quite work. Take your time reading it, and with that, he turns to head back into the festival crowd. Vikir raises a hand in farewell, still dressed head to toe as the festival's most infamous witch. I'll be going now, his brother calls back, disappearing under the string lights. Vikir watches him go, the smile fading into something far more serious. Hugo wants to tell me something. He turns the envelope over in his hands, bracing himself. Hugo, his breath catches the second he starts reading. Did his father actually realize he's already sitting at the level of a top-ranking graduate? The letter lays it out plainly. He's plateaued at the 7th Fang, and to finally land the 7th technique for real, he needs to break through to true swordmaster level. So Hugo wrote out, step by step, exactly how he did it himself. Somewhere else entirely, Hugo sits at his desk in a haze of red mana, quietly setting down on paper the hardest lessons of his own life. Back at the festival, Vikir unfolds the pages with careful hands. His grip tightens without him meaning to, crumpling the edges of the letter. For a man raised to believe strength is the only love his father knows how to give, this hits different. This is the process, a literal roadmap to becoming a swordmaster handed over by the coldest man Vikir has ever known. The festival hums on around him, oblivious to the quiet gut punch he has just been handed. Meanwhile, elsewhere at the festival, somebody else is stuck picking up the promotional slack. I need to tout by myself again. Rough night for whoever pulled the short straw. A flash of red hair catches their eye across the crowd. Their face goes warm. Oh, yeah, that's the sound of somebody catching feelings. Two figures drift through the festival, faces hidden behind masks, but somehow even covered up their beauty is impossible to miss. I just know they're beautiful, someone murmurs, completely smitten, staring after the red-haired stranger. But peel back the mystery and what's underneath is nothing like a festival goer at all. A towering, fanged figure wreathed in red, radiating raw menace. Keep this one in the back of your mind. Weaving through the crowd, here are our two leads for the night. A striking white and pink-haired woman wrapped in gothic layers and a red-haired girl sticking close by her side. Priorities first though, somebody is loading up on chocolate-dipped strawberries like it is a competitive sport. Is it yummy? The pink-haired woman asks, and going by that expression, this is basically a religious experience. Then the redhead's heart skips a beat out of nowhere, her whole face going red. Something or someone just caught her eye. Funny thing to realize mid-bite, this is a Halloween festival. And going by that haunted look in her eye, our girl in the skull makeup is not just here for the snacks. Her mind drifts somewhere darker. What if that one incident had never happened? What if she had never signed her name away to a demon? Maybe she would just be a normal student at this academy right now instead of chasing ghosts. She snaps back to business. There is something she needs to confirm tonight, and it is not going to be pleasant. They call him the Night Hound. Word is he knows the names of the 10 elite corpses, including Sayer, the very demon riding along inside her own body. What if I say yes? Comes the reply, half her face grinning like a skull, daring anyone to make something of it. This Night Hound showed up out of nowhere, and in no time Flat became the most feared name haunting the capital after dark. Nobody knows why, but he is fixated on Sayer specifically, which means whether she likes it or not, she is the bait. Drop enough people in one place and a man obsessed with demons is bound to show his face. And that swordsmanship of his, she has seen it before. A hand closes around something in the dark. Whatever it is not letting go. That night the blade she saw was wrapped in a red aura she has never been able to forget. Her plan is simple if reckless: track him down and rip that mask right off. Then she will finally know for sure. Her mind wanders again. What would he even say seeing her like this now? How much has he changed since then? I want to see him so badly, she admits to herself, and immediately something else in her head snaps back. Stop thinking. That something else has wings apparently and zero patience for moping. Stop giving yourself a headache, it says. I will handle this myself. And just like that, Sayer takes the wheel, one glowing blue eye snapping open where there should not be one. Feathers start raining down as something much bigger than a human silhouette unfolds. There she is in full Sayer, towering, wings spread wide, looking every bit the demon she is. Sayer, comes a small, uncertain voice, because being handed control of your own body is exactly as unsettling as it sounds. Somewhere close by, on a patch of freshly wrecked ground, someone else is already waiting. Here is the deal she struck, her body permanently the day she dies. And in the meantime, 1 hour, whenever Sayer wants to cash it in. Right now looks like exactly that hour, Sayer standing tall over the wreckage, done playing nice. That is the arrangement in full, her body on loan, her life on the line. Stop wrecking this area, Sayer warns whoever is listening, and get lost. Then, just for good measure, a warning to her own partner too. Stop thinking you can manipulate me however you like. That grin says she means every word of it, all teeth, zero mercy. What can you actually do on your own? Sayer needles, twisting the knife a little deeper. The people you love keep disappearing, Sayer presses, and you cannot do a single thing about it. Rude, also, unfortunately, not wrong. Sayer is a delight to travel with, 10 out of 10, would not recommend as a life coach. To be fair, Sayer is not all bad news. Her power is the reason our girl ever found her missing sister again. One convenient little skill: locate anyone she is desperate enough to want to see. So what? Comes the unimpressed reply. Somebody is not in the mood to be grateful tonight. Because for all that magic, there is still one person she has never been able to track down, the one who matters most. That was the entire reason she signed her soul away in the first place, to find his body. They have combed every inch of the Le Rouge et Le Noir mountain forest. Nothing, not even Sayer, could dig him up. That is the sister right there, watching quietly, clearly worried about where this search keeps leading. So do not get in my way now, she warns. I have finally got a real lead this time, and she is not about to let it slip. Cue the sprint through the festival, lungs burning, eyes scanning every face in the crowd. Then Sayer's eye flares, she has caught the scent of something. This is the smell of a demon's blood, Sayer says, dead serious, right in the middle of a crowded festival street. Something ominous is coming off one of those food stalls, and it is not the strawberries. Run, a voice warns from the shadows. That stench belongs to a demon hunter. Which can only mean one thing: the Night Hound is closer than they thought. Fists clench, showtime. And she is off like a shot, cape snapping behind her, straight toward the danger everyone else is running from. He's over there, she breathes, right as something snarls at a poor bystander. Human, where do you think you're running off to? Not exactly the calm, romantic reunion she was hoping for. Someone bolts through the crowd, cloak billowing like a bat's wings, straight toward the fireworks display. Fireworks explode overhead, lighting the whole chase up in gold and green, genuinely gorgeous, terribly timed. Is that him? Hope flickers across her face for half a second. Then a clawed hand reaches out of the dark, and Hope takes a back seat to survival instinct. Eventually the chase settles somewhere quieter, and checking in for the night like nothing chaotic just happened. Get a good look because this is our leading lady in full, skull-pale makeup, blazing red eyes, gothic armor that says "Do not test me tonight." Somebody in the lobby takes one look at that outfit and jumps straight to the wrong conclusion. Wait, the Night Hound is a woman? Close, but no. The receptionist, unbothered by any of it, just rattles off the house rules and chirps "Enjoy your stay" like this happens every Tuesday. Elsewhere, patience is running thin. How annoying, someone mutters, and the air itself starts crackling purple. That is not a good color for magic to be turning. Claws sharpen, power builds, somebody is about to make a scene. And not the fun, fireworks kind of scene either. She lets it all loose in one go, wings of raw magic unfurling over the festival grounds. The shockwave alone sends festival goers scattering for their lives. Beneath her feet, a massive glowing circle blooms across the pavement. That is never a beginner spell. This is, someone gasps as skeletal hands claw their way up out of the ground. Because apparently tonight's festival special is a full undead army, no extra charge. Run, somehow the least helpful and most necessary advice of the night. Black magic like this is banned outright by the Empire, which raises the obvious question, who just broke a very serious law in public? So, is she just the villain then? Yeah, probably a safe bet at this point. The Bone Crew rattles to life, joints clicking like the world's creepiest percussion section. A whole undead battalion roaring in unison, backlit like something straight out of a nightmare. Thankfully, the local mage guild is not just here to sell festival snacks. All members of Lucayan, their leader barks. Protect the customers. Anna, go find a professor now, somebody is about to earn hazard pay. One nervous junior grabs the nearest senior, a blonde mage named Dolores, practically begging her not to do anything reckless. Don't worry, is of course exactly the reckless answer he was afraid of. She squares up anyway, hands already lit with magic. Brave, if not exactly reassuring. Our skull-faced traveler pushes straight past her. Get lost, fake, I need the real Night Hound. Why do you even want to meet him? Dolores demands, not backing down an inch. Dolores blinks, wait, him? Somebody around here has apparently been assuming the Night Hound was a woman this whole time. What exactly is your relationship with him? Dolores presses, hands still crackling. Long, loaded silence, then deadpan, we're soulmates complete with sparkly little hearts. Nobody here buys that for a second. The necromancer, unimpressed, just tilts her skull-painted face. Oh, is that so? Then let me rip your soul to shreds. Subtle, effective conversational pivot though. Bone Face doubles down, promising to add Dolores to her skeleton collection personally. I won't lose to them. Dolores fires back and gets thrown backward for her trouble. Points for effort. Sinclair, someone shouts in shock, watching her get flung across the street. I'm okay, senior, Dolores calls back, already climbing to her feet like that is a totally normal thing to say after getting launched by dark magic. She is shaking, honestly not sure why she is even doing this. But her gut is telling her loud and clear that this is a fight she cannot walk away from. What a scene, the necromancer sighs, thoroughly unbothered, and cranks the magic up another notch. The blast collides head-on and everyone watching just about loses it. Dolores gets swallowed straight up in the explosion. Through it all, the necromancer just keeps ranting. I only need to see the Night Hound, if you don't hand him over. Then call him and beg him to come save you. Onlookers are less worried about the threat and more baffled by the mana bill. Summoning an undead army and slinging fire magic this heavy, who is footing that tab? Then mid-rant, something makes her freeze. Something is dropping out of the night sky fast, and it is not a firework. A blade-sharp streak cuts straight down through the chaos. Impact, the necromancer's own spell gets shredded apart in an instant. Whatever just landed did not come to negotiate. For the first time all night, the necromancer actually looks scared. Her own power is flickering, completely overwhelmed. Hair whipping, footing gone, she is not in control of this fight anymore. And there he is, a masked figure in black, eyes burning red, holding the self-proclaimed soulmate up by the throat like she weighs nothing. All that big talk about wanting to meet the Night Hound, and now that he is actually here, she cannot even breathe. Careful what you wish for, lady. His power flares and the whole street lights up white hot. She barely gets Night Who out before the blast swallows the rest of it whole. And just like that, the festival's newest urban legend gets a very loud, very literal exclamation point. Night has fallen hard over this city, and something is already tearing it apart. A shadow rips clean through the rooftops. Whatever just did that moved too fast for anyone to actually see it. Rubble is still raining down. Whatever hit this block, it hit like a freight train. Somewhere in the wreckage, one girl just stands there, watching the dust settle. Was that the Night Hound? Someone stammers. He was so fast another breathes. This city already knows the name. Really? Someone else mutters, still catching their breath. Word of the Night Hound is already spreading through the crowd. Did the Night Hound? The watching girl starts, voice trailing off. Whoever he is to her, she is terrified for him. I hope you're safe, she whispers, hands clasped tight. A quiet prayer for a guy who just leveled half a city block. Out past the wreckage, a lone path cuts through the trees, and something is waiting at the end of it. A figure steps out of the dark, hair streaked white and pink, a skull painted right over her face. We meet again, she purrs. She is dressed for a fight, and she has clearly done this dance with him before. And there he is, hood up, eyes burning red. The one this whole city has been whispering about, the Night Hound. Let's say our goodbyes now, he tells her flatly, elite corpse. Not exactly a warm reunion. Why the rush? She needles him. Let's talk first. You won't find an opening like last time. Talk is over, a red blade streaks through the dark and the fight is on. Rows of skeletal knights snap to attention around them. Whatever this place is, it has got backup. Let's go somewhere else, she offers. No need, he cuts back, already done negotiating. He has got something of hers, or rather, something her fallen comrade left behind. A ring-type barrier breaker. Its little inscription says it all, God's domain ends here. He flips the switch and just like that, this whole arena's hidden defenses go dark. Standing over the battlefield, an old statue, hooded, dagger in hand, eyes glowing red. A young Hugo and someone called Osiris. This space reflects the state of Setla Baskerville, she murmurs, who was possessed by Andromalius. That statue is the Baskerville patriarch, she already suspected as much. Off, I need to check something, she says, eyeing him across the blood-red field. He just stands there in the wreckage, waiting, patient as ever. Night Hound, she starts, then he cuts straight to the point, take off the mask. Her face, well, the mask of it does not budge, but her eyes underneath are somewhere else entirely. Please, she begs, because of the contract I made with Sayer, I can't take off my mask or tell you who I am. I can't even tell you my name. Whatever this deal she made costs, it is clearly not cheap. His eye goes wide behind that hood. Not the answer he was expecting. Wait, she yelps, too late, he is already closing the distance. Steel meets whatever passes for steel out here. This is not a friendly spar. I can't keep up, she admits through gritted teeth, blocking blow after blow. To think he's become this strong, she almost sounds proud, almost. She reaches for backup. Sayer, let me borrow your power. A voice answers from somewhere she cannot fully explain. How much do you need? Half, she says without hesitation. That is a lot to ask for. That's a deal then. Somewhere a contract just got a lot more expensive. Power floods into her and something in the air starts to warp. Chained, snarling shapes claw their way up out of the ground around her. If you won't take the mask off, he says, cold as ever, then I'll just take it off by force. He answers her monsters with monsters of his own, a pack of spectral, chained hounds bursting out of the dark. Beast against beast, blade against claw, the whole battlefield turns into a war zone. The two forces collide hard enough to shred the ground itself. Even buried under all that borrowed power, she can barely keep her footing. Even this much isn't enough to stop him. She is starting to understand exactly what she is up against. She digs in for another round, calling out again into the dark. Sayer, give me more power. The bargaining continues and the price keeps climbing. I don't care, comes the reply. Whatever Sayer actually is, patience clearly is not its strong suit. Give me 16 more hours, she demands, and somewhere a clock she cannot see starts ticking louder. The power surges again, and whatever is left of her control goes right out the window. Her whole body is changing shape now, twisting under the weight of borrowed strength. More, she screams into the storm she has created. The battlefield lights up again. This fight is not slowing down for anyone. Whatever she is turning into, it has got teeth now, a lot of them. Even more, she howls, pushing the deal further than it was ever meant to go. 22 hours, the number keeps climbing. She is spending something she cannot get back. Her grin under that skull paint gets wider, and a lot less human. More, the word is starting to sound less like a battle cry and more like a threat to herself. A wave of raw power tears across the field, blue and freezing and completely out of control. Through it all, he notices something off. These careless attacks, he mutters. She is swinging wide, sloppy, nothing like the killer who greeted him earlier. Is she trying to restrain me, he wonders, instead of actually attacking me? Why, just one word, but it cuts right through the noise of the fight. She does not answer. Whatever is going on in her head, she is keeping it locked down. The fight barrels on regardless, answers can wait. Meanwhile, two figures watch from a safe distance, keeping tabs on the hour count. 21 hours, one of them calls out. This whole thing is being timed and nobody watching likes the number. She keeps pushing, 22 hours and climbing. She is not stopping until something gives. Ice and shadow spiral together in a blast that swallows half the battlefield. He shrugs it off and keeps coming. At this point, brute force just is not cutting it against him. She is gasping for air now, huffing hard, and she is not alone out here anymore. A voice drifts out of a swirling blue portal nearby. Be nice already, and take it off. Whoever or whatever Sayer actually is, it has apparently got opinions about her manners. One last surge of power detonates across the field, blinding white. It is enough, even the night hound feels that one. Ah, he cries out, dropping to his knees, hurt and spent. When the dust settles, the battlefield is a graveyard of shattered skeleton knights. When he's injured all over, she wonders, looking him over. What the hell did he go through, she murmurs, staring at the wreck of a man in front of her. For a second, his own eyes go hollow, haunted by something she cannot see. For him to despise demons so much, it is starting to make a horrible kind of sense to her. Please, if you're the person I think you are, she starts, voice breaking. Something dark presses in on him from the shadows. Recognize me, it seems to whisper. Find me, the darkness demands, and he crumples under the weight of it, alone with whatever this is. Whatever just happened in his head, it hits harder than anything she threw at him. She lowers herself down next to him. Let me ask you a question. The reason you want to take off my mask, she starts, quiet now. The battlefield around them has gone completely still. The reason your eyes behind that mask look so sad is because you want to tell me something but you can't, right? Am I right, she asks, and for once this feels less like a fight and more like a confession. Then everything snaps back to violence. A blow lands hard enough to crack her mask right down the middle. A sliver of the truth peeks out from under all that skull paint. One more strike sends her sprawling, mask splitting further, blood on her lips. Her hand reaches up toward him anyway. It's been a while, she manages. And there she is. What's left of the mask falls away, red-rimmed eyes, hair bleached white and pink from whatever she has been through. The caption says it plainly, Camus Morgue. The girl behind the elite corpse mask was never a stranger at all. All that fight, all that borrowed power, and underneath it she is still just as scared as she looks. It drags him back to an old memory. Just a young man, straining with everything he has got against an old wooden stake. Kneeling beside him in that memory, a girl with red hair watching him struggle, a quieter, gentler version of the fight they just had. We open on a pair of gilded doors deep in a grand estate at night, and somebody behind them is hiccuping through tears. The hiccups keep coming, soft and broken, like whoever's crying back there has been at it a while. The camera drifts up past a glittering chandelier, tracing that sound down through the halls of a mansion we're about to get very familiar with. An empty corridor stretches out, gold and marble and dead silent, except for that same choked crying somewhere close by. A caption drops us 3 years into the past at the Morgue family's grand estate, where two maids whisper that Camus hasn't eaten or stopped crying in days. One maid wonders if Camus is blaming herself for what happened. Spoiler, yeah, she absolutely is. The gossip rewinds the tragedy. While trying to save Camus from barbarian raiders, someone she loved got badly hurt protecting her. A lot of people died or were wounded in that raid. But the maids agree the real reason for Camus's grief is something or someone else entirely. And there it is, Camus is grieving because Victor Baskerville is dead. The person she loved is gone, the maids sigh, and honestly they're not wrong to feel for her. Behind them, unnoticed, stands Adolphe Morgue, Camus's uncle, and he's heard every last word. He starts down the hall after the source of all this gossip, and he is not walking slow. He mutters that she needs to pull herself together, and his magic starts crackling to life around him. In a flash, twin orbs of water magic snap shut around the gossiping maids and yank them clean off their feet. They shriek in shock, completely helpless, bubbled up mid-sentence. Adolphe holds them there, dangling, thoroughly unimpressed by their little gossip session. A servant's virtue is to be tight-lipped, he growls, red eyes blazing, in case the point wasn't clear enough. Turns out there's a third maid caught up in this too, all of them realizing exactly who they've angered. They struggle uselessly against the water, muffled apologies bubbling straight out. Adolphe finally lets them go, and they collapse coughing on the floor. If you run your mouths again, I'll cut your tongues out, he warns, and they scramble to apologize. He doesn't say another word, he just glares until the message fully sinks in. Satisfied, he turns and heads deeper into the estate, toward one door in particular. He lets out a breath, crisis averted for now. Reaching Camus's room, he knocks, "It's your uncle, I'm coming in." The door creaks open on a dim room and a small huddled shape on the bed. Camus lies buried under the blankets, hiccuping through quiet sobs. "Camus," Adolphe says gently, "I heard you weren't eating." He adds that her mother is worried sick. Camus answers with nothing but silence. Finally she speaks, voice hollow. Does he mean she should eat just so she can go on living all alone? Her mind spirals back to the barbarian attack. If she hadn't been so careless, if she hadn't let herself get taken in the first place. If she'd only stopped Victor from taking on that monster alone, he wouldn't have died at all. Now Rose and Victor are both gone, and in her head there's only one person left to blame. "It's all my fault," she sobs, breaking completely. Adolphe reaches out to comfort her, clearly unsure what else there even is to say. He pulls her upright. "Camus, you can't give up like this. The lives that were lost," he tells her, "have effectively been added to her own, making her life worth even more now. It's the duty of the living," he says, "to live on and carry the dead forward." Something in that lands hard. Camus goes very still. "I need to live in their place," she asks quietly as he pulls her into a hug. "Rose and Victor would hate seeing you like this," he says, and something clicks behind her eyes. Then, without warning, Camus bites down hard on her own arm and Adolphe recoils in horror. Camus, she's already muttering half-mad theory about matching someone's thermodynamic function to bring them back. A magic circle flares to life under her hand. She's not just talking anymore. "What are you doing right now?" Adolphe demands as she rambles about closing the entropy gap on some negative energy dimension. She keeps going, swapping out the positive energy dimension through pure equivalent exchange, like she's inventing alchemy on the spot. Completely spent, she groans that she doesn't have the brain power left to keep going while Adolphe just stares, worried sick. Then total mood whiplash. "Uncle, I need food please." A ridiculously lavish spread gets laid out. Clearly nobody's taking chances with this request. Camus settles at the table and admits she's heard just how worried he's been about her not eating. Elsewhere, a hand reaches for a weapon rack, a quiet reminder that this house is still on edge. Then a new arrival, a striking red-haired woman steps in and Camus greets her simply, "Mother." We get a good look at her, the same fire-red hair as Camus, a faint scar over one eye, every bit the matriarch. She tells Camus she'll stop worrying on one condition, if Camus will just hear her out. She wants to mobilize the Morgue family's military to search the forest. Adolphe nearly chokes on his drink. The military? Of course she's been worried, who wouldn't be? Adolphe shuts it down flat. That forest is far too dangerous to send troops into. Camus jumps in to argue for her mother. "Wait, sister," turns out Mom and Adolphe are siblings. Her mother strikes a deal. The search happens, but only if Camus promises to never skip another meal. Privately, she knows exactly what she's doing, giving her daughter a task so she won't just give up on life. Camus, cautiously delighted, makes her seal the deal and actually starts eating. The relief doesn't last. She barely gets a bite down before she's gagging, fork clattering to the floor. Her plate sits there mostly untouched, the appetite nowhere to be found. Her mother realizes with a jolt, Camus's body has gone too long without food to handle a full meal now. She calls for the plates to be cleared and something gentler prepared instead. As a maid reaches to take it away, Camus weakly grabs for the plate. "Don't. I'm going to eat all of it," she insists, forcing herself through sheer stubbornness. Bite after painful bite, she chokes out his name between mouthfuls, Vikir. In her head, the guilt just keeps looping. If she hadn't been careless enough to get captured in the first place. If she'd stopped him from taking on that giant spider solo, none of this would have happened. Every bit of it, she decides, is on her. But grief is curdling into resolve. "I will restore that unfairness," she vows through gritted teeth. "So just wait," she mutters, reaching for more food like she's fueling up for war. Word ripples through the Morgue family. The vice matriarch, once drowning in despair, is finally moving again. Nobody, however, expected exactly what that would look like. Under a full moon, the story cuts to somewhere she's very clearly not supposed to be. The Morgue family's Hall of Darkness, not exactly a garden party kind of place. Inside sits a man draped in shadow on a throne of his own. He's Snake Morgue, head sorcerer of this hall, and he wants to know what the vice matriarch of the Hall of Light is doing all the way down here. A hooded figure descends the stairs toward him. It's Camus. He raises a hand, already sensing this isn't a casual visit. She drops her hood and says it plain. She wants to defect from the Hall of Light and join the Hall of Darkness. That gets a real reaction out of him, genuine, wide-eyed shock. The Hall of Light, we're told, is the shining public face of the Morgue family. The Hall of Darkness is its opposite, the hidden branch where forbidden black sorcery gets researched, far from prying eyes. Snake asks if she really understands what she's asking for. She says she's prepared to live the rest of her life hidden away in the shadows. And to give up her mother, her uncle, and her entire status as vice matriarch just as Adolf storms in, having heard about the military search. He puts it together instantly. "Don't tell me you're planning to revive that boy Vikir with black magic." She confirms it outright. She's going after the spell of perfect revival, and even Snake looks stunned. It's ancient, forbidden magic capable of bringing the dead fully back to life, and it's banned across the entire empire, not just the family. Snake refuses flat out, denying her entry and telling her to leave. Camus just goes quiet. "Then I'll learn it myself," she says, and dark power starts curling around her, uninvited and untaught. A ghostly, skull-faced spirit rises behind her, answering a call nobody ever taught her to make. Snake can't believe what he's seeing. She's actually commanding the spirit on her own. Self-taught black magic, he genuinely doesn't know if that's supposed to be possible. If it's true, he admits, she's clawed her way to an entirely new level of power completely alone. He finally caves, "Fine. But there's a catch. If she joins the Hall of Darkness, his word becomes law over her from here on out." "Are you prepared for that?" he asks, dead serious. He presses again, needing to hear her actually say it. Camus doesn't hesitate. She doesn't care what it costs her. She'll lose everything if she has to. Her eyes blaze with resolve as raw power thuds to life around her. "If it means I can save him," she says, and that's the whole deal right there.